Section 1 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. The Danger from the Deep, by Ralph Milne Farley, Part 1. Within a thick-walled sphere of steel 8 feet in diameter, with crystal-clear fused quartz windows, there crouched an alert young scientist, George Abbott. The sphere rested on the primeval muck and slime at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, 1 mile beneath the surface. The beam from his 200-watt searchlight, which shot out through one of his 3 windows into the dark blue depths beyond, seemed faint indeed, yet it served to illuminate anything which crossed it or on which it fell. For a considerable length of time since his descent to the ocean floor, young Abbott had clung to one of the thick windows of his bathysphere, absorbed by the marine life outside. Slender small fish with stereoscopic eyes darted in and out of the beam of light. Swimming snails floated by, carrying their own phosphorescent lanterns. Paper-thin transparent crustaceans swam into view, followed by a few white shrimps, pale as ghosts. Then a mist of tiny fish swept across his field of vision. Abbott cupped his face in his hands and stared out. The incongruous thought flashed across his mind that thus he had often sat by the window of his club in New York and gazed out at the passing motor traffic. His searchlight cut a sharp swath through the blue muck. More than once he thought he saw large moving fish-like forms far away. "Speed up the generator," he called into his phone. Immediately the shaft of light brightened. He set about trying to focus upon one of those dim, elusive shapes which had so intrigued him. But suddenly the searchlight went out. Intent on repairing the apparatus as rapidly as possible, Abbott snapped the button switch, which ought to have illuminated the interior of his diving sphere, but the lights did not go on. Then he noticed the electric fan, on which he depended to keep his air supply properly mixed, had stopped. He spoke into the telephone transmitter which hung in front of his mouth. "Hi, there, up on the boat. My electric power is cut off. I'm down here with my fan stopped and my heat cut off. Hoist me up, and be quick about it." "Okay, sir." As the young man waited for the winch to get under way on the boat a mile above him, he pulled out his electric pocket flashlight and sent its feeble ray out through his quartz glass window, into the dim royal purple depths beyond, in one last attempt to get a look at those mysterious fish shapes which had so intrigued him. And then he saw one of them distinctly. Evidently they had swum closer when the glow of his searchlight had stopped, and so the sudden flash of his pocket light had taken them by surprise. For as he snapped it on, he caught an instant's glimpse of a grinning fish face pressed close against the outside of his thick window pane, as though trying to peer in at him. The fish face somewhat resembled the head of a shark, except that the mouth was a bit smaller and not quite so leeringly brutal, and the forehead was rather high and domed. But what most attracted Abbott's attention in the brief instant before the startled fish whisked away in a whirl of phosphorescent foam was the fact that, from beneath each of the 2 pectoral fins, there protruded what appeared to be a skinny human arm, terminating in 3 fingers and a thumb. Then the fish was gone. Abbott snapped off his little light. The diving sphere quivered as the hoisting cable tautened. But suddenly the sphere settled back to the bottom of the sea with a jarring thud. "Cable's parted, sir," spoke a frantic voice in his earphones. For a moment George Abbott sat stunned with horror. Then his mind began to race like a squirrel in a cage, seeking some way of escape. Perhaps he could manage to unscrew the 400-pound trap door at the top of the sphere and shoot to the surface, with the bubbling out of the confined air. But his scientifically trained mind made some rapid calculations which showed him this was absurd. At the depth of a mile, the pressure is roughly 156 atmospheres, that is to say 156 times the air pressure at the surface of the earth, and the moment that his sphere was opened to this pressure he would be blown back inwardly away from the manhole, and the air inside his sphere would suddenly be compressed to only 1/156th of its former volume. Not only would this pressure be sufficient to squash him into a mangled pulp, but also the sudden compression of the air inside the sphere would generate enough heat to fry that mangled pulp to a crisp cinder almost instantly. As George Abbott came to a full realization of the horror of these facts, he recoiled from the trap door as though it were charged with death. "For heaven's sakes, do something!" he shrieked in agony into the transmitter. "Courage, sir," came back the reply. "We are rigging up a grapple just as fast as we can. Long before your oxygen gives out, we shall slide it down to you along the telephone line, which is the only remaining connection between us. When it settles about your sphere, and you can see its hooks outside your window by the light of your pocket flash, let us know, and we'll trip the grapple and haul you up." "Thank you," replied the young man. He was calm now, but it was an enforced and numb kind of calmness. Mechanically he throttled down his oxygen supply, so as to make it last longer. Mechanically he took out his notebook and pencil and started to write down, in the dark, his experiences, for he was determined to leave a full account for posterity, even though he himself should perish. After setting down a categorical description of the successive partings of the electric light cable and the hoist cable, and his thoughts and feelings in that connection, he described in detail the shark with hands which he had seen through the window of his sphere. He tried to be very explicit about this, for he realized that his account would probably be laid, by everyone, to the disordered imagination of his last dying moments. Being a true scientist, George Abbot wanted the world to believe him, so that another sphere would be built and sent down to the ocean depths to find out more about these peculiar denizens of the deep. Of course no one would believe him. This thought kept drumming in his ears. No one, except Professor Osborne. Old Osborne would believe. George Abbot's mind flashed back to a conversation he had had with the old professor just before the oil interests had sent him on this exploring trip to discover the source of the large quantities of petroleum which had begun to bubble up from the bottom of a certain section of the Pacific very near where Abbot now was. Osborne had said, "This petroleum suggests a gusher to me. And what causes gushers? Human beings boring for oil to satisfy human needs." "But, Professor," Abbot had objected, "there can't be any human beings at the bottom of the sea." "Why not?" Professor Osborne had countered. "Life is supposed to have originated spontaneously in the slime of the ocean depths. Therefore that part of the earth has had a head start on us in the game of evolution. May not this head start have been maintained right down to date, thus producing at the bottom of the sea a race superior to anything upon the dry land?" "But," Abbot had objected further, "if so, why haven't they come up to visit or conquer us? And why haven't we ever found any trace of them?" "Quite simple to explain," the old professor had replied. "Any creature who can live at the frightful pressures of the ocean depths could never survive a journey even halfway to the surface. It would be like our trying to live in an almost perfect vacuum. We should explode, and so would these denizens of the deep, if they tried to come up here. Even one of their dead bodies could not be brought to the surface in recognizable form. No contact with them will ever be possible, nor will they ever constitute a menace to anyone, for which we may thank the Lord." George Abbot now reviewed this conversation as he crouched in his diving sphere in the purple darkness of the marine depths. Yes, old Osborne would believe him. The diary must be written for Osborne's eyes. Abbot sent another beam from his pocket light suddenly out into the water, and this time he surprised several of the peculiar fish. These, like the first, had arms and hands and high intelligent foreheads. Then suddenly Abbot laughed a harsh laugh. Old Osborne had been wrong in one thing, namely in saying that the super race of the deep would never be a menace to anyone. They were being a menace to George Abbot right now, for it was undoubtedly they who had cut his cables. Probably they were possessed of much the same scientific curiosity with regard to him as he was with regard to them, and so they had determined to secure him as a museum specimen. The idea was a weird one. He laughed again, mirthlessly. "What is the matter, sir?" came an anxious voice in his earphones. "Hurry that grapple," was his reply. "I have found out what cut my cables. There are some very intelligent-looking fish down here, and I think they want me for—" An ominous click sounded in his ears, then silence. "Hello! Hello there!" he shouted. "Can you hear me up on the boat?" But no answer came back. The line remained dead. The strange fish had cut George Abbot's last contact with the upper world. The grapple hooks could never find him now, for there was now not even a telephone cable to guide them down to his sphere. The realization that he was hopelessly lost, and that he had not much longer to live, came as a real relief to him, after the last few moments of frantic uncertainty. Hoping that his sphere would eventually be found, even though too late to do him any good, he set assiduously to work jotting down all the details which he could remember of those strange denizens of the deep, the man-handed sharks, which he was now firmly convinced were the cause of his present predicament. He stared out through one of his windows into the brilliant blue darkness, but did not turn on his flashlight. How near were these enemies of his, he wondered. The presence of those menacing man-sharks, just outside the 4-inch thick steel shell, which withstood a ton of pressure for each square inch of its surface, began to obsess young Abbot. What were they doing out there in the watery blue midnight? Perhaps, having secured his sphere as a scientific specimen, they were already preparing to cut into it so as to see what was inside. That these fish could cut through 4 inches of steel was not so improbable as it sounded, for had they not already succeeded in severing a rubber cable 1.5 inches thick, containing 2 heavy copper wires, and also 2 inches of the finest non-kinking steel rope? The young scientist flashed his pocket torch out through the thick quartz pane, but his enemies were nowhere in sight. Then he fell to calculating his oxygen supply. His normal consumption was about half a quart per minute, at which rate his 2 tanks would be good for 36 hours. His chemical racks contained enough soda lime to absorb the excess carbon dioxide, enough calcium chloride to keep down the humidity, and enough charcoal to sweeten the body odors for much more than that period. For a moment the thought of these facts encouraged him. He had been down less than 2 hours. Perhaps the boat above him could effect his rescue in the more than 34 hours which remained. But then he realized that he had failed to take into consideration the near-freezing temperature of the ocean depths. This temperature he knew to be in the neighborhood of 39 degrees Fahrenheit, even though no thermometer hung outside his window, as none could withstand the frightful pressures at the bottom of the sea. For it is one of the remarkable facts of inductive science that man has been able to figure out a priori that the temperature at all deep points of the ocean, tropic as well as arctic, must always be stable at approximately 39 degrees. Abbot was clad only in a light cotton sailor suit, and now that his source of heat had been cut off by the severing of his power lines, his prison was rapidly becoming unbearably chilly. His thick steel sphere constituted such a perfect transmitter of heat that he might almost as well have been actually swimming in water of 39 degrees temperature, so far as comfort was concerned. Abbot's emotions ran all the gamut from stupefaction through dull calmness, clear-headed thought, intense but aimless mental activity, nervousness, frenzy, and insane delirium, back to stupefaction again. During one of his periods of calmness, he figured out what an almost total impossibility there was of the chance that his ship, 1 mile above him on the surface, could ever find his sphere with grappling hooks. Yet he prayed for that chance. A single chance in a million sometimes does happen. Several hours had by now elapsed since the parting of the young scientist's cables. It was bitterly cold inside the sphere. In order to keep warm, he had to exercise during his calm moments as systematically as his cramped quarters would permit. During his frantic moments he got plenty of exercise automatically. And of course all this movement used up more than the normal amount of oxygen, so that he was forced to open the valves on his tanks to 2 or 3 times their normal flow. His span of further life was thereby cut to 10 or 12 hours, if indeed he could keep himself warm for that long. Why didn't the people on the boat do something? He was just about to indulge in one of his frantic fits of despair, when he heard or felt, the 2 senses being strangely commingled in his present situation, a clank or thump upon the top of his bathysphere. Instantly hope flooded him. Could it be that the one chance in a million had actually happened, and that a grapple from the boat above had actually found him? With feverish expectation he pressed the button of his little electric pocket flashlight, and sent its feeble beam out through one of the quartz glass windows into the blue-black depths beyond. No hooks in front of this window. He tried the others. No hooks there either. But he did see plenty of the superhuman fish. 18 of them he counted in sight at one time, and also 2 huge snake-like creatures with crested backs and maned heads, veritable sea serpents. As there was nothing the young man could do to assist in the grappling of his sphere by his friends in the boat above, he devoted his time to jotting down a detailed description of these 2 new beasts and of their behavior. One of the sharks appeared to be leading or driving them up to the bathysphere, and when they got close enough, Abbot was surprised to see that they wore what appeared to be a harness. The clanking upon the bathysphere continued, and now the young man learned its cause. It was not the grapple hooks from his ship, but chains which the man-armed sharks were wrapping around the bathysphere. 2 more of the harnessed sea serpents swam into view, and these 2 were hitched to a flat cart, an actual cart with wheels. The chains were attached to the harness of the original 2 beasts. They swam upward and disappeared from view, and the sphere slowly rose from the mucky bottom of the sea, to be lowered again squarely on top of the cart. The cart jerked forward, and a journey over the ocean floor began. Then the little pocket torch dimmed to a dull red glow, and the scene outside faded gradually from view. Abbott switched off the now useless light and set to work with scientific precision to record all these unbelievable events. In his interest and excitement he had forgotten the ever-increasing cold, but gradually, as he wrote, the frigidity of his surroundings were forced on his consciousness. He turned on more oxygen and exercised frantically. Meanwhile, the cart, carrying his bathysphere, bumped along over an uneven road. From time to time he tried his almost exhausted little light, but its dim red beam was completely absorbed by the blue of the ocean depths, and he could make out nothing except two bulking, indistinct shapes writhing on ahead of him. Finally, even this degree of visibility failed, and he could see absolutely nothing outside. He was now so chilled and numb that he could no longer write. With a last effort he noted down that fact, and then put the book away in its rack. He began to feel drowsy. Rousing himself, he turned on more oxygen. The effect was exhilaration and a feeling of silly joy. He began to babble drunkenly to himself. His head swam. His mind was in a daze. It seemed hours later when he awoke. Ahead of him in the distance there was a dim, pale blue light, against which there could be seen, in silhouette, the forms of the two serpentine steeds and their fish-like drivers. Abbott's hands and feet were completely numb, but his head was clear. As they drew nearer to the light, it gradually took form, until it turned out to be the mouth of a cave. The cart entered it. Down a long tunnel they progressed, the light getting brighter and brighter as they advanced. The color of the light became a golden green. The rough stone walls of the tunnel could now be seen, and finally there appeared ahead two semicircular doors swung back against the sides of the passage. Beyond these doors the tunnel walls were smooth and exactly cylindrical, and on the ceiling there were many luminous tubes which lit up the place as brightly as daylight. The cart came to a stop. The young scientist could now see with surprising distinctness his captors and their serpentine steeds, and even the details of the chains and the harness. He tried to pick up his diary so as to jot down some points which he had theretofore missed, but his hands were too numb. But at least he could keep on observing, so he glued his eyes to the thick quartz window pane once more. A short distance ahead in the passage there was another pair of doors. Presently these swung open, and the cavalcade moved forward. 5 or 6 successive pairs of doors were passed in this manner, and then the sea serpents began to thrash about and become almost unmanageable. It was evident that some change not to their liking had taken place in their surroundings. At last, as one of the portals swung open, young Abbott saw what appeared to be 4 deep-sea diving suits. Could these suits contain human beings? And if so, who? It seemed incredible, for no diving suit had ever been devised in which a man could descend to the depth of 1 mile and live. These 4 figures, whatever they were, came stolidly forward and took charge of the cart. One of the sharks swam up to them and appeared to talk to them with its hands. Then the sharks unhitched the 2 sea serpents and led them to the rear, and Abbott saw them no more. The 4 divers picked up the chains and slowly towed the cart forward, their clumsy, ponderous movements contrasting markedly with the swift and sure swishings which had characterized the man-sharks and their snake-like steeds. Several more pairs of doors were passed, and then there met them 4 figures in less cumbersome diving suits, like those ordinarily used by men just below the surface of the sea. One of the deep-sea divers then pressed his face close to the outside of one of the windows of the bathysphere as though to take a look inside, but the 4 newcomers waved him away and hurriedly picked up the chains. Nevertheless, in that brief instant, Abbott had seen within the headpiece of the diver what appeared to be a bearded human face. Several more pairs of doors were passed. The 4 deep-sea divers floundered along beside the cart, quite evidently having more and more difficulty of locomotion as each successive doorway was passed, until finally they lay down and were left behind. At last the procession entered a section of tunnel which was square instead of circular, and in which there was a wide shelf along one side about 3 feet above the floor. The 4 divers then dropped the chains, and one by one took a look at Abbott through his window. And he at the same time took a most interested look at them. They had unmistakable human faces. End of section 1. Section 2 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. The Danger from the Deep by Ralph Milne Farley, Part 2. He must be dreaming. For even if Osborne was right about his supposed super race at the bottom of the sea, this race could not be human, for the pressures here would be entirely too great. No human being could possibly stand 2,000 pounds per square inch. Having satisfied their curiosity, the four divers pulled themselves up onto the shelf and sat there in a row with their legs hanging over. Abbot glanced upward at the ceiling lights, but these had become strangely blurred. There seemed to be an opaque barrier above him, and this barrier seemed to be slowly descending. The lights blurred out completely and were replaced by a diffused illumination over the entire ripply barrier. And then it dawned on the young man that this descending sheet of silver was the surface of the water. He was in a lock, and the water was being pumped out. The surface settled about the helmets of the divers, and their helmets disappeared. Then their shoulders and the rest of them. At last it reached the level of Abbot's window. The divers could again be seen, and among them on the shelf there stood a half-dozen naked, bearded men, clad only in loincloths. They had evidently entered the lock while the water was subsiding. These men unbuckled the helmets of the divers and helped them out, and then splashed down into the water and peered in through the windows of the bathysphere. Presently some of them left through a door at the end of the platform, but soon reappeared with staging, which they set up around the sphere. Then, climbing on top, they got to work on the manhole cover. As George Abbot realized their purpose, he became frantic. Although these men appeared to be human, just like himself, yet his scientifically trained mind told him that they must be of some very special anatomical structure in order to be able to withstand the immense pressures at the bottom of the Pacific. It was all right for them to be out there, but it would be fatal to him. And then the heavy circular door above him began slowly to revolve. This was terrible. In a moment the crushing pressures of the depths would come seeping in. Rising unsteadily on his knees, the young man tried with his fingers to resist the rotation of the door, but it continued to turn. Yet no pressure could be felt. The door became completely unscrewed. It was pried up and slid off the top of the bathysphere to crash upon the floor outside. Inquisitive bearded faces peered down through the hole. Young Abbot slumped to the cold bottom of the sphere and stared back at them. He was saved, incredibly saved. These were real people, the air was real air, and he must therefore be on the surface of the earth, instead of at the bottom of the Pacific as he had imagined. With a sigh of relief, he fainted. When he came to his senses again, he was lying in a bed in a small room. Bending over him was the sweetest feminine face that he had ever seen. The girl seemed to be about 20 years of age. She was clad in a clinging robe of some filmy green substance. Her hair was honey brown, short and curly, and her forehead high and intelligent. Her eyes, an indescribable shade of deep violet, were matchlessly set off by her ivory skin. The young man smiled up at her, and she smiled back. Thus far it had not occurred to him to wonder where he was, or why. No recollection of his recent strange adventures came to him. To him this was an exotic dream from which he did not care to awake. She spoke. Her words were unintelligible, and unlike any language which George Abbot knew or had even heard, and he was an accomplished linguist in addition to his other attainments. And her words were not all that was strange about her speech, for the very tones of her voice sounded completely unhuman, although not displeasing. Her talk had a metallic ring to it like the brassy blare of temple gongs, and yet was so smooth and subdued as to be sweeter than any sound that the young scientist had ever heard before. "Beautiful dream fairy," replied the enraptured young man. "I haven't the slightest idea what you are saying, but keep right on. I like it." His own voice sounded crass and crude compared to hers. At his first words she gave a start of surprise, but thereafter the sound did not appear to grate on her ears. Then one of the bearded men in loincloths entered, and he and the girl talked together, quite evidently about their patient. The man's voice had the same strange metallic quality to it as that of the girl, but was deeper, so that it boomed with the rich notes of a bell. At the sight of the man young Abbot's memory swept back, and he remembered the adventure of his diving sphere and its capture 1 mile down by the strange sharkfish with human hands and arms. But how he had reached the surface of the earth again he couldn't figure out, nor did he particularly care. The strange man withdrew, and the girl sat down beside the bed and smiled at Abbot. He smiled back at her. Presently another girl entered and called, "Milly!" The girl beside the bed started, and looking up, asked some question, to which the other replied. The newcomer brought in some strange warm food in a covered dish and then withdrew. The first girl proceeded to feed her patient. After the meal, which tasted unlike anything which the young man had ever eaten before, the beautiful nurse again essayed conversation with him. She seemed perplexed and a bit frightened that he could not understand her words. Somehow the young man sensed that this girl had never heard any other language than her own, and that she did not even know that other languages existed. Strengthened by his food, he determined to set about learning her language as soon as possible. So he pointed at her and asked, "Milly?" She nodded, and spoke some word which he took for yes. Then he pointed to himself and said, "George." She understood, but the word was a difficult one for her to duplicate in the metallic tongue of her people. She made several attempts until he laughingly spoke her word for yes. Then he pointed to other objects about the room. She gave him the names of these, but he could easily see that she felt that, if he did not know the names for all these common things, there must be something the matter with him. He wondered how he could make her understand that there were other languages in the world than her own, and then he remembered the sharks with their hands and what he had taken to be their sign language. Perhaps Milly at least knew of the existence of the sign language. This would afford a parallel, for if she realized that there were 2 languages in the world, might there not be 3? So Abbot made some meaningless signs with his fingers. Milly quite evidently was accustomed to this kind of talk, but she was further perplexed to find that George talked gibberish with his hands as well as with his mouth. She made some signs with her hands, and then said something orally. Young Abbot instantly pointed to her mouth, and held up 1 finger, then to her hands, and held up 2, then to his own mouth, and held up 3, at the same time speaking a sentence of English. Instantly she caught on. There were 3 languages in the world, and thereafter she no longer regarded him as crazy. For several hours she taught him. Then another meal was brought, after which she left him, and the lights went out. He awakened feeling thoroughly rested and well. The lights were on, and Milly was beside him. He asked for his clothes. They were brought. Milly withdrew, and he put them on. After breakfast, which they ate together, one of the bearded men came and led him out through a number of winding corridors into a larger room, in which there was a closed spherical glass tank about 10 feet in diameter, containing one of the human sharks. Around the tank stood 5 of the bearded men. One of them proceeded to address Abbot, but of course the young American could not make out what he was saying. This apparent lack of intelligence seemed to exasperate the man, and finally he turned toward the tank and engaged in a sign language conference with the fish, then turned back to Abbot again and spoke to him very sternly. But Abbot shook his head and replied, "Milly, bring Milly." One of the other men flashed a look of triumph at their leader and laughed. "Yes," he added, "bring Milly." The leader scowled at him, and some words were interchanged, but it ended in Milly being sent for. She apparently explained the situation to the satisfaction of the fish, to the intense glee of the man who had sent for her, and to the rather complete discomfiture of the leader of the 5. Abbot later learned that the leader's name was Thig, and that the name of the gleeful man was Dolph. The reception over, Milly led Abbot back to his room. There ensued many days, very pleasant days, of language instruction from Milly. Dolph and Thig and others of the 5 came frequently to note his progress and to talk with him and ask questions. A sitting room was provided for him, adjoining his sleeping quarters. Milly occupied quarters nearby. Within a week he had mastered enough of the language of these people, for their strange history began to be intelligible to him. In spite of the fact that the air here was at merely atmospheric pressure, nevertheless this place was 1 mile beneath the surface of the Pacific. Milly and her people lived in a city hollowed out of a reef of rocks, reinforced against the terrific weight of the water and filled with laboratory-made air. They had never been to the surface of the sea. The fish with the human arms were their creators and their masters. Professor Osborne had been right. The fish of the deep, having a head start on the rest of the world, had evolved to a perfectly unbelievable degree of intelligence. Centuries ago they had built for themselves the exact analogue of George Abbott's bathysphere, and in it they had made much the same sort of exploring trips to the surface that he had made down into the deeps. But their spheres had been constructed to keep in, rather than to keep out, great pressure. Their scientists had gathered a wealth of data as to conditions on the surface, and had even seen and studied human beings. But their insatiable scientific curiosity had led them to want to know more about the strange country above them and the strange persons who inhabited it. And so they set about breeding, in their own laboratories, creatures which should be as like as possible to those whom they had observed on the surface. Of course, this experiment necessitated their first setting up an air-filled partial vacuum similar to that which surrounds the earth. But they had persisted. They had brought down samples of air from the surface of the sea, and had analyzed and duplicated it on a large scale. Finally, through long years they had so directed and controlled the course of evolution in their breederies as first to be able to produce creatures which could live in air at low pressures, and then to evolve the descendants of those creatures into intelligent human beings. Some of the lower types of this evolutionary process, both in the direct line of descent of man and among the collateral offshoots, had been retained for food and other purposes. Abbott, with intense scientific interest, studied these specimens in the zoo of the underwater city where he was staying. Plans had been in progress for some time among the fish folk and their human subjects to send an expedition to the surface, and now the shark masters had fortunately been able to secure alive an actual specimen of the surface folk, namely George Abbott. The expedition was accordingly postponed until they could pump out of the young scientist all the information possible. Abbott was naturally overjoyed at the prospect. This would not only get him out of here, but think what it would mean to science. The plans of the sharks were entirely peaceful. Furthermore, there were only about 200 of the laboratory-bred synthetic human beings, and so these could constitute no menace to mankind. Accordingly, he enthusiastically assured them that they could depend upon the hearty cooperation of the scientists of the outer earth. During all his stay so far in this cave city, Abbott had been permitted to come into contact only with Milne, the members of the Committee of Five, and an occasional guard or laboratory assistant. Yet in spite of the absence of personal contacts with other members of this strange race, Abbott was constantly aware of a background of many people and tense activity, which kept the wheels of industry and domestic economy turning in this undersea city. Although the young man readily accustomed himself to the speech and food and customs of this strange race, his personal modesty and neatness revolted at the loincloths and beards of the men, and so by special dispensation he was permitted to wear his sailor suit and to shave. The Committee of Five, who constituted a sort of ruling body for the city, interviewed him at length, cross-examined him most skilfully, and took copious notes. But there seemed to be a strange lack of common meeting ground between their minds and his, so that very often they were forced to call on Milly to act as an intermediary. The beautiful young girl seemed able to understand both George Abbott and the leaders of her own people with equal facility. A number of specially constructed submarines had already been built to carry the expedition to the surface. Before it came time to use them, Abbott tried to paint as glowing a picture as possible of life on Earth, but he found it necessary to gloss over a great many things. How could he explain and justify war, liquor, crime, poverty, graft, and the other evils to which constant acquaintance has rendered the human race so calloused? He was unable to deceive the men of the deep. With their superintelligence they relentlessly unearthed from him all the salient facts, and as a result of their discoveries, their initial friendly feeling for the world of men rapidly developed into supreme contempt. But Abbott, on the other hand, developed a deep respect for them. Their chemistry and their electrical and mechanical devices amazed and astounded him. They even were able to keep sun time and tell the seasons by means of gyroscopes. Age was measured much as it is on the surface. This fact was brought to Abbott's attention by the approach of Milly's 20th birthday. Strange to relate, she seemed to dread the approach of that anniversary, and finally told Abbott the reason. "It is the custom," said she, "when a girl or a boy reaches 20, to give a very rigorous intelligence test. In fact, such a test is given on every birthday, but the one on the 20th is the hardest. So far I have just barely passed each test, which fact marks me as of very low mentality indeed. And if I fail this time, they will kill me, so as to make room for others who have a better right to live." "Impossible!" exclaimed the young man indignantly. "Why, you have a better mind than those of many of the leading scientists of the outer world." "All the same," she replied gloomily, "it is way below standard for here." On the day of the test, he did his best to cheer her up. Dolf also came. She seemed to be an especial protégé of his, and gave her his encouragement. He had been coaching her heavily for the examinations for some time previous. But later in the day she returned in tears to report to Abbot that she had failed, and had only 24 hours to live. Before he realized what he was doing, Abbot had seized her in his arms, and was pouring out to her a love which up to that moment he had not realized existed. Finally her sobbing ceased, and she smiled through her tears. "George, dear," said she, "it is worth dying to know that you care for me like this." "I won't let them kill you," asserted the young man belligerently. "They owe me something for the assistance which I am to give them on their expedition. I shall demand your life as the price of my cooperation. Besides, you are the only one of all your people who has brains enough to understand what I tell them about the outer earth. It is they who are weak-minded, not you." But she sadly shook her head. "It would never do for you to sponsor me," said she, "for it would alienate my one friend in power, Dolf. He loves me. No, don't scowl, for I do not love him. But for the safety of both of us, we must not let him know of our love, yet." "Yet," exclaimed Abbot, "when you have less than a day to live?" "You have given me hope," the girl replied, "and also an idea." Dolf promised to appeal to the other members of the 5. I have just thought of a good ground for his appeal, namely my ability to translate your clumsy description into a form suited to the high intelligence of our superiors." "Clumsy?" exclaimed the young man, a bit nettled. "Oh, pardon me, dear. I'm so sorry," said she contritely. "I didn't mean to let it slip. And now I must rush to Dolf and tell him my idea." "Don't let him make love to you, though," admonished Abbot gloomily. She kissed him lightly and fled. A half hour later she was back, all smiles. The idea had gone across big. Dolf, as the leader of the projected expedition, had demanded that Milne be brought along as liaison officer between them and their guide, and the other 4 committeemen had reluctantly acceded. The execution was accordingly indefinitely postponed. The young couple spent the evening making happy plans for their life together on the outer earth, for as soon as they should arrive in America, Dolf would have no further hold over them. The next day the Committee of 5 announced that, for a change, they were going to give George Abbot an intelligence test. He had represented himself as being one of the scientists of the outer earth. Accordingly, they could gauge the caliber of his fellow countrymen by determining his IQ. Milly was quite agitated when this program was announced, but the ordeal held no terrors for George Abbot. Had he not taken many such tests on earth and passed them easily? So he appeared before the Committee of 5 with a rather cocky air. He had yet to see an intelligence test too tricky for him to eat alive. "Start him with something easy," suggested Dolf. "Perhaps they don't have tests on the outer earth. You know, one gains a certain facility by practice." "Milly didn't, in spite of all the practicing which you gave her," maliciously remarked Thig. Dolf glowered at him. "What is the cube root of 378?" suddenly asked one of the other members of the committee. "Oh, a little over 7, hazarded Abbot. "Come, come," boomed Thig. "Give it to us exactly." "Well, 7.2, I guess." "Don't guess. Give it exact, to 4 decimal places." "In my head?" asked Abbot incredulously. "Certainly," replied Thig. "Even a child could do that. We're giving you easy questions to start with." "Start him on square root," suggested Dolf kindly. "Remember, he isn't used to these tests like our people are." So they tried him with square root, in which he turned out to be equally dumb. Abstract questions of physics and chemistry he did better on, but the actual quantitative problems which they expected him to solve in his head stumped him completely. Then they asked him about education on Earth and the qualifications for becoming a scientist, and who were the leaders in his field, and what degrees they held, and what one had to do to get those degrees, etc. Finally they dismissed him. Dolf then sent for Milly. She was gone about an hour, and returned to Abbot wide-eyed and incredulous. "Oh, George," said she, lowering her voice, "Dolf tells me that your intelligence is below that of a 5-year-old child. Perhaps that is why you and I get along so well together. We are both morons." End of section 2. Section 3 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. The Danger from the Deep by Ralph Milne Farley, Part 3. He started to protest, but she silenced him with a gesture and hurried on. I am not supposed to tell you this, but I want you to know that your examination today has resulted in a complete change in their plans for the expedition to the surface. They have consulted with the leaders of our masters, and they agree with them. She was plainly agitated. What is it, dear? Asked Abbot with ominous foreboding. Milly continued. Early during your test, when you demonstrated that you couldn't do the very simplest mathematical problems in your head, they began to doubt your boastings that you are a scientist. But you were so ingenuous in your answers about conditions on the surface that finally their faith in your honesty returned. If you are a scientist among men, as they now believe, then the average run of your people must be mere animals. This explains what puzzled them before, namely how the people of the earth tolerate poverty and unemployment and crime, and disease and war. Well? And so a mere handful of our people, by purely peaceful means, could easily make themselves the rulers of the earth. Probably this would be all for the best, but somehow my feelings tell me that it is not. I know only too well what it is to be an inferior among intelligent beings, so will not your people be happier, left alone to their stupidity, just as I would be? George Abbot was crushed. This frank acceptance by Milly of the alleged fact that he was a mere moron was most humiliating. And swiftly he realized what a real menace to Earth was this contemplated invasion from the deeps. All that was worst in the world above would taint these intellectual giants of the undersea. They would rise to supremacy, and then would become rapacious tyrants over those whom they would regard as being no more than animals. He had witnessed jealousies among them down below. Might not these jealousies flame into huge wars when translated to the world above? Giants striving for mastery, using the human cattle as cannon fodder. He painted to the girl a word picture of the horrible vision which he foresaw. The invasion must be stopped at all costs. He and Milly must pit their puny wits against these supermen. But what could they do? As they were pondering this problem, a girl entered their sitting room, the same who had brought Abbot's breakfast on his first day in the caves. Milly introduced George to the newcomer, whose name was Romail. Romail appeared so woebegone that the young American ventured to inquire if she too had been having difficulty with one of her tests. But that was not the trouble. Hers was rather of the heart. About the same age as Milly, Romail had recently passed her 20th birthday test, and hence was eligible to marry. So she and a young man named Haken had requested the fish-masters to give them the requisite permission. But their overlords for some reason had peremptorily denied the request. Romail and Haken were desolate. Young Abbot's sympathies were at once aroused. Can't something be done? He started to ask. But Milly silenced him with a warning glance. Of course not, she said. Who are we to question the judgment of our all-knowing masters? Romail had really come to Milly just to pour her troubles into a friendly ear, rather than because she hoped to get any useful ideas. So she had a good cry and finally left, somewhat comforted. George and Milly then took up again the problem of saving the outer earth from the threatened invasion. Milly suggested that they go peaceably with the expedition, and then warn the authorities of America at the first opportunity after their arrival, but Abbot pointed out that this would merely result in their both being shut up in some insane asylum, as no one would believe such a crazy story as theirs. The time for lights to be put out arrived without their thinking of any better idea. Next day Milly spent considerable time with Dolph, and on her return excitedly informed Abbot that he had evolved a most diabolical plot. There were sufficient quantities of explosives in storage to blast a hole through the wall of the caves, letting in the sea and killing everyone in the city. Dolph planned to set this off with a time fuse upon the departure of the expedition. Thus Thig and the people who were left behind, about 2/3 of the total population of the city, would be destroyed, and the fish would have no one to send after Dolph and his followers to dictate to them on the upper earth. Relieved of the thraldom of the fish, Dolph could make himself emperor of the world and rule over the human cattle, with Milly at his side as empress. An alluring program, from Dolph's point of view. "I didn't expect such treason even from Dolf," exclaimed the young American. "We must tell Thig." "What good would that do?" remonstrated the girl. "If you failed to convince Thig, Dolf would make an end of us both. And if you convinced Thig, it would mean the end of Dolf, whose influence is all that keeps me alive. We must think of something else." "Right as always," replied Abbot. A growl came from the doorway. It was Dolf, his bearded face black with wrath. "So," he sputtered, "treachery, eh?" He whistled twice, and 2 guards appeared. "Take them to the prison," he raged, indicating Abbot and Milly. "Our expedition will have to do without a guide. I have learned enough of the American language to make a good start, and I guess I can pick up another guide when we reach the surface." Then, bending close to the frightened girl, he whispered, "And another empress." The guards hustled them away and locked them up. As an added precaution, a sentinel was posted in front of each cell door. Abbot immediately got busy. "Can you get word for me at once to Thig?" he whispered to the man on guard. "Perhaps," replied that individual non-committally. "Then tell him," said Abbot, "that I have proof that Dolf is planning to destroy this city behind him and never return from the surface." The sentry became immediately agitated. "So you know this?" he exclaimed. "How did it leak out? But through Milly, of course. And the guard on her cell is not a member of the expedition. Curses, I must get word to Dolf and have that guard changed at once." And he darted swiftly away. The young prisoner was plunged into gloom. Now he'd gone and done it. Why hadn't he first made appropriate inquiries of his guard? A new guard appeared in front of the door. "Are you going on the expedition?" asked Abbot. "Yes, worse luck," replied the guard. The prisoner forgot his own gloom in his surprise at the gloominess of the other. "Don't you want to go?" he exclaimed incredulously. "No. Why not?" "Do you know Romail?" asked the guard. "Yes," Abbot replied. "Well, that's why." "Then you must be Haken!" exclaimed Abbot with sudden understanding. "Yes," replied the other dully. "You are going on the expedition and Romail is not?" "Quite correct." "Say, look here!" exclaimed Abbot, and then he launched into the description of a plan which just that moment had occurred to him, for him, Milly, Romail and Haken, to make their getaway ahead of the expedition, in fact that very night, and to set off the time fuse before leaving. It turned out that Haken knew where the explosives were planted, and where the submarines were kept, and even how to operate them. He eagerly accepted the plan, and when next relieved as sentinel he hurried away to inform Romail. 3 hours later he was back on post. Quickly he explained to his prisoner all about the workings of the submarines of the expedition. The lights-out bell rang, and all the city became dark, except for dim lights in the passageways. Haken at once unlocked the door of Abbot's cell, and together the 2 young men sneaked down the corridor to the cell where Milly was confined. Silently Haken and Abbot sprang upon the guard and throttled him, then released Milly. There was no time for more than a few hurried words of explanation before the 3 of them left the prison and made for the locks of the subterranean canal, picking up Romail at a pre-appointed spot on the way. The canal locks were unguarded, as well as the storerooms of the submarines. Each of the rooms held 2 subs, and could open onto the second lock and be separately flooded. The submarines were of steel as thick as Abbot's bathysphere. Their shape was that of an elongated raindrop with fins. In the pointed tip of their tails were motors which could operate at any pressure. At the front end were quartz windows. In the top fin was an expanding device which could be filled with buoyant gas, produced by chemicals, when the craft neared the surface. Each submarine also contained a radio set, so tuned as to be capable of opening and closing the radio-controlled gates of the locks. Each would comfortably carry 2 or 3 persons. Having picked out 2 submarines and found them to be in order, Haken sneaked back into the corridor to set off the time fuse, leaving his 3 companions in the dark in the storeroom. Abbot put a protecting arm around Milly, while Romail snuggled close to her other side. Their hearts were all racing madly with excitement, and this was intensified when they heard Haken talking with someone just outside their door. Then Haken returned unexpectedly. "Something terrible has happened," he breathed. "The explosives have been discovered and are gone. One of the expedition men has just informed me. Someone must have gotten word to Thig." "Why, I did," interrupted Milly. "I told my guard just before they came and changed him." Abbot groaned. Haken continued hurriedly. "So Dolf plans to leave at once. He is already rounding up his followers. Come on, we must get out ahead of him." An uproar could be heard drawing near in the corridor outside. Abbot opened the door and peered out, then shut it again and whispered, "The two factions are fighting already." "Then come on," exclaimed Hakin. As he spoke he turned on the lights, wedged the door tight against its gaskets, and threw the switch which started the water seeping into the storeroom. Then he led Romail hurriedly to one of the two submarines, while George and Milly rushed to the other. Heavy blows sounded against the storeroom door. The water rapidly rose about them, and the four friends crawled inside the two machines and clamped the lids tight. Then they waited for sufficient depth so that they could get under way. The water rose above their bow windows, but suddenly and inexplicably it began to subside again. A man waded by around the bow of Abbot's machine. "They've crashed in the door and are pumping out the water again," exclaimed Abbot. "We're trapped." "Not yet," grimly replied the girl at his side. "Can you work the radio door controls?" "Yes." "Then quick, open the doors into the lock." He pressed a button. Ahead of them 2 gates swung inward, followed by a deluge of water. "Come on," spoke the girl. "Full speed ahead before the water gets too low." Abbot did so. Out into the lock they sped in the face of the surging current. Then Abbot pushed another button to close the gates behind them, but the water continued to fall, and they grounded before they reached the end of the lock. Quite evidently the rush of the current had kept the doors from closing behind them. The city was being flooded through the broken door of the storeroom. But Abbot opened the next gate, and again they breasted the incoming torrent. This time, although the level continued to fall, their craft did not quite ground. "They must have got the gates shut behind us at last," said he, as he opened the next set, and pressed on. And then he had an idea. Why not omit to close any further gates behind him? As a result, the sea pressure would eventually break down the inmost barriers, and destroy the city as effectively as Dolph's bomb would have done. But he said nothing to Milly of this plan. She might wish to save her people. Gate after gate they passed. This was too simple. A few more locks and they would be out in open water. The submarine of Hakin and Romail swept by, evidently to let George and Milly know their presence, and then dropped behind again. But was it their two friends after all? It might have been some enemy. They could not be sure. This uncertainty cast a chill of apprehension over them, which was immediately heightened by the sudden extinguishing of the overhead lights of the tunnel. Abbot pressed the radio button for the next set of locks, but they did not budge. "What can be the matter?" he asked frantically. "My people must have turned off the electric current," Milly replied. "The gates won't open without electricity to feed the motors. We're trapped again." For a moment they lay stunned by a realization that their escape was blocked. "Kiss me goodbye, dear," breathed Milly. "This is the end." As the young man reached over to take her in his arms, the submarine was suddenly lifted up and spun backward end over end, then tumbled and bumped along as though it were a chip on an angry mountain torrent. Stunned and bruised and bleeding, the young American finally lost consciousness. When he came to his senses again, his first words were, "Milly, where are you?" "My darling," breathed a voice at his side, "are you all right?" "Yes," he replied. "Where are we? What has happened?" "The entire system of locks must have crashed in and flooded the city," said she. Instantly Abbot's mind grasped the explanation of this occurrence. Their leaving open so many gates behind them had made it impossible for the few remaining gates ahead to withstand the terrific pressures of the ocean depths, and they had crumpled. But he did not tell Milly his part in this. She continued, "I was pretty badly shaken up myself, but I've got this boat going again, and we're on our way out of the tunnel. See, I've found out how to work our searchlight." He looked. A broad beam of light from their bow illuminated the tunnel ahead of them. Presently another beam appeared, shooting by them from behind. "Hakin and Romail!" exclaimed the girl. "Then they're safe too!" The tunnel walls grew rough, then disappeared. They were out in the open sea at last, although still 1 mile beneath the surface. But in front of them was an angry, seething school of the man-sharks, clearly illumined by the 2 rays of light. Behind the sharks were a score or more of serpentine steeds. The sharks saw the 2 submarines and charged down upon them, but Milly, with great presence of mind, shut off her searchlight and swung sharply to the left. "Up, up," urged the young man, so she turned the craft upward. On and on they went with no interference. Presently they turned the light on again, so as to see what progress they were making. But they were making absolutely none. They were merely standing on their tail. They had reached a height of such relatively low pressure that it took all the churning of their propeller just merely to counteract the great weight of their submarine. Abbott switched on their chemical gas supply, and as their top fin expanded into a balloon, they again began to rise. One thing, however, perplexed the young man. The water about him seemed jet black rather than blue. They must by now be close to the surface of the sea, where at least a twilight blue should be visible. Even at the 1 mile depth in his bathysphere, the water had been brilliant, yet here, almost at the surface, he could see absolutely nothing. He switched on the searchlight again to make sure that their window wasn't clouded over, but it wasn't. Then suddenly a rippling veil of pale silver appeared ahead, then a blue-black sky and twinkling stars. They had reached the surface, and it was night. He pointed out the stars to the girl at his side, then swung the nose of the submarine around and showed her the moon. Where next? George Abbott picked out his position by the stars and headed east across the Pacific toward America. But soon he noticed that their little craft was dropping beneath the surface. He kept heading up more and more. He threw the lever for more and more chemical gas, yet still they continued to sink. "Millie," he exclaimed, "we've got to get out of here." She clutched him in fear, for to her the pressure of the open sea meant death, certain death. But he pushed her firmly away and unclamped the lid of the submarine. In another instant he had hauled her out and was battling his way to the surface, while their little boat sunk slowly beneath them. Millie was an experienced swimmer, for the undersea folk enjoyed the privilege of a large indoor pool. As soon as she found that the open sea did not kill her, she became calm. Side by side they floated in the moonlight. The sky began to pink in the east. Dawn came, the first dawn that Millie had ever seen. Suddenly she called George's attention to two bobbing heads some distance away, in the path of light the rising sun made on the ocean. "Hakin and Romail," he exclaimed. Long since they had given them up for dead, but evidently fate had treated them in much the same way as themselves. And a moment later his own salt-stung eyes noticed a long grey shape to one side. As the day brightened, Abbott suddenly noticed a large, bulking shape nearby. It was his own boat, the one which had lowered him into the depths in his bathysphere so many weeks and weeks ago. Evidently it was still sticking around, grappling for his long-dead body. "Come on, dear," said he, and side by side they swam over to it. He helped her up the ship's ladder. The ship's cook sleepily stuck his head out of the galley door. "Hello, Mike," sang out George Abbott merrily to the astonished man. "I've brought company for breakfast, and there'll be 2 more when we can lower a boat." End of section 3.
Section 4 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. If the Sun Died, by R.F. Starzl. Part 1. By our system of time, we would have called it around 65,000 AD. But in this cavern world, miles below the long-forgotten surface of the earth, it was 49,889 since the death of the sun. That legendary sun was but a dim racial memory, but the 24-hour day, based on its illusory travel across the sky, was still maintained by uranium clocks, by which the myriads who dwelt in the galleries and maze of the underworld warrens regulated their lives. In the office of the nation's central electro plant sat a young man. He was unoccupied at the moment. He was an example of the marvelously slow process of evolution, for to all outward appearances he differed little from the 20th century man. Keen intelligence sat on his fine-cut, kindly young face. In general build he was lighter, more refined than a man of the past. Yet even the long, delicately colored robe of mineral silk which he wore could not detract from his obvious virility and strength. His face flashed in a smile when a girl suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, materializing, so it seemed, out of nowhere. She resembled him to some extent, except that she was exquisitely feminine, dark-haired with a skin of warm ivory, while he was blonde and ruddy. Her tinkling, silvery voice was troubled as she asked, "Have I your leave to stay, Michel Aries?" The look of adoration he gave her was answer enough, but he answered with the conventional formula, "It is given." He rose to his feet, walked right through the seemingly solid vision, and made an adjustment on a bank of dials. Then he walked through the apparition again, and standing beside his chair, looked at her inquiringly. "You haven't forgotten, Michel, this is the day of the referendum?" Michel smiled slightly. It would be a day of confusion in Subterranea if he should forget. As chief of the Technies, he was in direct charge of the tabulating machines that would, in a few seconds after the vote, give the result in the matter of the opening of the frozen gate. But the girl's concern sobered him instantly. On the decision of the people at noon depended the life work of her father, Senator Milne, and it was now 9 o'clock. "I'm sure they will order the gate opened," he said instantly. "All the Technies are agreed that your father is right, that the Great Cold was only another, more severe ice age, not the death of the sun. The Technies—" Just as the girl had seemingly materialized, a young man now stood beside her. In appearance he was a picture of pride, power, arrogance, and definite danger. His hawk-like, patrician features were smiling. This olive-skinned, dark young rival of Michel was Lane Milne, son of Senator Milne, ruthless administration leader and bitter opponent of Senator Milne's Exodus faction. Lane looked at Michel insolently. "Have I your leave to stay, Michel Aries?" he asked. "It is given," said Michel without enthusiasm. "I am not calling on you of my own will, Michel," the apparition of young Milne said contemptuously. "But Nita had the telucid turned on as I stepped into the room." "It's as well for you that you're not here personally," Michel replied promptly. "The last time we met, I believe I was obliged to knock you down." Lane Milne flushed, with a sidelong glance at Nita. The girl gave Michel a frightened look. Lane interpreted her concern rightly. "Ordinarily, it's not safe to try anything like that with me. I could have you executed in half an hour. But I don't have to call on the state to punish you. Nita, you'll admit I'm taking no unfair advantage of him?" "Oh, I do, Lane, but—" Lane reached out his hand to the dial, invisible to Michel, which operated the telucid apparatus, and immediately the apparitions vanished. Michel looked at his own telucid. Its great unwinking eye sat in the wall, but he did not project his own illusory body to the girl's home. He was a Techni, one of the pitifully few trained men and women who kept the intricate automatic machinery working. On them rested the immense, stupid civilization of the caverns, and there was work to do. Michel felt that on this morning of her father's greatest trial, Nita would pay scant attention to Lane. Michel was testing some of the controls when Gobet Hanlon came in. Gobet was also a Techni, and Michel's special friend. Like Michel, he wore the light robe that was universal among the civilians in the equable climate of the caverns. He walked with the light, springy step that was somehow characteristic of the specialized class to which he belonged, as distinguished from the languid gait of the pampered, lazy populace. Attached to his girdle of flat chain links was a tiny computing machine about as large as the palm of a man's hand, for Gobet did most of the mathematical work. "You'll want me at the tabulating section?" Gobet stated inquiringly. "It may be well," Michel smiled. "For the first time in centuries, I believe the general public is going to vote. Flo's Entine wants to come along." Michel's smile changed to a grin. He knew the pretty, willful little sweetheart of Gobet's. If she wanted to be at the tabulating plant, she would be there. In fact, Gobet confessed somewhat sheepishly. She's in the car. The car was waiting in the gallery. It had no visible support, but hovered a few inches above the floor, above one of two parallel aluminum alloy strips that stretched like the trolley tracks of the ancients throughout all the galleries. The ancients well knew that aluminum is repelled by magnetism, but the race had lived in the caverns for centuries before evolving an alloy that possessed this repulsive power to a degree strong enough to support a considerable weight. Under Michel's guidance, the car moved forward silently, through interminable busy streets, with arched roofs, lined on either side with doors that led to homes, theaters, and food-distributing automats. Occasionally they passed public gardens, purely ornamental, in which a few specimens of vegetation were preserved. They passed multitudes of people, most of them handsome, with a pampered, hothouse prettiness, but betraying the peculiar lassitude which had been sapping the energies of this once dynamic race for millennia. Yet today they showed almost eagerness. The name of Leo Maine, prophet of deliverance, was on every tongue. And what was the sun like? Like the great vitalites that were prescribed by law and evaded by everyone, except possibly the technies? Those technies, they seemed to delight in work. Curious glances fell on the gliding car. Some work in connection with the referendum? What must one do to vote? Oh, the Touloused. Arriving at Administration Circle, the car entered a vast excavation half a mile in diameter, possibly 1,000 feet high at the dome. Here were the entrances to some of the principal government warrens. Here also centered the streets, like radiating spokes of a wheel on which many of the officials lived. Here the emanation bulbs, which were more frequent than in the galleries, so that the light was almost glaring. Guards of soldier police, the stolid, well-fed, specialized class produced by centuries of a static civilization, were everywhere. Not in the memory of their grandparents had they done any fighting, but in their short, brightly colored tunics, flaring trousers, and little kepis, they looked very smart. Their only weapon was a small tube capable of projecting a lethal light ray. Michel led his party to the audience hall. It was only a few hundred feet in diameter. At one end was the speaker's rostrum. Senator Maine was already there. He was tall, purposeful, but withal tired and wistful looking. His graying hair was cut at the nape of the neck, sweeping back from his swelling temples in a manner really suggestive of a mane. His large, luminous eyes lit up. "Is it nearly time?" "Yes, Senator," Michel said. "The nation will soon assemble." "Have you met Senator Milne?" "I have had the pleasure," Michel acknowledged with a polite irony, "since Senator Milne gives me practically all my orders." Milne acknowledged the tribute with a quick smile, without rising from his chair. He, too, was different from the average subterranean in that he was forceful and aggressive, like Senator Maine. He was still youngish-looking, of powerful, blocky build. His dark hair was carefully parted in the middle and brushed down sleekly. The 20th century had known his prototype. The successful, powerful, utterly unscrupulous politician, and in a different sphere that type of extra-governmental ruler which the ancients called gangster. It was casually discussed in Subterranea that certain of the state soldier police were responsible for the mysterious assassinations that had so conveniently removed most of the effective resistance to Milne's progress in the Senate. The once potent body had not held a session in 10 years. Didn't dare to, a cynical and indifferent public said. And a strange reluctance on the part of qualified men to accept the presidential nomination had left that office unfilled for the past 3 years. Milne, as party dictator, performed the duties of president provincially. Floss, mischievous as usual, rounded her great blue eyes and gazed at Milne with an expression of rapt admiration. "Oh, Senator," she thrilled, "I think it's wonderful of you to give Senator Milne an opportunity to debate with you. You are so kind." Milne failed to detect any mockery. Luckily for Floss, he looked at her with half-closed eyes. "The public must be satisfied," he rumbled. "Senator Milne has aroused in them great hopes. A small matter might be adjusted, but only a referendum will satisfy them in this." "But, Senator, the race is going to ruin. If we could get into the sun again, wouldn't you want that?" "I don't believe there is a sun," Milne replied. Then, with the candor of one who is perfectly sure of himself, added, "If Milne were right, I still couldn't permit the frozen gate to be opened. I can control the people for their own good here. It might not be possible outside." A deep musical note sounded. Suddenly the myriad inhabitants of Subterranea seemed to be milling around in the room. Actually, their bodies were in their dwelling cells, but their telucid images filled the hall. By a simple adjustment of the power circuit, their images, instead of being life-size, were made only about an inch high, permitting the accommodation of the entire nation in the hall. Their millions of tiny voices mingling made a sighing sound. Milne rose and stepped forward, raising his hand. "Citizens of Subterranea," he began in powerful, resonant tones, and then went on to put into his address all the fervor of a lifetime of endeavor. He told them of those times in the dim past when the human race still dwelt on the surface of the earth, of the sun that poured out inexhaustible floods of life and light, of the green things that were grown not only to look at, but for food for all living things before food was made synthetically out of mind chemicals, of the world overrun by a teeming, happy, dynamic civilization. Then something happened. The sun seemed to give less light, less heat. Perhaps we ran into a cloud of cosmic dust that intercepted the sun's rays. Perhaps the cause was to be found in some change in the sun's internal structure. But the effects could not be doubted. Ice began to come down from the poles. Ice barriers higher than the highest towers covered the world, wiping out all life but the most energetic. Our ancestors and many other advanced nations began to burrow toward the hot interior of the earth. We today have no idea of the labor that went into the digging of our underground home. We are becoming degenerate. More and more of us, even those who still use the Vitalites, are becoming pale and flabby. There are hardly enough technies to keep the automatic machinery in order. What will happen when those technies also deteriorate and lose the will to work? For deteriorate they must, just as Senator Milne and his still active allies will, just as I will if I live long enough. There is a great force that we never know here. It is called the cosmic ray. It never penetrates to our depth, and our Vitalites do not produce it. He then spoke of the proposed exodus, argued, pleaded, painted a rosy picture of the outer world, of a sun come back, a world of brightness and life. At the conclusion of his speech, a sigh arose from the assembled millions, a sigh of hope, of half-belief. Had the vote been taken then, the frozen gate would have been opened. But Senator Milne was on the rostrum, holding up a square, well-manicured hand for attention. In his deep rumbling bass he tore the arguments for the exodus to shreds. With the whip of fear he drove away hope. If our savage ancestors lived on the inhospitable outer shell of the earth, he shouted, is that a reason for our taking that retrograde step? Read your histories. What happened to our neighboring nation of Atlantica only a short 15,000 years ago? They did just as this man is urging, opened their outer gate. It promptly froze open, and liquid air, the remnant of what in primordial days was an outer atmosphere, poured down the tunnels. The whole nation died, and we saved ourselves only by blasting the connecting passages between them and us with fulminite. A wave of fear passed over the tiny massed figures. For centuries, the race had been rapidly losing all initiative, except for those few leaders who, through superior stamina and religious devotion to the artificial sun rays, had maintained something of their pristine energy. Now they were hysterical with fear of the unknown. Even as Michel Ares adjusted the parabolic antenna of the thought receptor vote-counting machine, he knew what the verdict would be. In a moment, the vote was flashed on a screen on the ceiling, 421 in favor of the Exodus, and 2,733,485 against it. There was an eerie cheer from the people, and they began to dissolve like smoke. Milne rose, bowed politely and smilingly, and walked out to where his magnetic car awaited him. It was with a feeling of deep depression that Michel Ares went to work the next morning. His despair was shared by the technies under him with whom he talked. At the telestereo station, he found a bitter young man broadcasting a prepared commentary on the election ordered by Senator Milne. It was congratulatory in nature, designed to confirm popular opinion that the nation had been saved from a great catastrophe and to glorify the principles of Milne's party. And so, once more, this great nation has demonstrated its ability to govern itself, to protect itself against dangerous and unsocial experiments. The voice of the people is the voice of God. The government claims for itself no credit for this momentous decision. Each citizen has done his share toward the continuation of our safety, our prosperity. The young man finished the document, smiled a charming smile, and turned off the switch. Then he grimaced his disgust and lapsed into a glum meditation. "What say, Kratz?" Michel asked. "Trouble again on the west sector. Had trouble getting power enough. Generators ought to be overhauled." He made a helpless gesture. "How about conscripting a little labor?" "Tried it this morning. Most of the people are still in a daze from chewing too much merclite. Those that are sober are too busy preening themselves for voting on the winning side." Kratz informed Michel that Milne had that morning given up all pretense of constitutional government, had preempted the treasury, and was consolidating his position as avowed dictator. "He probably wanted to do that a long time," Michel commented. "He didn't quite dare till that referendum yesterday gave him the real measure of the public. Well, I've got to be going." Michel took one of the small mechanical service tunnels back to his office. The latest news had hardly affected him, so keen was his disappointment over the defeat of the Exodus. But he wanted to be alone. He walked through vast halls full of machinery, abandoned and rusting, through dark corridors that had once roared with industrial life. What would happen when the present overloaded machinery should break down, wear out? The remnants of the great technical army could hardly serve what was left. Each passing year, these silent, useless hulks became more numerous. The specter of famine was stalking amidst the dusty pipes and empty vats of the chemical plants. The horrors of darkness lurked amid the tarnished compression spheres and the long, hooded monstrosities of the power plants, inadequately served by harassed and overworked technies. In the middle of his office, Michel found the pellucid counterpart of Mila, sister of Nita Maine. She was younger than Nita, hardly more than 16. Her eyes were wide with terror as she sought Michel. Her cheeks were wet with tears, and her silken brown hair fell in careless disarray. "Michel," she cried, as soon as she saw him, "Lane Milne has taken Nita." "Taken her?" "And father is under arrest. Lane came this morning, crazy with merclite gum. He had 4 or 5 soldiers with him. When Nita refused to see him, they broke down the door and went to a room. They dragged her out to Lane's car, and he took her to his warren near the presidential quarters. She there now? Yes, Father followed Lane's car. Guards kept him out of Lane's warren, so he went to see Milne. That devil only laughed at him, offered to call another referendum. Father had a small pocket needle ray, and... Good, he killed Milne? No, but he managed to burn a hole through his arm. He was rushed off to one of the cells, and Milne says he will call a referendum to decide Father's fate. It would be just like that devil's sense of humor to let the people decree their only friend's death. They'll do it, too, Mila exclaimed tragically. Oh, how I wish Mother were alive. And each one will feel deep within him that he has done a great, commendable, and original thing, Michel added, with keen insight. Mila sank to the floor. Go to your room, Michel said, gently, stern. Milne and his gang have reckoned without the technies. A woman's image appeared, stooping commiseratingly over Mila, a friend of the family. Michel ordered her to care for Mila. Then he took a deep breath. Gone was his feeling of helpless sorrow, leaving only an overwhelming, steadying, satisfying anger. He flung the Telucid switch, barked cracking orders. In half an hour, every technical man of Subterranea was in a large storeroom near Michel's office. They were mostly young, keen, and alert, their skins red or brown from the actinic lights, their hair showing more or less bleaching from the same cause. As Michel talked, they became intent. They listened with a cold, deadly silence that would perhaps have made the smug millions of Subterranea quake with fear. This affront, put upon the only man in the government who could speak their language, who could comprehend their ideals, the peril of the girl they all knew and loved. These things set their long-repressed resentment flaring to white heat. They were ready for desperate things. A turn of a valve and water would thunder through the maze of galleries. A mishap far, far down toward the Earth's hot core, and steam would rush up. But Michel steadied them. After all, Subterranea was their country. Anarchy was far from the Techni ideals. He had a plan. Nothing is to be done until we have Senator Maine and Nita, Michel instructed them. Remember that. Do nothing until you hear from me. Each of you go to your station. Set all adjustments so that they will not need attention for some weeks, at least. Those of you who have families, tell them to be ready to move to another residence. Say nothing about any trouble. Understand? There were nods of assent. You will proceed to your posts and keep busy. When I come, it will be by Telucid. I will say nothing. I will simply wave my hand. That means you are to take your wives, your families, your sweethearts to substation number 37X. There were audible gasps. Not 37X, exclaimed one of the older men. Why, that's 20 miles up, near the frozen gate. Yes, Michel smiled, with tight lips. You men willing? There was an instantaneous shout of approval. Curiously enough, seizure of the gate by force had not occurred to any of these law-abiding, well-disciplined group. But Milne's lawless seizure of the government had removed all inhibitions of that sort. Seizure of the gate would bring at one stroke the realization of the dream that the Technis had tried for generations to win by political means. Surely, when the gate was open and they could see the glorious half-mythical sun for themselves, the people would consent to the exodus. For the Technis, even in the bitterness of defeat, were not antisocial. They hoped and worked for the devitalized races of Subterranea, for the betterment of their condition, more than for their own. The Technis were the fittest. They had demonstrated their ability to survive unchanged under adverse condition. They would be least helped by the exodus. Yet they had worked for it all their lives, as had their fathers before them, out of unselfish love for humanity. There have always been such men. Through the murk of history we see their lives as small, steady lights, infrequent and lonely. With the opening of the frozen gate suddenly a possibility, the technies forgot their exasperation with the stupid mob. "The gate is guarded," said an elderly man, dubiously. "A small guard," Gobet Hanlon remarked quickly, and probably dazed with merclite. "Nothing to fear." "Stay away from the gate," Michel instructed. "Give no cause for alarm. If an emergency arises while I'm gone, see Gobet." "Don't go alone, Michel," Gobet begged. "A few of us with ray needles can storm the detention cells. We can clean out Lane's warren." "We might, but the Senator and Nita would be gone. The alarm would be given. In a few minutes there'd be a mob." The technies were already dispersing eagerly. Michel pressed his friend's hand, saying, "I'll take my needle ray, and I know every way to get around there is. Alone, I'll attract no attention. Till later, Gobet." And he was gone. Michel's way was through the smaller, less frequented communication passages used principally by the technies. Occasionally he did meet citizens, still light-headed after their election victory celebration, and lost, but he paid them no heed. He came to the ventilation center of that level. For ages no air had entered Subterranea from the outside. All of the air had to be regularly reconditioned, and so was returned through a systematic network of air ducts to a vast central chemical plant. It was a latter-day cave of the winds, where the north, south, east, and west winds of that buried empire regularly returned for a brief few minutes of play amid chemical sprays, condensers, humidifiers, oxidizers, to be again dispatched to their drudgery. This hall was truly colossal, filled to the shadowy ceilings, 1,000 feet high, with gigantic pipes, tanks, wind turbines. End Part 1, Section 4. Section 5 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. If the Sun Died, by R.F. Starzl, Part 2. The technie in charge had not yet returned, but Michel consulted the distribution plan and soon located the duct that led to Lane Mullen's warren. In a few minutes he was running, helped along by a strong current of fresh air. The map had shown the warren to be about a mile away. For the benefit of the technies who had to work there, the duct was plainly marked, and the lighting by infrequent emanation bulbs was adequate, though dim. Michel had made no plans for a course of action after arriving at his destination. He felt reasonably sure that if he could get into the warren, he would have a good chance to escape with Nita. In the confusion he could hide her nearby and perhaps effect the release of the senator also. He had no doubt about his fate if he were caught. Lane's pose of good sportsmanship having failed to impress Nita, he had adopted simple, brutal coercion. Michel's fate, if caught interfering, would be summary execution. Michel found the grating which he sought. It bore the key number of Lane's establishment. The key which would unlock it was of course in the hands of the police, but the bars were badly corroded, and Michel managed to bend them enough to permit the passage of his body. He found himself in a small chamber, from which ducts led to all parts of the warren. These ducts were too small to permit passage of his body. However, it would be necessary to come into the open. A small metal door promised egress. Michel climbed out and faced a surprised cook in the kitchen, engaged in flavoring synthetic food drinks. Michel said explanatorily, "Inspection, air service." The cook did not know the regulations about keeping the air tunnels locked. Moreover, he, like all the other servants of the mighty, worked unwillingly, being conscripted. He only grunted. Michel made a pretense of testing the air currents. Presently he stepped into one of the communicating corridors. The warren was planned something like a house of the Surface Age, with luxuriously furnished rooms, baths, dining halls, and all of the appurtenances of wealth. Arriving at a rotunda, in the center of which was a glowing fountain, Michel encountered a guard. Boldly he asked him, "Where is Milne? I wish to see him." The guard looked surprised. "About Nita Main, sir. I would hardly dare." Michel looked at the man sharply, but there was no hint of recognition in the stupid, phlegmatic face. "What about Nita Main?" "It is about her I wish to speak." There was a slight stirring of interest in the soldier's face. "He will be glad to see you, sir, if you bring news of her." Yes. Perhaps what I have to tell him will be of no interest to him. If you can tell him where she is, he will ask no more of you." "She made good her escape, then?" Slow suspicion was dawning at last. "For one who brings news, you ask a lot of questions," the guard remarked heavily, as his hand slipped to the needle-ray weapon at his side. "Show your pass." Like a flash, Michel was upon him, his hand at the thick throat, the other grasping the wrist. Although the soldier, like the majority of the populace, lacked the intense vitality of the technies, he had stubborn strength, and he fought effectively in the drilled, automatic way of his kind. Michel was further handicapped by the necessity of maintaining silence. One shout and a dozen needle rays would no doubt perforate his body with holes and slash his flesh with smoldering cuts. Grunting and sweating, they fought all around the rose-colored curb of the fountain. At last Michel succeeded in forcing his adversary over the low stone, and they went over together with a resounding splash. The straining body of the guard suddenly relaxed, and a spreading red cloud in the water disclosed that he had struck his head against the first of the terraces that rose in the fountain's mist-shrouded center. Up one of the corridors a door opened, and an angry voice shouted, "Gurkha, Gurkha, I'll have you in bracelets! Captain of the guard, sir!" From another of the corridors came a sound of running feet. A command rang out, "On the double!" An officer, followed by 4 soldiers, dashed around the corner and flashed by the fountain. Peering over the curb, Michel saw them, some 100 yards away, come to a halt before an open door. With a thrill of exultation, Michel recognized the tall figure of Milne, looking like a slightly damaged satyr of the better class, for his head was bandaged, and he was in bad humor. "Captain," he stormed, "I want you to put that damned louse in solitary confinement for a year. Hear?" "Yes, sir." Like a megaphone, the long corridor carried the low, respectful words to Michel's ears. Lane continued to storm. "And if you put another damned merc-like crazy blunker on guard in this place, I'll have your commission. Hear?" "Yes, sir." A quick decision was necessary, and Michel acted without hesitation. The guard had rolled over on his back so that his face was out of the water, and he was breathing with quick, painful gasps. Michel dragged him up under the concealing shelter of the fountain spray, and there changed clothes with him. In the meantime, the flowing water washed away the red stain of blood. When the captain returned with his guard, Michel was lying realistically in the pool, apparently deep in a drugged sleep. The little kepi tilted rakishly over his face. He was roughly seized and dragged out of the water to the accompaniment of much cursing. A fist crashed into his face. Suddenly the soldiers felt the supine figure under their hands explode into energy. Elbows and fists seemed to fly from all directions at once. A needle ray appeared, and before they could draw their own weapons, they were howling with pain as searing welts drew over their bodies. With one accord they plunged into the pool. Only the officer remained, and he fell to the mosaic floor, his weapon half raised, the small black hole in his chest giving off a burnt odor. Michel appropriated the officer's brassard of rank and, menacing the cowed guards, forced them to herd into a nearby room, carrying the body of the officer with them. Michel locked the door and looked around. He saw no one observing him and could count on carrying a pretty good bluff in his uniform, which was rapidly shedding its water. With a firm step, Michel walked to Milne's door, threw it open, and entered. Lane sat up on his couch, his feet striking the floor with an angry thump. But when he recognized Michel, he paled slightly. "Where is she?" Michel demanded roughly. "Before I burn you down." "You said once," Lane began sneeringly, "that you wanted to fight me. Now, if you'll just put down that—" "Not now," Michel dissented with deadly coldness. "Where is Nita? Speak fast." Lane did so. "She isn't here. The little short crowned me with a chair and slipped out. How did I— When? Hurry up." "Hardly an hour ago. She walked down the corridor, showed a thick-witted guard my own executive pass, and got away. But I got that guard. Never mind what you did to the guard." Suddenly, the image of an officer, strange to Michel, stood in the room and saluted smartly. "Has Captain Egan Mr. Lane Mullen's leave to stay?" he asked. Mullen started forward, but before he could disclose his predicament, Michel had sidled over to him and thrown one arm affectionately over his shoulder. In his hand, concealed by the rich folds of Lane's robe, Michel held his needle ray, and it was pressed firmly against Lane's ribs. "Mr. Mullen will be glad to hear you," Michel said smoothly. He fancied that the eyes of the officer's image dilated slightly, but it lost none of its military rigor. But some explanation of his presence there in his still damp uniform must be given Egan, so he growled in a voice that he tried to make a bit thick, as if he had chewed too much merclite. "At ease, Captain, at ease. Damn it, man, you don't have to be so damned military. You're among friends." And he tousled Lane's dark hair affectionately. Captain Egan looked his disgust. "Sir," he said to Lane, "we captured Nita Main as she tried to board a public car near the executive mansion." The black lens at the end of Michel's needle ray pressed hard, and Lane said naturally, "You have her in custody?" "Sir, we have." And to Michel's dismay, Nita, defiant, her lovely form half revealed by rents in her garments, seemed to materialize beside the officer. Her wrathful eyes were fixed on Lane, and then she saw Michel. The technie put all his will into the pleading stare which he returned, and she understood. She gave no sign of recognition, but favored both Lane and Michel equally with the chill of her disdain. "Sir, what are your orders?" Lane glanced aside at Michel, acutely conscious of the lethal pressure in his ribs. "It's all right with me, old fellow," Michel squawked good-humoredly. "This is your girl that got away from you? Let's both go over and bring her back." Lane nodded assent. The soldier saluted, and his vision and that of the girl disappeared. "And we're going to do just that," Michel added in an entirely changed voice. "Get up, you. Act right, speak right, do right, and you may live to see another day." So the two left the warren in apparent amity and walked the beautiful street with its richly formed, brightly colored arches, its seemingly illimitable vistas, its luxuriant, pampered decorative vegetation, its blazing lights, until at last they came to Administration Circle and entered the ponderous gates behind which lay the very heart of the government. They were challenged at once. Although the officer of the guard knew Lane, usage required the showing of the daily pass. Many high officers of the government had in years past fallen from grace overnight. This formality complied with, Lane and Michel, the latter with his ray needle ever ready, sat down to wait in the guardroom, and Lane, under Michel's quiet prompting, ordered that Nita and her father be brought to him. "We shall bring the girl, yes," the astonished officer protested, "but not Senator Maine. He is a prisoner of state." "Perhaps you don't know, Captain," Michel suggested smoothly, "that it is not wise to disregard the orders of the provincial president's son." "It would cost me my commission, perhaps my life," the officer said. "Neither would be worth much if you disobey," Michel countered, a wire edge creeping into his voice. The officer looked into Lane's stormy face, then with great reluctance retreated to carry out the order. In about 10 minutes he was back with 4 guards and his prisoners. He explained that Captain Egan was detained on official duty. "You may go," said Lane, prompted by a jab in the ribs. "A written receipt, please, sir, for the senator." Glowering, Lane wrote out the desired document. At last they were alone. "Our program," Mitchell announced briskly, "is simple. You will conduct us to one of the government cars, and will ride with us to such places as we may direct, and I shall release you when it pleases me. If you then want to fight, I will accommodate you." "I would be willing to fight you as head of the Technies," Lane countered sullenly, "but I wouldn't be bothered with a rebel and a traitor. You've overstepped yourself this time, my fine bolthead, and all I ask is a front seat at your execution." They stepped into the brightly lighted hall, and in that instant Mitchell felt a searing heat on his shoulder. Without a moment's pause, he hurled Senator Maine and the girl back into the room. At the same moment, he flung an arm around Lane's neck and pulled him back into the doorway, where he could use him as a shield while he cautiously peered out into the corridor. His shoulder throbbed painfully, but his movement had prevented the needle ray from penetrating deeply in any one place. A short distance up the corridor was a wider space, in the center of which stood a large bronze urn filled with exotic plants. Behind this urn were several soldiers, and Mitchell recognized the sharp-eyed Captain Egan. So that officer had recognized the true state of affairs, or had strong suspicions. But in his haste and eagerness he had overlooked one important fact. In the guard room were riot rays, heavy replicas of the ordinary hand weapons. They had not been needed for many years, but the Technies had always kept them fully charged and in order. "Nita," Mitchell called, not removing his eye from the doorway. "Yes?" She was standing beside him, and Mitchell thrilled to the admiration and positive affection in her intonation. "Notice those short tubes mounted on light wheels over against the walls? Those are riot ray projectors. Wheel me over a couple." Nita did as directed. Mitchell stuck the stubby muzzle of one of the nearest weapons into the corridor, pulled the lever, and swung the ray in an arc toward the ambushed soldiers. There was a sharp crackling noise, and the heat chipped myriads of flakes off the stone walls, leaving a gray path across the rich murals, and the air was filled with flying particles. The heat was terrific. It beat back into the doorway. Captain Egan gave a short, sharp order, and he and his men retreated before the bronze urn began to wilt and drip melted metal. He could not be accused of cowardice, for his hand weapons were puny compared to the riot rays. "Quick, before he gets in touch with the outer guard," Mitchell urged his prisoner forward, Senator Maine following. The grave patriarch of rhetoric made a striking picture as he dragged the second riot ray along. The other one was abandoned, locked with full power on. It was converting that corridor into an inferno, and there would be no pursuit through that avenue. Mitchell pulled open the metal door suddenly. The two guards on duty were just coming in, their hand weapons ready. They never knew what struck them, for there was no time for compunction. But even as their bodies sank to the paving, there was the harsh clangor of alarm bells. Soldiers dashed from everywhere and came running, their needle rays menacing. "In there!" Mitchell shouted. He pointed to the doors, at the dead guards. As they hesitated, he added, "Revolution! They're storming the president's office! Hear the rays?" Through the doors came a faint humming, an acrid smell of heat, of stone and metal fumes. A corporal saluted Mitchell, recognized Lane's haggard features, and Lane again felt that cogent persuader in his ribs. "That's right, Corporal," he said bitterly. "Is the guardroom occupied, sir?" "Not now, you fool," Mitchell snapped at him. This resolved the last of the corporal's misgivings. Giving an order, he led his men in, gasping. "Now we'll run," Mitchell ordered, giving Lane a shove. "Coming, Nita?" She was dragging her father along joyously. They crossed the broad pedestrian walk, and in the street found an official car nestling on one of the tracks. "Heave in the riot ray, will you, old fellow?" Mitchell requested jovially, and Lane did. Then the listless chauffeur turned a controller, and the big car rose a few inches, lightly as a feather, and sped away swiftly through the maze of traffic. Some time later they were in a service lift, not one of the great public lifts that carry their hundreds at a trip. but one of the small lifts, used mostly by the technies, and known to few outside their ranks. Michel, standing blissfully close to Nita and her father, enjoyed his moment of relaxation. Many things had been attended to. Lane had been released at last in one of the catacomb cemeteries. It would take him at least 2 hours to find his way out. They were discussing the riot ray which they had with them. "I hope we won't have to exhaust it in a fight before we get out," Senator Maine said anxiously. "It would be a splendid weapon if we encounter a hostile environment outside." "The gate is guarded," Michel said practically, "but we expect to surprise them. No use worrying." The lift came to a stop at an airlock. The great elevator shafts were closed by airlocks every 2,000 feet. The reason is obvious. If the air of the great spheroid subterranean nation were allowed to freely obey the laws of gravity, it would be oppressively dense in the lower levels and excessively rarefied in the upper ones. While the airlocks were operating, Michel stepped to a Telucid and gave the agreed-on signal. In another half hour they were at 37X. The great, dusty, and little-used storeroom was only poorly lighted. It was dank and had an uncomfortable chill. Technies and their families were coming in from all sides, and it was not long before some 500 persons, men, women, and children, were assembled. Many of them were pale and frightened-looking, for they were staking everything on an ideal, a theory. There would be no coming back. The statute books of Subterranea decreed only one penalty: death for even the merest tampering with the frozen gate. It was not like this that they had visioned the opening of the gate. Under properly controlled conditions, it would have been possible to open the gate for preliminary explorations. But not now. They were outside the law. Nita, standing beside Michel, shivered and pulled her overrobe closer around her. There was sadness in her voice as she said, "These children, they remind me of the thousands of children we must abandon with our people. If I could, I'd steal a few to take with us." Michel grinned without mirth. "And be damned as a kidnapper of a particularly horrible sort as long as Subterranea lasts? I know, but what will happen to them all when the automatic machinery fails?" "They may learn to run it, if they have to. Or if we succeeded in establishing ourselves in the outer world, we can tunnel back to them around the gate in a year or so. Don't worry about them too much. We're taking the big risk, not they." Gobet Hanlon, accompanied by Floss Entine and Mila Maine, approached. He was loaded down with a huge case of concentrated food. "I've given orders to bring with us all the cold-resisting fabrics we could carry. Got 'em loaded down, eh?" "All here. Every last one." "Let's go, then." Michel stepped to a small door that led into the main corridor close to the gate. This door had not been used by the technies when assembling. Through a tiny hole, the guard, 4 soldiers, could be seen about a blanket, tossing 16-sided dice. Michel opened the door, his needle ray pointed. "Don't move or you burn," he commanded harshly. The guards, taken completely by surprise, did not move. In a few moments they were bound, gagged, and dumped into a corner of 37X. Eager technies were swarming over the complicated mechanism that they had dared to touch before only for inspection and maintenance. The frozen gate was like a huge stopper in a bottle, made of chromium steel. It was 30 feet in diameter and 30 feet thick from its well-insulated inside face to that enigmatical outside that had been a grisly mystery to the race for some 500 centuries. There was a flash of sparks and the quiet hum of motors. With a shuddering groan, the great plug freed itself from the grip of millennia, turned a few inches in its hole. The supporting gimbals took the load now, and slowly the great mass moved inward, carried by an overhead traveling crane whose track was bolted to the rock roof. The rate of movement was slow, not much over 3 or 4 inches a minute. An excited murmur filled the cavern, almost hysterical joy. But Michel, watching that widening margin for the dreaded gush of liquid air, only trembled with relief. At least the calamity that had visited rash Atlantica would not be repeated here. A young technie, one of the heat distributors, climbed up the heavy bosses on the gateway's face. "I'm going to be the first to see the sun," he shouted joyously. His challenging gaze roved over the waiting crowd, and suddenly his face turned ashen. For at the turn of the corridor, some 100 yards away, he had seen men. No mistaking those uniforms, they were soldiers, and Michel, following his gaze, saw a riot ray being wheeled into place. His own riot ray already commanded the corridor, but he dared not use it. The soldiers, under the partial protection of the turn, could incinerate the helpless technies with little danger to themselves. "Wait!" Michel shouted, running into the open. An officer came to meet him. He then recognized Captain Egan, whose exceptional shrewdness had almost undone him before. Egan could not see the slow movement of the gate, and Michel himself, weaponless, counted only on parleying for time. They met midway between the two forces, and the small black lens of the captain's weapon pointed steadily at Michel's chest. "Michel Ares, I arrest you." It seemed that the captain's fine gray eyes looked out of the lean face with real sympathy. "It may be there will be executive clemency for these people of yours, but for you?" Michel, tense and deadly, saw the captain's vigilant attention leave his face for a second, saw his eyes widen in consternation. He could not know that Egan had seen a slender crescent of green light appear in the frozen gate, but he did not lose the opportunity. His fist crashed on the captain's jaw so that the soldierly figure reeled and the needle ray fell to the ground. Michel leapt after him, picked him up, held him. The riot ray was turned full on him, and a soldier's hand trembled on the lever, but it did not pull. "You'll kill him!" Michel shouted, and then he ventured to turn his head to look at the gate. He saw the first of the fugitives struggle into the narrow crack. The gate seemed to have stuck, and there was barely room to pass. Egan, half conscious, was trying to rain blows on Michel's back, compelling him to stop and pass the officer's hand through the belt of his tunic and to manacle him with a pair of bracelets which he found in his pocket. As he staggered toward the gate with his burden, he saw Gobet beside him, the stolen riot ray menacing the soldiers who would otherwise have rushed in. Suddenly, Egan struggled upright. "Fire!" he commanded in stentorian tones. "They'll kill you too, you fool!" Michel exclaimed angrily. "I'm a soldier," Egan answered with contempt. His legs barely supported his weight, and he was struggling to free his manacled hands. He threw himself into the narrow crevice of the gate to obstruct the stream of fugitives. He started to shout again. "Fight!" Crack! Again Michel's fist caught him. He hooked the officer's elbow over two of the bosses so that he was supported in plain sight of his men, and turned to urge haste. The last two stragglers were hurrying through, and with relief Michel turned to follow. But he set the closing mechanism in motion before he leaped for the narrow opening that was becoming still narrower, though very slowly. Now for that green crescent of light and hope. He felt a wave of heat. Glancing back, he saw the irresolute guards scattered by the enraged charge of a square, blocky man in civilian robe. The usually smiling provincial president, Senator Molon himself, was fumbling with the lever of the riot ray. Egan had evidently reported where he was going before starting in pursuit of the technies. Again that withering flash of heat, and Michel saw Captain Egan, still semi-conscious, suddenly turn red-faced. Molon would burn him up without compunction in the hope of catching one of the fugitive technies. And now a figure in uniform leaped forward at Molon's angry gesture and bent purposefully to the sighting tube. The crescent was now so slender that Michel had to turn sideways to squeeze back into the corridor, and slowly, inexorably, it was growing smaller still. With desperate haste, the practiced, uniformed man was adjusting his range. Captain Egan struggled when Michell seized him. "I arrest!" Michell thought for a sickening moment that he was caught in the closing gate. Then he was free in the cylindrical tunnel into which the plug was creeping. Luckily, Egan was slight. His body squeezed through with little more difficulty than Michell's own. Now the opening was too small for any man's body. A red glow illuminated that narrowing slit. An acrid wave of heat and the smell of burnt metal came with the strong current of air that blew out of Subterranea. Michell dragged his captive down the rocky tunnel, the floor of which dipped gently away from the gate, for drainage, no doubt. Around a bend, the source of the greenish light was apparent. The fugitives were in an ice cavern. The light seemed to emanate from roof and walls. The air was uncompromisingly chill, for the blast of warm air from Subterranea had stopped. But the cold of the air was nothing to the icy chill that settled on the heart of Michell Ares and the hearts of Senator Maine and the other leaders of this desperate enterprise. So this was the outside, a cavern of ice, small, hemmed in. Those ancient folk legends of a sun. "I arrest you, Michell Ares." Michell laughed shortly. What a single-minded fellow this Captain Egan was. Still groggy, of course. Didn't know where they were. He left the soldier with the red, blistered face. "Michell, Michell!" a voice echoed shrilly from the ice walls. It was a high-pitched voice, and an excited one. A boy came flying out of a narrow crevice, his short robe flying, his cloth-wrapped legs twinkling. "Michell!" he shouted. "I saw it! I saw the sun, the beautiful sun!" Lucky it was that in the rush no one was hurt. The small cleft opened into a wide tunnel, a low-roofed cave through which milky white water flowed. The cave opened upon a vista of blue sky and towering mountains whose tops were burdened with snow, and upon whose side glaciers slid down and melted, and the milky white stream brawled down into a green valley far, far below. On a mountain meadow not far from the glacier that still buried the frozen gate, they rested. And so came a new strain of humanity upon the surface of the earth, a strain tempered and refined by the inexorable process of evolution and environment. Already animal life had reappeared, drastically changed and ruthlessly weeded out by the most severe ice age the world had ever known. And now man stood once more on a new threshold of time. Something of this may have passed through the minds of the refugees, luxuriating in the strong sunlight of this mountain meadow, and in active and alert brains the foundations of a new civilization were already being built. They were preparing to go into the valley below when there was a dull concussion. The glacier over the frozen gate rose slightly, then disappeared completely out of sight, leaving a yawning hole in the mountainside. Ice and rocks slid down, filling the hole. The refugees gazed at the scene in fear and wonder. "They have blown up the gate, and the chambers leading to it," Senator Maine, now only Leo Maine, said slowly. "There goes our last chance to save them." His tones were deeply sad. He could not look upon those people as an experiment that nature had abandoned, although he knew that history is thronged with the shadows of vanished races culled by the process of natural selection. But youth looks only ahead. The majority of the rescued technies were young, and with eagerness and anticipation they followed Michell and Nita Ares down into the valley to build their first homes. End section 5. Section 6 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. Section 6, The Midget from the Island, by H.G. Winter, Part 1. In the chill of an early morning, a rowboat drifted aimlessly down the Detroit River. It seemed to have broken loose from its mooring and been swept away. Its outboard motor was silent, and it swung in slow circles as the currents caught at it. But the boat carried a passenger, a man's nude body stretched face downward in it. It was a startling figure that lay there. The body was fully matured and had a splendid development of rounded muscles, and yet it was not more than 3 feet in length. A perfectly formed and proportioned mannequin. The 2 officers in the harbor police launch, which presently slid alongside to investigate, were giants in comparison. They had not expected to find such weird cargo in a drifting rowboat. They stared at the naked, unconscious midget in utter amazement, as if seeing a thing that could not be real. And when one of them reached down to lift the tiny body aboard, his eyes went wider with added surprise. His lift was inadequate. The dwarf's weight was that of a normal-sized man. This was mystery on mystery. But they got the uncannily heavy figure aboard at last, and ascertained that though the skin showed many wounds and was blue from long exposure, the heart was still beating. And realizing that the life might flicker out beneath their eyes unless they took action immediately, they proceeded to work him over. After some minutes, the dwarf gave signs of returning consciousness. His lids fluttered and opened, disclosing eyes that filled suddenly with terror as they stared into the faces, huge in comparison, that leaned over his. One of the officers said reassuringly, "You're all right, buddy. You're on a harbor police launch. But who in the devil are you? You speak English? Where'd you come from?" The midget struggled to speak, struggled desperately to tell something of great importance. They bent closer. Gasping, high-pitched words came to their ears, and the story those words told held them spellbound. When the shrill voice ceased and the dwarf sank back into the coat they had thrown around him, the 2 policemen gazed at each other. One whistled softly, and his companion said soberly, "We'd better phone up and have the local police tend to this right away, Bill." Thus, 2 hours later, several miles up the river, another launch containing 3 officers came to its destination, a solitary, thickly wooded island that brooded under a cloak of silence, where the river leaves broad Lake St. Clair. The launch crept up to a mooring post a few feet from a small, rough beach and was tied there. Quickly the men waded ashore and tiptoed up a winding trail that was barred from the sun by dank foliage. They soon came to a clearing where a large cabin had been built. There, one of them whispered, "Guns out." Then the 3 men crossed the clearing and cautiously entered the cabin. For a moment there was silence. Then came a terrified shout, followed by the bunched thunder of a succession of pistol shots. The reverberations slowly died away, and some time later the policeman reappeared and stood outside the door. One of them, dazed, kept repeating over and over, "I wouldn't have believed it. I wouldn't have believed it." And another nodded in wordless agreement. The third, white-faced, stared for a long time unseeingly at the cloud-flecked bowl of the sky. But it would be best, perhaps, to tell the story as it happened. The incredible events that shaped it began 2 nights before, when the larger of the 2 rooms in the island cabin was bathed in the bald glare of a strong floodlight that threw into sharp prominence the intent features of 2 men in the room and the complicated details of the strange equipment around them. Garth Howard, the younger of the 2, was holding a tiny, squalling, spitting thing not more than 3 inches long, which might have seemed at a quick glance to have been a normal enough kitten. Closer inspection, however, would have revealed that it had a thick, smooth coat, a lithe, fully developed body, and narrowed, venomous eyes, things which no weak old kitten ever possessed. It was a mature cat, but in the size of a kitten. Howard's level gray eyes were held fascinated by it. When he spoke, his words were hushed and almost reverent. "Perfect, Hagendorf," he said. "Not a flaw." "The reduction has not improved her temper," Hagendorf articulated precisely. His deep voice matched the rest of him. Garth Howard's clean, muscled body stood a good 6 feet off the floor, yet the other topped him by inches. And his face compared well with his bulky body, for his head was massive, with overhanging brows and a shaggy mop of blonde hair. Athlete and weightlifter, the two looked, but in reality they were scientist and assistant, working together for a common end. The room in which they stood was obviously a laboratory. Bulky gas engines and a generator squatted at one end. Tables held racks of tools and loops of insulated wiring and jars of various chemicals. One long table stretched the whole length of the room, placed flush against the left wall, whose rough planking was broken by a lone window. There were racks of test tubes on this table, and tools carelessly scattered by men intent on their work. Still another table was devoted to several cages containing the usual martyrs of experimental science: guinea pigs and rabbits, rats and white mice. Besides these was a large box, screen-topped, in which, in separate partitions, were a variety of insects, beetles and flies and spiders and tarantulas. But the thing that dominated the laboratory was the machine on the long table against the wall. Its chamber, the most striking feature, was a cube of roughly 6 feet, built of dull material resembling bakelite. Wires trailed through it from the glittering plate, which was the chamber's floor, and a curved spray-shaped projector overhead to an intricately constructed apparatus studded with vacuum tubes. A small switchboard stood beside the chamber, and from it thick cables led to the generator in the rear of the room. "Let us return her to normal," Hagendorf rumbled, after a moment or two devoted to prodding and examining the diminutive cat. "Then for the final experiment." One whole wall of the cubicle chamber was a hinged door with a tier of several peepholes. Garth Howard swung the door open, placed the tiny struggling cat inside, and quickly closed it again. "Right," he said briefly, and pressed his eyes to the bottom peephole. A switch was pulled over, and the dynamo's drone pulsed through the room. Hagendorf's fingers rested on a large lever that jutted from the switchboard. Slowly he pulled it to one side. The imprisoned cat, small as a rat, had been nervously whipping its tail from side to side and meowing plaintively. But as the lever swung over, there came a change. The vacuum tubes behind the switchboard glowed green. A bright white ray poured from the spray in the chamber, making the metal plate below a shimmering, almost molten thing. The animal's legs suddenly braced on it, its narrowed eyes widened, glazing weirdly, while the tail became a stiff, bristling ramrod. And, as a balloon swells from a strong breath, the cat's body increased in size. It grew not in spurts, but with a smooth, flowing rhythm, grew as easily as a flower unfolding beneath the sun. In only a few seconds its original size was attained. Howard raised his hand, the lever shot back, and the white beam faded into nothingness. A full-sized and very angry cat tore around inside of the chamber. "Normal?" Hagendorf questioned. The other nodded and prepared to open the door. "Wait. She always was a little undersized. I give her a few inches more as a reward." "Not too much," warned Garth. "She's got a nasty temper. We don't want a wildcat prowling around here." The white beam flashed. The tubes glowed and almost instantly flickered off again. When the chamber's door was opened, an indignant and slightly oversized cat bounded through, leaped from the table with a squalled oath of hatred, and streaked into the front room of the cabin. Garth turned and faced Hagendorf, a smile on his lips and a gleam in his eyes. He ran his fingers through his black hair. "Well," he said, "now it's time for the final experiment. Who shall it be?" Hagendorf did not answer at once, and the American went on. "I think it better be me. There's a slight risk, of course, and I, as the inventor, could never ask an assistant to do anything I wouldn't. Is it all right with you?" Hagendorf nodded quickly in answer. Garth stood reflecting for a moment. "Guinea pigs, rabbits, and insects have survived reduction to 1/20th normal size," he said slowly. "It should be safe for a human body to descend just as far, but stop me at about 2 feet this first time. I'm not taking any chances. I want to be alive and kicking when I announce the success of my experiments to the scientific world." His assistant said nothing. "Well, here goes," Garth added. "I'd better take off my clothes if I don't want to be buried in them. They're not affected by the process. Must be because of a lack of organic connection between their fibers and the human body." A few minutes later, nude, he jumped onto the laboratory table. He presented a perfect specimen of well-developed manhood as he stood before the door of the chamber. His smooth skin, under which the rounded muscles rolled easily, gleamed white beneath the glare of the floodlight. His gray eyes glanced at the stolid assistant, who already had one hand on the switchboard's lever. Garth saw that the hand was trembling slightly, and smiled as he realized Hagendorf was as excited as he. He said, "I'll leave the door ajar so you can more easily watch every phase of the reduction. If it's painful, well, I guess I can stand anything a cat can." Then, stooping slightly, Garth stepped in and drew the door almost shut. He relaxed as much as possible from the tremendous excitement that filled him, and nodded at Hagendorf. "I'm ready," he said. "Go ahead." The ray came to his body as the crash of thunder comes to the ear. His nerves leaped as it struck and enveloped him. He felt as if he were entombed in ice, and yet his veins were aflame. Fiery shafts fanged him all through, and resolved presently into a measured, tingling beat. His thoughts raced. He knew that those minute particles of matter, the atoms of his body, were being compacted. He sensed that his legs were rigid, his body stiff, his eyes clamped ahead in a glazed stare. He was only half conscious of the objects outside, but the dim sight of them was fantastic and nauseous. There was Hagendorf's face peering in at him, growing, swelling as the cat's body had swollen, and yet receding and rising, until Garth, momentarily forgetting that he was the one whose size was changing, thought that the man's titanic body would fill the room. But the room was growing too. The stools were becoming leviathans of wood. The walls were like cliffs. The compact switchboard was a large surface of black, and the chamber in which he stood grew into a high-roofed vault, its sides shooting up and retreating as if shoved by invisible hands. And still he sank, and still the terrible light devoured him. Suddenly, a delirious sensation engulfed him. His senses went reeling and he staggered. Then, with a wrench, he came to. As he regained control of his mind, he knew the lever had been switched off, and the process completed. He found that he was gasping. He passed a hand over his sweat-studded face and looked around. Outside was the room of a giant, and in a moment a giant became visible. His vast bulk filled the chamber's doorway. His mammoth face peered in. Garth's eardrums quivered from a deep bass rumble, sounding like thunder on a distant horizon. "Are you all right, Howard?" A finger, half the length of his own arm, reached forward and prodded him. For a second, Garth could do nothing but stare at it. It brought home to him starkly the puny size of his body, only 2 feet in height. He felt suddenly afraid. But that was foolish, he thought, and he laughed, his voice ludicrously high and shrill. "I'm all right," he cried, "but I can hardly understand you. If I were much smaller, I probably couldn't. Your voice seems so deep. Gangway, Hagendorf, I'm coming out." His eyes were just below the level of the giant's shoulders. He stepped from the black chamber and stared amazedly at the room, at the chairs, the objects in it, at the laboratory table on which he was standing, along which he might have sprinted 30 yards. A surge of exultant animal spirits flowed through him. His dream had become a reality. The machine had passed its last test. His body was sound and whole. He felt perfectly natural. He had not changed, save in size. And in size he was like Gulliver, confronted with a Brobdingnagian room. He hurdled a 5-inch high box of tools, ran down the creaking table, and stood laughing in front of a rack of test tubes half as high as he was. 3 strides took Hagendorf opposite him, and from above the thunderous voice rumbled. "What were your sensations?" "Probably as close as man'll ever get to the feelings of a spark of electricity," the midget replied. "But bearable, though. I was freezing and burning at the same time. My body was rigid, paralyzed, just like the animals we used. I couldn't move." "You sure you couldn't move? You were helpless?" The booming voice throbbed with sudden interest. Garth looked up curiously. "No," he repeated, "I couldn't move. But lift me down, Hagendorf. I want to take a walk on the floor." A hand wrapped around his body, tensed and strained upwards. The 2-foot-high man was not quite pulled off the table. Then Hagendorf grunted and relaxed his grip. "I had forgotten," he rumbled. "Your weight remains the same. You are 1/3 my size, yet you weigh almost as much as I do. Weight, which is the sum of the mass of all the atoms in you, is not naturally affected by compacting those atoms." It was only by a great effort that he was able to deposit the mannequin on the floor. For a while Garth strolled around, savoring to their full the fantastic sensations his diminished stature gave him, at once amused and somehow frightened by the overwhelming size of the laboratory. To his eyes, the tables were like bridges. Hagendorf's broad figure loomed monstrously over him, and the guinea pigs and rabbits in their cages seemed as big as fair-sized dogs. With a grin, he looked up at the giant, who was his assistant. "Think I'll make the return trip and give you a chance," he said. "I've had my share, and the process has been proven. It's weird being down here in this new world all alone. I hate to think of what would happen if a rat came along." Silently, Hagendorf stooped and grasped him again. But Garth, when he stood once more inside the chamber, regarded his huge, rough-molded face curiously. "Say," he said, puzzled, "your hands are trembling like the devil. What's wrong? You're more nervous than I am." Hagendorf did not answer. He advanced to the switchboard. His narrowed, deep-set eyes shot a quick glance at the small, nude man inside the chamber, and for a second one hand hovered over the lever of the panel. In that tense second of a flash of intuition, a deadly fear came to Garth Howard, and he leaped wildly forward. But his rear foot did not leave the floor of the chamber, and his shout of alarm was choked midway. Again the fierce ray paralyzed every muscle in him, and he was locked motionless where he was. Helplessly his glazed eyes stared at Hagendorf, while every moment his rigid little body melted downwards. He was becoming rapidly smaller, not larger. Through the agony of the stabbing electrical waves, in vain Garth tried to wrench his legs free. The few inches that separated him from the door were an impassable barrier. Sheer panic clutched him. He was trapped, but why? Why had Hagendorff tricked him? As if reading the question, the giant outside came close to the chamber's door and regarded his captive with eyes that were lit by a peculiar flame. He grunted, then reached backward and returned the switchboard lever almost to the neutral point, reducing the speed of the decreasing process.
Yes, that is better,
the German gloated in a deep, satisfied tone.
It will be slower now, slower and more interesting to watch. I fancy your eyes are reproachful, my friend. Why have I done it, you wonder? Ah, this machine, it will startle the world of science. It will make its inventor famous, not? Yes, and did you think I was going to stand by and see all the credit go to you? No, to me it shall go, me alone. And you?
He chuckled and rubbed his hands before going on.
You shall be what the newspapers call a martyr to science. You shall sink to a foot, to 6 inches, to 1 inch, even less, I think. Eventually, the reduction will kill you, of course, and your body shall be proof of how you died in an experiment, and shall also prove the machine's power and my genius.
He laughed thunderously. A blond and malevolent titan. He did not notice that, with the lessening of the reduction speed, a slight trace of control over his muscles had returned to the midget inside. His tiny body was slowly diminishing, and complete hopeless paralysis and death was not far away. But Garth was fighting every second, fighting desperately with the trace of strength he possessed to slide to the door, break the contact, and get out from under the ray's remorseless influence. Almost imperceptibly, the effort lacerating him with pain, he slid his feet forward. Hagendorff talked on. He seemed to be blinded by the vision of the fame his treachery would bring him.
We shall have an experiment, my professor, and then you will have an interesting death. The ray will suck you down. You will crumble and crumble till you're not much bigger than my thumbnail. And then I shall... Ah!
Garth had torn loose. Calling on every ounce of strength and will, the midget, now no more than 1 foot high, had reached the edge of the floor plate and pitched out onto the long laboratory table. Giant and dwarf faced each other. For a moment, neither spoke or moved. A breathless tensity hung over the laboratory. The machine droned on, forgotten. From outside, startlingly near, came the eerie hoot of an owl. A tight smile broke through the angry surprise on Hagendorff's face.
Well, well,
he said, with a gargantuan, macabre humor.
We object. It was foolish, to reduce the power. Next time it shall not be so. We object.
With the word he lunged, and his bulky arms lashed down in a wide, grasping sweep. But Garth's taut muscles, retaining all the strength and vigor of their normal size, had been waiting just such a move, and his tiny body described the arc of a tremendous leap that neatly vaulted one huge arm and started him sprinting swiftly down the table. At the end he wheeled, and before the other overcame his surprise at such a nimble retreat, burst out indignantly. "For God's sake, Hagendorff, what's come over you? Be sensible. You can't do this. You can't really mean it. Why?"
"So!"
roared the assistant. And his rush cut short the midget's shrill, frantic words. But his grasp this time was better judged. Garth felt the great fingers slip over his body. Remembering his strength, he lashed out at one with all his might. Hagendorff grunted with pain, but instead of continuing the attack, he suddenly turned and strode to the door leading into the other room, and closed it with a bang. "You cannot escape," he growled, advancing again. "You merely delay." Panting, Garth glanced around the room. He was in truth trapped. There was but one door, and even if he could reach it, he could not get it open, for the handle would be far above him. The room was a sealed arena. For a little while it would go on, a wild leaping and dodging on the table, a hopeless evading of mammoth hands, and then, inevitably, would come a crushing grip on his body, followed by experimentation and the agony of death in the black chamber. Fearful, he waited, a perfect living statuette 12 inches high. A grunt preluded the giant's vicious charge. The American staggered from the brush of a sweeping hand, then twisting mightily he dove under it, like a mouse slipping under the paw of a cat. In doing so he fell sprawling, and though he was up in a moment, his arm was held. A hoarse, exultant rumble came to his ears.
"Caught, my friend."
But Hagendorf spoke too soon. With a great wrench, Garth broke free and made his tigerish dash back along the table toward the window. And even as the clumsy Titan jumped to the side and grabbed at him again, he hurled his tiny, heavy body against the pane and went plunging through a shower of glass into the cool, dark night outside. He fell 5 feet, and the wind was jarred out of him as he crashed through the branches of a bush under the window into the sodden earth beneath. Unhurt save for a few lacerations from the glass, he staggered to his feet, gasping for his breath, and started to run across the clearing toward the fringe of dense forest growth that ringed the cabin. Then he heard thunderous footsteps, and a second later the sound of the front door being pulled open. Garth turned in his tracks and stumbled back beneath the cabin, thanking heaven that it was raised on short stilts. But the ruse did not give him much of a start, and by the time he had painfully threaded his way back between the piles of timber left underneath the cabin, Hagendorf had discovered the trick and was scouting back. Then, with the strength of the hunted, Garth was out from under the other side and sprinting for the doubtful sanctuary of the forest. His tiny feet, carrying the weight of a normal-sized man, sank ankle-high into the muddy ground, several times almost tripping him. Even as he got to where a trail through the bush began, and passed from the cold starlight into spaces black with clustered shadows, he heard a bellow from behind, and glancing back, saw a monstrous shape come leaping on his tracks. He had only seconds in which to find refuge. He could not stick to the trail. Thick bush, dank and heavy from recent rains, was on either side, fugitive streaks of pale light from above painting it eerily. Garth plunged into the matted growth, dropped to hands and knees, and wormed forward away from the trail. Earth-jarring footbeats sounded close. With frantic haste, he wrenched through the scratching tendrils and came to a miniature clearing. End of section 6. Section 7 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931, Section 7, The Midget from the Island by H.G. Winter, Part 2. He saw the tilted shape of a rotted tree stump, its roots half washed away and exposing a narrow crevice between them. Gasping, the nude, foot-high figure tumbled down into it and lay there, trying to hush his labored breathing. He was a mere 20 feet from the trail, and though to him the bush was a jungle, to his pursuer it was only chest-high. A towering shadow moved along the trail. The thud of heavy footbeats came more slowly to the listening midget. Hagendorf was searching, puzzled by the vague shadows for where Garth had left the path. Silence fell. Garth's heart was pounding like a trip hammer. He held himself alert, ready, if need be, to struggle up from the moist crevice and dart on further into the bush. He could not see the giant, but could picture his huge, sullen face all too clearly. Still no sound came. Risking all, he gripped the root and hauled himself up slightly. Then he peered around the stump. Hagendorf was standing in the thick of the bush. He was not 10 feet away, striving in the gloom to discern the other's telltale tracks. Garth drew his head back, hardly daring to breathe. Shivering, his naked body miserably cold, he waited, pressed down in the soggy earth. His betraying tracks were there. The shadows alone befriended him. The silence was drawn so fine that the faint cheep of a night bird sounded startlingly loud. But then came thunder that sent the bird winging away in fright, and the night and the forest echoed with the roar of a wrathful, impatient human voice. "You hear me wherever you are, and hear this. I leave you now, but in 10 minutes I have you. You little fool, you think you can get free. It is only by minutes you delay me." Snarling a curse, the treacherous giant turned and crashed through the bush and took his huge form striding back towards the cabin. Garth was thinking of many things as he scrambled back wearily from his refuge to the trail. He was cursing the unwanted publicity which prying reporters had given his work in Detroit, and which had led him to lease the lonely island and build a laboratory in the wilderness. Had it not been for that publicity, he would never have needed an assistant, and the vision of fame would never have come to delude Hagendorf and turn his thoughts towards murder. His position seemed a horrible delirium from which he must presently awake. Naked, dwarfed by each ordinary forest weed, unarmed and trembling from the wind-sharpened night, he hardly knew which way to turn. His body was blotched with blood and mud, and under it the ragged gashes made by glass and bush stung painfully. He was hungry and stiff and tired and miserable. He remembered Hagendorf's threat of capturing him in 10 minutes, and forced a smile to his face. "Looks kind of bad," he muttered, using his voice in an attempt to dispel some of the lonely grip of the night. "But we'll keep moving anyway. He's coming back soon. Let's see. I'd better make for the stream. It'll be hard for him to follow my tracks through that. And then..." Then what? The island was small. He realized he could not stand many hours of exposure. Inevitably. But he turned his mind from the future and its seeming hopelessness, and concentrated on the immediate need, which was to hide himself. Forcing the pace, he struck off on a shambling trot down the dim trail and into the deepening, sinister shadows towards the island's lone stream. Obstacles that normally he would not have noticed made his path tortuous. His great weight sank his feet ankle-high in the moist, uneven ground. Time and time again he stumbled over some embedded rock that, potato-sized, was like a boulder to him. Time and time again he fell, and when he rose, his legs were plastered with soggy earth that did not dry, and the damp, fallen leaves and twigs he pitched into clung to his coating of mud. Each broken limb and branch, dropped from the whispering gloom of the trees above, drained the energy from his tiring muscles. Soon he was conscious of a vague numbness creeping over him, a deceptive, drowsy warmth into which he longed to sink, but which he drove back by working his arms and legs as vigorously as he could. On he went with teeth clenched and eyes fixed on the half-seen trail ahead, a fantastic tiny creature hunted like a wild animal by a giant of his own kind. Presently, through the shroud of darkness, traced by ghostly slivers of starlight, came the sound of trickling water. The trail rose, dipped down, and through that hollow crawled the stream, winding from a hidden spring to the encompassing river below. Garth was winded when he came to it. To his eyes it seemed a small river. His legs were so numb they hardly felt the cold bite of the water that lapped around them. Some furry water animal leaped away as Garth trudged upstream, alarmed by the strange midnight visitant and the self-encouraging mutterings of a shrill human voice. He had waded what seemed to him a weary distance, in reality only a few hundred yards, through the winding, icy creek, when suddenly he halted and stood stock still. Listening, he heard the ordinary sounds of the wind through fir spires and the slow trickle of water, heard the beating of his own heart. Nothing else, and yet he took another step. Then he swung quickly around and peered back, senses alert. There was no mistaking the sound that had come again. It was the crunch of heavy feet, thudding at even intervals on damp earth. They were Hagendorf's, and he was armed with light. A long beam of white speared through the tangle of bush and tree trunks far below. It came slanting down from above, prying for the story recorded by miniature footprints in the ground. By its distance from him, Garth could tell Hagendorf had come to where his trail led into the stream. The ray held steady for minutes. Again it prowled nervously around, hunting for telltale signs, sweeping in widening circles. Then it was punctuated by the crunch of a boot. The giant was following upstream. With the flashlight, he might even be able to trace the prints in the bed of the creek. Stooping, Garth crept ahead as silently as he could, though the stir of water at his feet seemed terribly loud. There were keen ears behind, craned for sounds like that. He knew he would have to hide again, quickly, and at that moment he saw a place. A cleft in the bank to his right held a small hole, dimly limned by a wisp of starlight. On hands and feet the midget scrambled cat-like to it. It slanted down and inwards, only inches wide, so that the earth was close to his body when he slid, feet first, inside. But it was warm and dry, for it was shielded by a ledge from rain, and with the warmth the hunted mannequin's spirits rose somewhat. The ray of light, which he could see sweeping back and forth downstream, was still following slowly, as if Hagendorf were having trouble making out the water-covered trail. Garth breathed easier, cuddled down, and then, for some unaccountable reason, he felt uneasy. He had not noticed it at first, but now his nostrils were filled with a queer musky odor that electrified his nerves and tensed his muscles. He felt the short hairs of his neck rise, felt his lips tighten and draw back over clenched teeth. Some long-buried instinct was warning him of danger, and suddenly he sprang from the hole and swung around. From it, a killer came sneaking out, its bared fangs thirsty for his life-blood. Arching and swaying its lithe-muscled body, it slid forward in its graceful, savage way. A weasel, the deadliest pound-for-pound killer that prowls the forest. It was as long as the naked human who faced it was tall. Unwittingly, he had chosen its hole as a refuge. Retreat would have been impossible, but Garth for some reason did not even think of it. A strange new sensation poured through his tense body, a sensation akin to fierce joy. Gone was his tiredness. His teeth too were bared, matching the wicked fangs before him. Two primal creatures they were, tooth to tooth and claw to claw, the man as naked and intoxicated with the bloodlust as the 10 pounds of bone and sinew that now darted suddenly for his throat. With the lightning quickness that had come to him with small size, Garth stepped aside, and as the weasel's head streaked by, he called on man's distinctive weapon and put every ounce of his weight behind a right-arm swing that landed square on a cold black nose and doubled the weasel back in midair. Stunned, it writhed for a second on the slippery bank, and then again it was up, mad with pain now and swaying slightly, as it gathered for a second leap against the creature that fought so strangely. But in the momentary respite, Garth had reasoned out his best chance. He did not try to fight off the second dart with his fists, but went boldly in. Ducking through the needle claws with head lowered, his tiny hands streaked in on the furry throat. He found it, and his fingers thumbed into the windpipe, but not before the weasel smelled the blood its claws had drawn and went utterly berserk. For a moment there was a wild flurry of furry, tearing legs and a blood-streaked white body between them, trying desperately to evade their slicing strokes. They pitched down the bank together, animal and man struggling silently to the death, and when they jarred to a stop in the water below, Garth's strategy was achieved. He was uppermost,
His grip was steel around the throbbing throat, and the 180-pound weight of his body was holding the legs powerless, not an inch from his face. The weasel's fangs clashed frantically together. Garth maintained his clutch, squeezing with every bit of his mighty strength. The animal shuddered, then writhed in the death convulsions. At last lay still. Panting, his mind a welter of primate emotions roused by the kill, the man shook it a last time, jumped to his feet, and glared around, to see the beam of a flashlight only a dozen yards away. His more deadly foe, the human foe, was upon him. Perhaps the sounds of the fight had reached his ears. Garth lost not a moment. Quickly he slung the weasel's body back into the hole and jammed himself down after it. Hagendorf approached slowly, mumbling and cursing to himself in sullen ill humor. Things were not going as he had expected them to. The white ray scoured the banks of the stream, searching doggedly. Nearer he came, and with each step the watching midget's rapid breathing grew tighter. The towering body was more than shadow now. Another 10 feet and the flashlight would find the marks of the fight. But the Titan's patience gave out. Closer than he had yet been to his quarry, he paused, and again the thunder of his voice broke the night's hush. "Bah! This is foolish. In daylight I find him certainly. I have waited long. I could wait a little more. I need sleep. Tomorrow it will be different." He swung away from the stream, and in a few minutes the rip and crash of his progress through the bush had died. In the silence, Garth Howard considered his situation. He faced it squarely, as was his custom. He did not brood over the treachery of his assistant, or of how unfairly and suddenly it had plunged him into peril and robbed him of his normal body. He accepted his position and searched for possible angles of escape. There were not many hours left in which to make a decisive move. The island was small, and as Hagendorf had said, discovery would be inevitable in daytime. Garth thought of the machine and of the giant sleeping. A desperate plan came to him, and his jaws set decisively. "I'll do it," he exclaimed aloud. The lever which controlled both increase and decrease could be worked from inside the chamber, if he rigged up a system of turning it with a wire or rope. If he pulled it to the increase only part way, he would, he knew, have sufficient power over his muscles to pull it back off, or slide again from the chamber as he had done before. Whether or not he could do this depended on Hagendorf's being asleep. Possibly he could be locked in the living room, if he were there, or tied. The increase, even at half speed, would only take about 40 seconds. Once back to his size, there would be a fight without odds, Garth thought grimly. It was a big risk, and there was probably only a small chance of succeeding, but it meant getting back to 6 feet, back to normal world, back to equal terms. That was the magnet which drew him presently toward the cabin laboratory. He went slowly to allow Hagendorf plenty of time to fall soundly asleep. The giant, as he had said, needed sleep, needed it badly. For like Garth Howard, he had done without it for 48 hours, under the excitement of imminent success in their work. Garth considered that his move would be totally unexpected, being made right into the other's territory. There was a chance. And so, cold and weariness banished by thoughts of the goal ahead, he prowled back along the trail like any small creature of the forest. It was half an hour later when he came in sight of the cabin. His heart drummed excitedly as he stood in the shadows surveying it. He wondered if Hagendorf was still awake, if he was perhaps waiting for him. Certainly he did not seem to be. The cabin was dark and silent, and the only door was tightly closed. Still, it might be wiser to retreat while still free. "No, by heaven!" Garth Howard exclaimed in his thoughts. "I'm going through with it." Stooping slightly, he left the shadows and ran boldly into the starlight. He half expected to hear a scuffle of feet and see the giant come leaping out at him, but nothing broke the silence. He made his careful way along the side of the cabin to the place where a trough for waste liquids led through a small hole at the level of the floor.
and with great care wormed through. As he started to cautiously reconnoiter, he was suddenly arrested in his tracks. He had caught the sound of deep, rhythmic breathing. Hagendorf was asleep, not in the adjoining living room, but in the laboratory. For a moment, Garth did not know what to do. Caution urged him to retreat, but that would not get him back to his size. On tiptoe, he explored around. The boards squeaked beneath his great weight, but the nearby breathing beyond continued in regular rhythm. His eyes were toned to the darkness of the laboratory. He saw the chamber of his atom compacting machine, its outer sides ghostly in the faint reflected starlight, and stared at it with a pang of fierce longing. So near it was, so very near. Holding the stolen size of his body, holding all that was vital to him, holding life itself, it rested there silently, within reach of a few steps and a quick climb up of one of the table legs. So he thought, his brain whirling with mingled emotions, his tiny body shivering and aching with cold and its many hurts. The machine was near, but a barrier blocked the way. Hagendorf's bulk lay outstretched on a side table, black in the shadows, and from him came the level of breathing of a sound sleeper, climaxed now and again by a rumbling snore. He was taking no chances. His presence there seemed to destroy any hope of the midget's regaining normal size. But Garth was desperate, and for a minute or so he considered. 40 seconds the increase would take at half speed. It might be that long before the giant would awaken thoroughly and see what was happening. He, Garth, might start the process, and when he saw the huge figure stirring and waking from the noise of the dynamo, switch off the ray and get out. No matter how short a time it took Hagendorf to throw off the fogginess of his sleep, he would be somewhat increased in size, and the odds of combat would not be so great. It was a terrible risk. Did he dare take it? He thought of the forest, of the raw night, of what was threatened in the morning. Yes. Silently, the mannequin clasped the nearest table leg, shimmied up and hauled himself over the top. As he got there, his heart leaped. A sharp thumping had come from behind. He dropped to his knees and glanced around, but he immediately rose again, reassured. It was only the rabbits in their cage, disturbed by the strange figure on the table. He thanked God that they and his tarantulas and other insects could make no alarming noises. Garth found a long strand of wire. The panel's control lever swung to the left, controlled increase, to the right, decrease. Garth's plan was to wind the middle of the wire around it, relay each end around the two supporting posts of the switchboard, and thus have both ends of the wire in his hands when he stood inside the chamber. One end of the wire would enable him to pull the lever over for increase, and the other to pull it back to neutral when the increase was completed, or when Hagendorf arose. Quickly he started to arrange the wire, then suddenly his hands dropped, and he stared, dismayed, at the control panel. The power switch had been removed. It was Hagendorf's work, of course. He had guarded every angle. Without that switch, the mechanism was lifeless and literally powerless. It worked on a delicately adjusted and enclosed rheostat. There was nothing that could be substituted for it. It would take hours to improvise one in the heart of the apparatus. The switch, Garth reflected bitterly, was probably concealed somewhere about the giant's body. He considered the possibility of tying him. He knew where there was a coil of light, pliable wire on the floor. He might be able to loop it over the giant's hands and legs while he slept, tie him securely, and then go through his pockets for the switch. Another hazard, but there was nothing else to do. Garth lowered himself over the table's edge and slid quietly down the leg. He glanced at the sleeping man, then over across the room to where, beneath another table, the wire was, and his nerves jumped at what he saw there. From the darkness, under the table, two spots of greenish fire, close to the floor, held steadily on him. As he stared, they vanished, to reappear more to the right, With the movement, he glimpsed the outline of a lithe, crouching animal, and he knew it to be the cat that he and Hagendorf had experimented on earlier that night. It was stalking him in the deliberate manner of its kind. It came edging around so as to leap on him from the side. He knew that he represented fair prey to it, that if he tried to run, it would pounce on him from behind. Wearily, he tensed his miniature body, standing poised on the balls of his feet and never dropping his eyes for a moment. He could not repress a grim smile at the ludicrousness of being attacked by an ordinary house cat, even though it was tiger-sized to him. Though his victory over the weasel, a far deadlier fighter, made him confident he could dispatch it, there was another aspect to the approaching struggle. It would have to be fought in silence. Not 4 feet away, Hagendorf slept. There lay the overwhelming danger. Even as these things flashed through his brain, the cat steadily inched nearer on its padded paws. Ghostly starlight framed it now. Garth could see the eager, quivering muscles, the long tail, flat behind, twitching slightly, the rigid, unstirring head, and the slowly contracting paws. The terrible suspense of its stalking scraped his nerves. There would be a long pause, then an almost imperceptible hunching forward, with the tail ever twitching. Then the same thing again and over again. It became unbearable. Garth deliberately invited the attack. He pretended to turn and run, his back towards it. At once he sensed its tensing body, its bunching muscles. Then he knew it had sprung. Whirling, he had a fleeting impression of a supple body in midair, of bristling claws and bared needle-point fangs. But he was ready. The weasel had taught him his best weapon, the great weight of his body. He streaked in beneath the widespread paws, shot his hands into the fur of the throat, and threw himself against the shock of the animal's suddenly arrested sleep. There was no standing his weight. Over the cat went, its back thudding into the floor, its claws held powerless by the 180 pounds of hard flesh that straddled it. The fall had made little noise, but as Garth tightened the grip of his fingers and bored inward, a dull, steady thumping began to sound. It was the cat's tail pounding on the floor. Desperately, he tried to hook a leg over it, but he could not reach far enough. It beat like a tom-tom. From above there came the sound of a huge frame stirring and the rumble of a sleepy grunt. In a moment the Titan would be thoroughly awake. By the drumming tail alone, Garth realized his chance of regaining full size was sent glimmering. There was nothing but retreat now, and a hasty one if he valued his life. Another noise came from the waking Hagendorf. He was sitting up, staring around. Garth jumped to his feet, threw the cat's twitching body beneath the table, and dodged at full speed for the hole whereby he had entered. Like a mouse he wriggled through, leaped to the ground, scrambled up and made for the forest. He ran with all the speed at his command, and was almost surprised when he reached the black fringe of the forest in safety. In the protecting gloom he dared to pause and look back. Hagendorf was not pursuing him. From the sound he was merely boarding shut the drain hole to prevent another entrance in that way. Then afterwards the windows. Garth was puzzled. "I don't understand it," he said aloud. "Why is he so sure he can get me in the morning? Isn't he afraid I'll leave the island? Why, I've got to try to get away now. It could be death to be here after the dawn." He stood there making his plans. They had a rowboat below, powered with an outboard motor. Even in his present size, he might possibly run it if he could get it started. He would strike down river for Detroit, and when the gas gave out, the current would carry him on. Some riverboat might pick him up and carry him to friends in the city. His grotesquely dwarfed body would prove his story, and they would bring him back and end Hagendorf's mad dream of fame, and help him to regain his normal size. He could superintend the construction of another machine if the present one was wrecked. When he started down the trail to the river, he seemed to be walking through a haze. He felt curiously lightheaded, and his body was completely numb. The long exposure was telling on him, and there was much more of it to come. He wondered if he could hold out until he reached the mainland.
but his mind cleared of the daze the cold and near exhaustion had brought it to. When at last he came to the beach and realized that again Hagendorf had anticipated him, the rowboat was gone. No wonder the giant could afford to wait until daylight. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. Section 8, The Midget from the Island by H.G. Winter, Part 3. Garth floundered down to the beach and ran to where the craft usually lay. There was only a groove in the rough, pebbly surface, a groove left by the boat's keel. He followed it up the bank, and 20 yards in found the dinghy chained and locked firmly to a large tree. The midget's face grew suddenly very haggard as he stood there, staring at what looked like his death sentence. He should have known Hagendorf would secure the boat, he told himself bitterly. It was a cruel blow, and sheer misery of mind and body gripped him. As he turned and peered through the darkness of a wind-whipped water and sky towards a horizon that was already lightening. Downriver lay Detroit, a friendly, everyday world. It was not far in miles, but it seemed lost to him forever. Garth took his eyes from that prospect with a wry twist to his mouth. It chanced that they fell on the painter of the rowboat. It was a stout manila cord some 20 feet in length, and tied tightly to a ring in the bow of the boat. He looked at it dully for a full minute before the idea came to him. Then suddenly the lethargy bred of hopelessness left him. Garth remembered a pocket-knife he had left in the boat the day before. He climbed over the side and began to fumble about in the darkness. First he came upon a torn handkerchief, which he hastily tied about his loins. Further probing disclosed the knife wedged under a seat in the boat. When he finally extricated it, he threw the knife over the side and climbed out. After some minutes of frantic cutting and hacking, he severed the rope, and quickly taking up one of the ends, ran with it further along the bank. There was still a way of getting off the island, a cold and risky way, but better than waiting miserably for capture. On the bank was a pile of sawn logs intended for firewood, and a strong rope was in his hands. Much, indeed, could be done now. The making of his raft proved a Herculean task, a racking, and almost impossible one for a man limited by doll-sized hands and a foot-high body. First, the logs had to be rolled to the water's edge. 6 of them. Each was as thick as he was tall, and this first part of his task took him a precious half-hour, every minute of which brought nearer the dawn. Ripples like ordinary waves washed up the struggling mannequin and left him gasping as he stood braced in the cold water and hugged one log after another out and wound the rope under and over it. The raft had to be built in water. He would never have been able to drag the whole thing off the beach. When at last he wearily tied the rope end to the last log and stuck his knife handy in it, the clouds on the horizon were flushed by the coming sun. But his means of escape was completed, and hanging on the end, he shoved the raft out into the river. Right then he almost lost his life. For when his feet left the sloping bottom, his great weight, out of all proportion to the size of his body, pulled him under, and it was only by virtue of a desperate clutch on the raft that he escaped drowning. Thrashing furiously, he struggled up from the water and lay totally blown on the logs. It was then he first realized that his chance of life was no stronger than the rope which held them together, for swimming was out of the question, and 1 or 2 logs would never support his 180 pounds. The end which he lay on was well under water, and the waves splashed up between the bobbing logs. The current he was headed for swept down 50 yards offshore, which was 1/6 of a mile to the little legs now thrust out behind and making a rhythmic flutter. He was off the island. Freedom and life were near.
Though his teeth were chattering, his fingers crushed by the jarring logs, and his body utterly wretched, he grinned with joy as the stretch between him and the gloomy mass of the island slowly widened. Then came the sun. The skies faded from gray into a delicate, cloud-flecked blue. Slowly the air warmed, and the surface of the water seemed to calm under it. Though the sun was good on his body, Garth realized night was more friendly to him, for in the growing light his craft was all too conspicuous to the giant, who would presently be following his tracks down to the beach. He chided himself for not having thought of camouflaging the raft with leafy branches. Doggedly he forced it out. When at last he felt the pull of the current, he ceased his weary kicking and glanced up into the swiftly advancing dawn. There was a bird soaring through the keen air up there, gliding in easy circles with almost motionless wings. Garth gazed at it somewhat wistfully, envying its freedom and power of flight, and then he shut his eyes. He was very tired. He must have dozed off for a moment, for he awoke to find himself slipping off. With a sudden jerk he regained his position, and that was what saved his life at the moment, for without warning, while he was nodding, plumed death struck from the skies. It dropped like a plummet, as was its manner. It had been circling above and judging its swoop, and by rights its curved talons should have arched deep into the unguarded back of the naked figure on the raft, but at the last second the figure moved aside, too late for the hawk to alter its swoop. The raft rocked under the impact. For a moment Garth Howard, dazed by the sudden attack, did not know what happened. Huge scratching wings were thrashing about him. His left arm stung from where a claw had raked it, and he wrenched around to stare into two wicked slits of eyes, behind a fierce, rounded beak that jabbed at him. Evidently he represented easy prey to the hawk, for it did not soar away, but instead came at him again in a flurry of beating wings and stabbing beak, a vicious, feathered fighter from above. Caught off guard by the suddenness and savagery of the onslaught, Garth retreated stumblingly, forgetting his weight and the size of the raft, and defending himself with his arms as best he could against the rushes of the hawk. The raft tilted perilously. Water washed around his legs, and he slipped and went under. He felt his fingers slipping inexorably over the edge of the log he had gripped. His legs threshed up a welter of foam, but he kept going down. Panic clutched him. His weight would sink him like a stone. But suddenly his clutching hand was gripped by steel-like talons, and through the water he caught a glimpse of the hawk, straining backwards with mighty sweeps of its wings in an effort to lift him bodily into the air. His size had deceived it. It could not hoist him, but did manage to drag his head and chest out of the water. That was enough. With an effort, Garth scrambled onto the raft. The hawk, probably greatly surprised by its failure to soar away with such tiny prey, tore into him again, raking his body painfully. Hardly knowing what he did, Garth grabbed out as it hovered over him and succeeded in wrapping his fingers around one of its legs. Then, bracing himself as best he could and ignoring the scratching wings and piercing beak, he gave the leg a sharp twist and heard the crack of breaking bone. He was only half conscious of the hawk's shrill scream of pain, of its swift retreat into the blue, with the broken leg dangling grotesquely. For a moment he was aware that he had driven it off. Then the pain of his wounds and his utter exhaustion swept over him, and he flopped down on the raft in a dead faint. For a long time Garth was dimly aware of familiar noises. At first they were faint and scarcely perceptible. But as his senses slowly began to return, disturbing thoughts came to him. He felt that he was on his back and confined, and when he twisted to turn over he found he could not. He opened his eyes and blinked. He was back in the laboratory, lying bound hand and foot on the long table. The giant Hagendorf appeared over him, and his deep voice rumbled, "Badly scarred and bruised, my little friend. Cats you have fought, and birds, and each has left its mark.
It was useless to run away last night, not? Garth was suddenly too full of a weary resignation to even think of speaking. Remonstrance, he knew, would avail him nothing. The long struggle for freedom and life was over, and he had lost. The assistant was apparently in good humor. He went on. Really, it is too bad, after that magnificent fight of yours. A hawk, was it not? I was following your tracks, and had just reached the beach when I see a great fuss in the water. A raft, I see. A bird attacking something on it. A little white figure struggling. Well, it is that easy. I unlock the boat and go to the raft and find my elusive friend there, unconscious. So I bring him back here. He has forgotten we have an experiment to complete. There was a fire of exultation in the man's eyes as they glared down at the midget who lay on the laboratory table just a few feet away from the chamber of the machine. He reached out and ran a thick finger over his victim's body. You do not deserve this, he said. I should kill you outright, but graciously I give you death in the machine. Yours will be the first human body to be reduced to an inch, maybe less. This is your martyrdom. For this your name will live, along with mine, for having perfected the process. Garth Howard saw that the window was boarded tightly shut. Then Hagendorf caught his eyes, as with a grin he plunged a hand into the pocket and drew forth the missing panel switch. He dangled it in front of Garth. What you would have given for this last night, eh? With your wire to pull the lever so carefully arranged. It was too bad. He shrugged, then picked up a screwdriver and turned to fix the switch on the control panel. The moment his back was turned, Garth gazed frantically around. The fantastic fate he had striven so desperately to stave off was very close now. What could he do? Some tools lay on the table just out of his reach, among them a pair of cutting pliers. He stared at the pliers, an overgrown tool half as long as his own body. The twist of Hagendorf's wrist driving home the first screw brought a cold chill over him. The pliers. It was a chance. He twisted a little, and keeping his eyes on the giant's back, he inched towards them. His hands tied at the wrists behind him, clutched for them, found them. The jaws were open, and there were two sharp cutting edges. He could not hope to manipulate the whole implement with his bound hands, but he located one edge, painfully brought the rope to it, and sawed rapidly. The steel sliced his flesh, and he felt the warm stickiness of blood. But he disregarded this and kept on. Hagendorf was still working, all unconscious, but the last screw was going in, and then some strands of the rope snapped, and it loosened. The next second, Garth had wrenched his hands free. Then, throwing caution to the winds, he sat up, grabbed the great tool, and sliced the rope at his feet. At that moment, Hagendorf finished his job and turned around. Their eyes met. For a breathless instant, nothing happened, save that the smile on the Titan's face changed to surprise and then fury. Garth scrambled to his feet. The movement brought a bellow of rage, and the mannequin saw two enormous hands converging on him in a sweep that bade fair to crush every bone in his dwarfed body. Leaping backwards instinctively, he hurled the pliers at the giant's head. They were well aimed, and he saw them strike the temple, stopping the man in his tracks. He thundered more from anger than pain. His heart pounding wildly, Garth ran back to a position behind a rack of test tubes. It was from there that he saw Hagendorf cursing crazily, grab up a machinist's hammer, and advance upon him. All sanity had apparently left the giant. His great face was flushed and distorted, and a growing welt showed where the pliers had clipped him. Garth suddenly knew that if he were captured again, death would not come in the chamber, but from those powerful hands or the weapon they clutched. The hammer swung back for a crushing blow, but in the instant it hung poised, Garth lifted a half-filled test tube from the rack before him and swished its contents forward.
The tube held sulfuric acid, and it sprayed over Hagendorf's face. The hammer pitched from his hand. He clutched at his eyes and stumbled back, shrieking in agony. Garth at once ran to the edge of the table, swung himself over, and slid down the leg to the floor. The laboratory door was opened, and he dashed for it. But whether or not Hagendorf could see his frantic retreat, he anticipated it, and with a reeling plunge he got there first. Fumbling, he found the key in a hole and turned it. The room was sealed. Beginning then, the blind Hagendorf was a man berserk. With a sobbing roar of pain and fury, he lashed round for the foot-high figure that dodged and wheeled and zigzagged to keep from his threshing arms and his hands. A table crashed over, and a flood of chemicals mixed and boiled on the floor. Then another as the giant blundered blindly into it. The cages of animals split open, and guinea pigs, rabbits, and insects scuttled from their prisons, fleeing to the corners from the wild plunges of the raging German. Garth went reeling from a glancing blow, and fell against an overturned stool under a far table, where he could hardly breathe from the mixed odors of spilt chemicals. By some sixth sense, Hagendorf seemed to locate him, for his huge body turned and came directly for him. But Garth did not wait. Seizing the stool, he whirled it so that it slid smash into the giant's legs. The man pitched over with a grunt, striking the floor so hard that the planks shivered. He did not rise. He lay there in a wreckage of glass and splintered wood and stinking chemicals, moaning slightly. Garth wasted no time, but gripped a leg of the laboratory table, shin to the top, and with frantic speed fixed his strand of wire onto the control lever and round the supporting posts of the instrument panel. Then he jumped for the dynamo switch, caught the handle, and jerked it down. The drone of the generator surged through the room. Then the midget was standing in the chamber, both ends of the wire in his hands, and his heart was thudding madly as he pulled one of them. It held. Over came the lever, halfway. The brilliant stream of the ray poured down. Dimly the mannequin glimpsed the chamber's walls sinking down, the wreckage-strewn room outside diminishing to normal size. Fiery pain throbbed through him, but it was lost in the exultation that filled his mind as the seconds went by. He grew to 2 feet, 2.5, 3, but beyond that he was not to go. The swaying shape of Hagendorf loomed outside the cube. Aroused by the drone of the generator and what it signified, the giant had floundered up from the floor and now came clutching blindly for him. Garth knew he would have to leave the chamber at once, so, struggling for command of his muscles through the paralysis that numbed them, he tensed his hold on the other wire and pulled it a little. The control lever swung back to neutral, the ray faded, and Garth jumped out. He was only a few feet away from the huge, convulsed face as the German roared, "By God, you'll never get back on this machine." His purpose was plain. His groping hand had already found the control lever. To prevent his ripping it out, Garth plunged headfirst into Hagendorf's stomach, and they both went down in a flurry of arms and legs. Garth, scrambling to get loose, was conscious of the ray pouring down again in the chamber above. The lever had not been wrenched out, but jerked over, setting the process of increase on. The next few minutes were a chaos. Now that Howard was 3 feet tall, he was without some of the advantages of his former smallness and compactness, and his utmost efforts failed to free him from the death clutch of the pain-maddened giant. Over and over they rolled on the floor, Garth trying only to break free, and the other relentlessly holding on and dragging him over to the chamber again. It was a losing fight for the diminutive one. Weakened as he was by his exposure and the fierce fights he had had, little by little, squirming and resisting with all his remaining strength, he was brought near to see the German at last pull half the reducing apparatus with a crash to the floor. The ray in the chamber faded off. The machine was silenced forever, so that Garth could never hope to regain his full size in this one. With the realization of this, most of his spirit went, while the savage giant, successful in smashing the machinery, now turned and devoted himself exclusively to his victim.
Now for you, he roared in a frightening triumph, clutching the smaller man's neck with his great hands and bearing him to the floor. Against those fingers gouged into his windpipe like a vise of steel, Garth could do nothing. Feebly he gagged, and feebly he clawed at the pitiless hands, and futilely. It was the end, he told himself. He had come close, but closest did not count. His eyes bulged, and a shroud of black began to obscure his vision. And then, suddenly, over the giant's flexed arms, he glimpsed, coming from the chamber on the table, something that chilled the blood in his veins with horror. It was huge and utterly loathsome. Long, hairy legs folded out, and following them came a furry, bloated body at least 5 feet thick. Many-faceted eyes fixed themselves coldly on the men on the floor. In one hideous leap, the monster soared from the table all the way to the room's ceiling, seeming almost to float as it came down. For a moment it teetered on the floor, not 5 feet from the giant, who, blind and all unconscious of it, was throttling his diminutive victim beneath him. Garth, for a second, forgot the grip on his throat in the horror of the monster. He knew at once what it was: a tarantula. It had crawled inside the chamber when its cage was broken, had been there even while he had been there, and had been swollen to its present blood-curdling size while they were fighting and the ray was on. With the smashing of the apparatus, it was free to come out. It gathered for the final spring, its terrible legs tensing perceptibly, a creature out of a nightmare. Garth Howard tried to shriek out a warning, but Hagendorff was holding his throat too well. He could only struggle weakly and nod toward the horror beyond. But the message did not get across to the giant. Then the tarantula sprang again. For a moment it seemed to hover on Hagendorff's upturned back. When it floated down, its ragged legs cradled over him, and the egg-shaped body squatted on his back. Garth felt his frayed nerves and senses going. A hairy leg was touching him, chilling his flesh. Above him the giant was thrashing impotently, and he found his neck free of the awful grip. He wormed free. He was hardly conscious of reaching up and unlocking the door and closing it tightly again as he stumbled forth. Later it seemed that it was in a dream that he ran wildly into the splendid sunlight outside and down the winding trail. It was only by a tremendous effort that he kept his senses long enough to shove the rowboat out from the beach and hop in. He never started the motor. All that he had seen and suffered on the island of horror overcame him too soon, and he pitched down in a limp, unconscious heap. And so it was that the next morning the 2 harbor policemen found a rowboat with mysterious cargo floating silently down the Detroit River. So it was that some time later a launch with 3 local officers churned up to the solitary island, and that gunshots echoed in the gloom of a hushed laboratory room, and a man's white-faced body was carried from the cabin where he had made his one great treacherous effort to steal another's fame. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Centerville, Virginia. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931, Section 9, Jazzing Up the Universe. Centuries of celestial history wheeled across the plaster sky of the new Adler Planetarium at Chicago recently at the dedication of the Astronomical Institution, the first of its kind in the Western Hemisphere. A modern Joshua, working the levers and switches of a complicated instrument, commanded a miniature sun to stand still in the heavens, and it did. He bettered the feat of the biblical prophet by stopping the sun at any given point on its orbit across the skies, and then ran it backward, its attendant planets, planetoids, and stars scampering contrary to all rules of the universe. The Joshua, in the person of Professor Philip Fox, director of the planetarium on a made island in Lake Michigan, described the instrument with which he made the heavenly bodies cut capers as a projector, made in Germany at a cost of almost $100,000. As nearly as it can be described by a layman, it looks like 3 immense diving helmets, capping the ends of a tube about 6 feet long. Each helmet is studded with lenses, and inside are complicated and strange lights and projectors which throw the images of the celestial bodies on the white plaster dome above that represents the skies. The wheeling motion of the universe toward the west is obtained by revolving the helmets in eccentric circles on an axis. The whole effect makes a spectator feel as if the solar system was revolving around him at a greatly accentuated speed. As a beginning lesson for the layman who attended the opening, Professor Fox set the machine to represent the latitude of Chicago on May 10, 1930. Everyone turned his eyes to the east, where a silhouette of Lake Michigan, with its lighthouses and oreships, is painted on the plaster horizon. The dome was lighted to represent a clear night, and, incidentally, all nights are clear in a planetarium. The machine was started, and up from the center of the lake jumped Mars, red against the darkness. Professor Fox, with a flashlight that throws the image of an arrow, pointed out the stars as they appeared over the dome. The coming of Mars forecast the dawn of May 10th, and in a few moments the sun emerged from the proper latitudinal position out of the lake and blazed its way across the heavens and set behind the silhouette of the Standard Oil building on the west wall of the dome in less than a minute, denoting that the day had passed in review. At 3:43 p.m. Central Standard Time, the midget moon arose and sailed its course and then set behind the darkened picture of the Strauss Tower. Then, Professor Fox ran off Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday for good measure, each time with Mars heralding the dawn and the sun changing position as it does in reality. 50 centuries of astronomical history can be run off in an hour by the machine. The planets are visible during the day in the planetarium as well as night. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. By Harl Vincent. The Moonweed, Part 1. Hobart Madison pursed his lips in a whistle of incredulous surprise as he regarded the object that lay in the palm of his hand. An ordinary pebble it seemed to be, but a pebble in which a strange fire smoldered and showed itself here and there through the dull surface. "Would you mind repeating what you just said, Van?" he asked. "You heard me the first time. I said that that's a diamond and that it came from the moon." Carl Vanderventer glared at his friend in resentment of his doubting tone. "Mean to tell me you've been there? To the moon?" "Certainly not. I'm not a Jules Verne adventurer, but I'm telling you that stone is a diamond of the first water, and that it came from the moon. Weighs over 100 carats, too. You can have it appraised yourself if you think I'm kidding you." Bart Madison laughed. "Don't get sore, Van," he said. "I'm not doubting your word, but Lord, man, the thing's so incredible. It takes a little time to soak in. And you say there are more?" "Sure. This is the largest of 5 I've found so far. And there's other stuff, too. Wait till you see. Fossils, beetles, and things. I tell you, Bart, the moon was inhabited at one time. I've the evidence, and I want you to be the first to see it." The eyes of the young scientist shone with excitement as he saw that his friend was roused to intense interest. "So that's what all your experimenting had been aimed at? No wonder it cost so much. Yes, and you've been a brick for financing me. Never asked a question either. But Bart, it'll all come back to you now. Know how much that stone's worth? Plenty, I guess. But forget about the financing and all that. Where's this laboratory of yours?" Madison had pushed his chair back from his desk and was reaching for his hat. "Over in the Ramapo Mountains, not far from Tuxedo. I'll have you there in 2 hours. Sure you can spare the time to go out there now?" Vanderventer was enthusiastically eager. "Spare the time? You just try and keep me from going." Neither of them noticed the sinister figure that lurked outside the door which led into the adjoining office. They chattered excitedly as they passed into the outer hall and made for the elevator. Vanderventer's laboratory was a small domed structure set in a clearing atop the mountain and well hidden from the winding road which was the only means of approach. Though Bart Madison, who had inherited his father's prosperous brokerage business, had financed his friend's research work ever since the two left college, this was his first visit to the secluded workshop, and its wealth of equipment was revealed to him as a complete surprise. He had always thought of Van's experiments as something beyond his ken, something uncanny and mysterious. Now he was convinced. The most prominent single piece of apparatus in the laboratory was a 12-inch reflecting telescope, which reared its latticed framework to a slit in the dome overhead. Paralleling its axis and secured to the same equatorial mounting was a shining tube of copper which bristled with handwheels and levers and was connected by heavy insulated cables to an amazing array of electrical machinery that occupied an entire side of the single room. "Regular young observatory you've got here, Van," Bart commented when he had taken all this in one sweeping glance of appraisal. "Yeah, and then some. Not another like it in the world." Van was busying himself with the controls of his electrical equipment, and a powerful motor generator started up with a click and a whir as he closed a starting switch. Madison watched in silence as the swift-fingered scientist fussed with the complicated adjustments of the apparatus, and then turned to the massive concrete pedestal on which his telescope was mounted. At his touch of a button, the instrument swung over on its polar axis to a new position. The slit in the dome was open to the afternoon sky, revealing the lunar disk in its daytime faintness. "You can see it just as well in daylight?" Bart asked as his friend peered through the eyepiece of the telescope and continued his adjustments. "Sure. The surface is just as bright as at night. Doesn't seem so to your eye, but it's different through the telescope. Here, take a look." Bart squinted through the eyepiece and saw a huge crater with a shadowed spire in its center. Like a shell hole in soft earth it appeared, a great splash that had congealed immediately it was made. The crosshairs of the eyepiece were centered on a small circular shadow near its inner rim. "That," Van was saying, "is a prominent crater near the Mare Nubium. The spot under the crosshairs is that from which I have obtained the diamonds, and other things. Watch this now, Bart." The young broker straightened up and saw that his friend was removing the cover from a crystal bowl that was attached to the lower end of the copper tube that pointed to the heavens at the same ascension and declination as the telescope. The air of the room vibrated to a strange energy when he closed a switch that lighted a dozen vacuum tubes in the apparatus that lined the wall. "You say you bring that stuff here with a light ray?" he asked. "No, I said with the speed of light. This tube projects a ray of vibrations, like directional radio, you know, and this ray has a component that disintegrates the object it strikes and brings it back to us as dissociated protons and electrons, which are reassembled in the original form and structure in this crystal bowl. Watch." A misty brilliance filled the bowl's interior. Intangible, shadowy forms seemed to be taking shape within a swirling maze of ethereal light that hummed and crackled with astounding vigor. Then, abruptly, the apparatus was silent and the light gone, revealing an odd object that had taken form in the bowl. "A starfish," Bart gasped. "Yeah, and fossilized." Van handed it to him, and he took it in his fingers gingerly, as if expecting it to burn them. The thing was undoubtedly a starfish, and of light, spongy stone. Its color was a pale blue, and the ambulacral suckers were clearly discernible on all 5 rays. "Lord, you're sure this is from the moon?" Bart turned the starfish over in his hand and gazed stupidly at his friend. "Certainly, you nut. Think I had it up my sleeve? But here, watch again. There's something else." The crackling misty light again filled the bowl. "Suppose," Bart ventured, "you bring in something large, big as a house, let's say. What would it do to your machine?" "Can't. The rail'll only pick up stuff that'll enter the bowl. Look, here's the next arrival." The mysterious light died down, and the scientist picked up the second object with trembling fingers. It was a knife of beautiful workmanship, fashioned from obsidian and obviously the work of human hands. "There, didn't I tell you?" Van gloated. "Guess that shows there were living beings on the moon." He made minute changes in the adjustment of his marvelous instrument, and Bart watched in dazed astonishment as object after object materialized before their eyes. There were fragments of strange minerals, more fossils, marine life mostly, a roughly beaten silver plate, 3 diamonds, none of which was as large as what Van had taken to New York, but all of considerable value. "This'll be something for the papers, Van." Bart Madison was visioning the fame that was to come to his friend. "Yeah, all but the diamonds." "All but the diamonds is right." These words were spoken by a sarcastic voice, chill as an icicle, that came from the open door. They wheeled to look into the muzzles of 2 automatic pistols that were trained on them by a stocky individual who faced them with a twisted, knowing grin. "Danny Kelly!" Bart gasped, raising his hand slowly to the level of his shoulders. He knew the ex-Army captain was a dead shot with a service pistol, and a desperate man since his disgrace and forced resignation. "What's the big idea?" he demanded. "You don't need to ask. Refused me a loan this morning, didn't you? Now I'm getting it this way." Kelly turned savagely on Van, prodding his ribs with a pistol. "Get 'em up, you," he snapped. Van had been slow in raising his hands, gaping in stupefied amazement at the intruder. Now he reached for the ceiling without delay. "You'll serve time for this, Danny," Bart shouted. "Shut up. I know what I'm doing. And back up, too. Where? No, the other door." Kelly was forcing them toward the door of the cellar at the point of one pistol as he kept Van covered with the other. Bart clenched his fist and brought it down in a sudden sweeping blow that raked Kelly's cheek and ear with stunning force. But the gunman recovered in a flash, dropped the muzzle of his pistol, and pulled the trigger. Drilled through the thigh, Bart staggered through the open door and fell the length of the stairs into the darkness of the cellar. Kelly laughed evilly as he slammed the door and turned the key. "Hold it, you!" he snarled as he swung on Van, who had dropped his hands and crouched for a spring. "If I drill you, it won't be through the leg. I'll take those diamonds now." He pocketed one of his pistols, and keeping the other pressed to the pit of Van's stomach, went through his pockets. Then he added those on the tray by the crystal bowl to the collection, and transferred the entire lot to his own pocket. "Now, you clever engineer," he grinned, "we'll just operate this trick machine of yours for a while and collect some more. Hop to it." He watched narrowly as Van stretched his fingers to the controls. "No monkey business either," he grated. "You'll not change a single adjustment. I've been listening to you, and I know the clock of the telescope is keeping the ray trained on the same spot. You just operate the ray, and nothing else. Get me?" Van did not think it expedient to tell him of the drift caused by inaccuracies in the clock and perturbations of the moon's motion. He was playing for time, trying to plan a course of action. "There may not be any more diamonds," he offered as he tripped the release of the ray. "Oh, there'll be more. Don't try to kid me." An irregular block of quartz materialized in the bowl, and Kelly tossed it to the floor in savage disgust. Then a small diamond, very small, but he pocketed it nevertheless. The next object was a strange one, a dried seed pod about 6 inches in length and of brilliant red color. The ray had shifted to a new position on the lunar surface. Another and another of the strange legumes followed, one of them bursting open and scattering its contents, bright red like the enclosing pod, to rattle over the floor like tiny glass beads. Kelly snorted his disgust. "Still some sort of vegetation out there," Van muttered. The eternal scientist in the man could not be downed by a mere hold-up. "Cut the chatter," Kelly snarled as the crystal bowl gave up another of the useless pods, and still another. He gathered up the evidence of lunar vegetation, a half-dozen of the pods, and threw them through the open doorway with a savage gesture. "You trying to put one over on me?" he bellowed. "How can I?" Van retorted mildly. "I haven't touched a handwheel." He was wondering vaguely whether this lunar seed would grow in earthly soil, what sort of a plant it would produce under the new environment. Kelly was becoming nervous now. It seemed that little was to be gained by hanging around this crazy man's laboratory. He had a sizable fortune in rough stones already. The big one alone, when properly cut into smaller stones, would make him independent. Maybe there weren't any more anyway. And the longer he stayed, the greater chance there was of getting caught. The advent of another of the pods decided him. A quick blow with the butt of his pistol stretched Van on the floor, and Kelly fled the scene. Bart was pounding furiously on the cellar door when Van first took hazy note of his surroundings. Several uncertain minutes passed before he was able to stagger across the room and release his friend. "Where is he?" Bart demanded, swaying on his feet and blinking in the sudden light. "Gone. Socked me and beat it with the diamonds." Van was mopping the blood from his eyes with a handkerchief. "Are you hit bad?" he inquired. "No, just a flesh wound. Hurts like the devil, though. How about yourself?" Bart limped to his side and sighed with relief when he examined his bleeding scalp. "Not so bad yourself, old man. Where's your first aid kit?" Van was still somewhat dazed and merely pointed to the cabinet. "Fine pair we turned out to be," he grumbled after his head had cleared a bit under Bart's vigorous cleansing of the cut on his temple. "Here we stood, meek as a couple of lambs, and let that guy get away with murder. Yeah, but those 45s made the difference." "Ouch!" Bart winced as his friend poured some fresh iodine over the wound in his leg. "Have a heart, will you?" They were startled into silence by a hoarse, strangling scream that came from outside the laboratory. "Help! Help!" someone repeated in a panicky voice, a voice which at once ended on a gurgled note of despair. "It's Kelly," Bart whispered. "He's come back. Something's happened to him." He started for the open door. "Wait a minute. It may be a trick to get us outside where he can pop us off." "No, it isn't. For God's sake, look!" Bart had reached the door and was pointing at the ground with shaking forefinger. The entire clearing seemed to be alive with wriggling things, long, rubbery tentacles that crawled along the ground, reaching curling ends high in the air, and had even started climbing the trees at the edge of the clearing. Blood red they were, and partially transparent in the light of the setting sun. Growing things, attached to their thick ends to swelling mounds of red that seemed anchored to the ground. Translucent stalks rose from the mounds and sprouted huge buds that burst and blossomed into flaming flowers a foot in diameter, then withered and went to seed in a moment of time. But always the weaving tendrils shot forth with lightning speed, reaching and feeling their uncanny way along the ground and over tree stumps into the woods. One of them emerged from a hollow stump with its slender end coiled around the tiny body of a chattering gray squirrel. "The moonflowers!" Van cried. "What do you mean, moonflowers?" "Dried seed pods. They came over into the bowl, and Kelly threw them out. Now look at the damn things. They're alive!" Kelly's voice came to them once more from behind the barrier of rapidly growing vegetation. "Help!" he screeched. "I'll give back the diamonds, anything! Only get me away from the things!" "Ought to let 'em get him," Van growled. Bart shivered. "Too horrible, Van. Got an axe or anything?" There's a hatchet around back. Maybe we can—" But the young broker had scuttled around the corner of the building, and Van looked after him anxiously. The vile red tendrils were reaching for the east wall of the laboratory, and he saw that their inner surfaces were covered with tiny suckers, like those on the arms of a devilfish. Carnivorous plants, undoubtedly, these awful, half-animal, half-vegetable things whose seed had been transported across 250,000 miles of space. Man-eaters, deadly and growing with incredible speed. Even the short-lived flowers were fearsome, as they opened their scarlet pansy-like faces and stared a moment before they folded up and shriveled into the seed cases, like those that had materialized in the crystal bowl. Then he noticed that the pods were opening and spreading more of the terrible seed. Nothing could stop this weird growth now. It would cover the country like a sea of flaming horror, overcoming and devouring every living thing. Cold fear clutched at Van as he realized the enormity of the calamity that had come to the earth. Bart was skirting the edge of the clearing with a hatchet in his hand, and Van tried to call out to him to warn him. But his voice caught in his throat, and instead he ran to his assistance, circling the spreading menace to get around behind where Kelly was still shouting. Damn Kelly anyway. This never would have happened if he hadn't come on the scene. Kelly was in the woods, wedged into the crotch of a tree and striking wildly at the clutching tendrils with his clubbed pistol. They mashed easily and dripping red, but were not to be deterred from their ghastly purpose. Kelly's time would have indeed been short had not his erstwhile victims come to the rescue. One of the thickest of the twining things encircled his body and had him pinned to the tree. His breath was coming in gasps as its tightening coils increased their pressure. His coarse features were livid, and his eyes bulged from their sockets. Bart hacked and hacked at the rubbery growth until he had him free, jerked him from his perch, blubbering and whining like a schoolboy. His shirt had been torn from his breast, and they saw a great red welt where the blood had been drawn through the pores by those terrible suckers. "Look out, Bart!" Van shouted. Another of the creeping things had come through the underbrush and was wrapping its coils around Bart's ankle. Another and another wriggled through, and soon they were battling for their own freedom. Kelly staggered off into the woods and went crashing down the hill, leaving them to take care of themselves as best they might. The stench of the viscous liquid that oozed from the injured tendrils was nauseous. It had something of a soporific effect, and the two friends found themselves fighting the terror in a growing mist of red that blinded and confused them. Then, miraculously, they were free, and Van assisted Bart as they ran through the forest. When they reached the road, weak and out of breath, they were just in time to see Kelly's roadster vanish around the bend. "Yeah, he'd give back the diamonds, the swine," Van muttered vindictively. Then, shrugging his shoulders, "Well, they won't be much good to him anyway. They won't be any good to us either, as far as that goes." "What do you mean? Aren't they real?" Bart was raising himself painfully into the seat of Van's car, his wounded leg suddenly very much in the way. "Sure, they're real, but don't you realize what this thing means? This ungodly growth that started?" Why no. You mean it'll keep on growing? And how?" "Those inner stalks drop a new batch of seeds every 5 minutes or so. Presto, a flock of new plants spring up 10 feet from the first, dozens of them for every pod that drops. You know how geometrical progression works out. They'll cover the whole country, the whole world. Lord. Man alive, this is terrible. I hadn't thought of that before. What'll we do?" "Yeah, that's the question. What can we do?" Van started his motor and jerked the car to the road. "First off, we're going to get away from here, fast." Bart gripped his arm as he shifted into second gear. "Look, Van," he babbled. "They're out of the woods already, loose. The red snakes are loose from their stalks. They're alive, I tell you." It was true. Several of the slimy red things were wriggling their way over the macadam like great earthworms, but moving with the speed of hurrying pedestrians. Free and untrammeled by the roots and stems of the mother plants, they had set forth on their own in the search for beings of flesh and blood to destroy. Millions of their kind would follow, billions. In sudden panic, Van stepped on the gas. 15 minutes later, with shrieking siren, a motorcycle drew alongside and forced them to the curb. "Where's the fire?" the sarcastic voice of a stern-visaged officer demanded when Van had brought his car to a screeching stop. 75, the speedometer had read but a moment before. "It's life and death, officer," Van started to explain. "We must get to the proper officials to warn the—" Tell it to the judge. Come on now, follow me." "But, officer, there's death on its way from the hills, I tell you. Red, creeping things that'll be here in a couple of hours." "Get away from that wheel. I'll drive you in myself. You're full of applejack." Bart had opened the door on his side and was limping his way around the back of the car. This was serious. They had to get away, had to spread the word in a way that would be believed before it was too late. The officer was tugging at Van's arm, astonishment and black rage showing in his weather-beaten countenance. Speeding, drunk, resisting an officer. They'd never get out of this mess. A swift uppercut interrupted the proceedings. Bart's leg was numb and stiff, but his good right arm was working smoothly and with all its old-time precision. His second punch was a haymaker. With his full weight behind it, it drove straight to the chin and stretched the officer on the concrete. Thoughtfully, Bart removed his pistol from its holster before scrambling in at Van's side. "Boy, now we're in for it," he gasped. "And we might as well make a good job while we're at it." Van let in his clutch with a jerk, and again they were breaking all traffic regulations. End of Section 10. Section 11 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. By Harl, Vincent. The Moonweed, Part 2. It was dusk when they roared in through the gate at the Rockland County Airport and pulled up at the hangar office. Van rushed in, shouting for Bill Peterson, and Bart followed. A slender, fair-haired youth in rumpled flying togs greeted them. "Bill, my friend Bart Madison," Van blurted without pausing for breath. "Listen, we've got to have a plane right away. Got one with a radio?" "Yes, but what's all the rush? Where are you going?" "Albany, right away. Make it snappy, will you?" "Sure, but what's it all about?" Young Peterson was leading them to the field where a sleek monoplane was in waiting as if they had ordered it. "Warm her up, Joe," he called to the mechanic. "Listen, Bill, I never lied to you, did I?" Van asked when they were seated in the plane's cabin. "Not that I know of, but sometimes I've thought you were lying until I saw with my own eyes the things you had told me about. What is it this time?" "Death and destruction, coming down out of the Ramapos. We've got to warn the country. Plants, Bill, squirmy, red plants with long feelers that can twist around a man and devour him. Half animal they are, and the feelers break loose and crawl by themselves, multiplying like nothing you ever saw, millions of them in an hour." "What?" Peterson stared incredulously as his motor roared into life. Then he gave his attention to the business of taking off. He jerked the thumb of his free hand toward the radio. Van's expert fingers manipulated the switches and dials of the portable apparatus, and its vacuum tubes glowed into life. "2BXX calling 2TIM, he droned into the microphone. "Who's that?" Bart asked. The drone of the motor was barely audible in the closed cabin and did not interfere. "The Times, trying to get Johnny Forbes. If anyone can get this thing across, he can. Wait a minute, here they are." He closed his eyes as he listened to the murmuring voice in the headphones. Then he was talking rapidly, forcefully, and the young flyer gazed with owlish solemnity at Bart as they listened to his conversation. It was plain that Bill was but half inclined to believe, though impressed by the earnestness and evident apprehension displayed by his two passengers. "Yes, 2BXX, Van was saying. "Connect me with Johnny Forbes, please. In a hurry. Yes. Hello, Johnny. It's Van. Carl Vanderventer, you know. Yes, got a scoop for you, but first I want you to get it in the broadcasts. Get me? It's about a man-eating plant that's starting to overrun the country. No, listen now, I'm not dreaming. Listen. The frantic scientist rambled on and on about the seed from the moon, the red death that was creeping down from the mountains, the horror of the calamity as he and Bart had visioned it. Then, with a sudden note of despair, his voice trailed off into nothingness, and he turned a drawn, white face to his two friends. "Laughed at me. Hung up on me," he groaned. "Good God, we've got to do something, quick." "Be in Albany in an hour," the pilot suggested. "What you going to do there?" He believed now. His expression of horror showed it. "See the governor. But man, it's an hour wasted. We must stir up the country, get the word to Washington, everywhere. It might be possible to fight the thing some way if we can mobilize state and national resources quickly enough. Bill, Bart, what can we do?" The plane sped on through the night under control of her gyropilot as the three men racked their brains for a solution of the problem. If a hard-boiled newspaper man would not believe the story, who could? "I've got it," Bart shouted suddenly. "Can either of you pound a key? Code, I mean?" "Sure, I can. Then what?" Peterson returned. "Fake an SOS. Don't you see? All broadcasting has to stop, and every ship at sea, every airliner in this part of the country will be listening, standing by. Give 'em the story in code. Let 'em think we're in a ship from the moon, captured by lunarians who are here to destroy the world with this weed of theirs, anything. Make it as weird as possible. Most everyone will think it's a hoax, but there are 10,000 kids, amateurs, who'll be listening in. Somebody'll believe it, and believe me, there'll be some investigating in the neighborhood of the growth in no time." "By George, I believe that'll do it," Van exclaimed. "And the broadcasters listen in for an SOS themselves. Got to, you know, so they know when to start up again. Some smart announcer will tell the story, maybe even believe it. The trick will work, sure as shooting." The pilot glanced at his instruments and saw that the automatic gyro apparatus was functioning properly. Then he moved over to the radio and threw the switch that put the key in circuit instead of the microphone. Rapidly, he ticked off 3 dots, 3 dashes, and again 3 dots that spelled the dread danger signal of the air. Over and over he repeated the signal, and then he listened for results. "It worked," he gloated after a moment. "They're all signing off, the broadcasters. The Navy Yard in Brooklyn gives me the go-ahead." He pounded out the absurd message with swift fingers, pausing occasionally to ask a pertinent question of Van or Bart. At Van's request, he added a warning to all residents of New York State west of the Hudson River and of northern New Jersey to flee their homes without delay. He even asked that the message be relayed to the governors of the 2 states, and that Governor Perkins of New York be advised that they were on their way to Albany to discuss the situation. But he balked at the story of the lunarians, telling instead the equally strange truth regarding the origin of the deadly growth, and adding the names of Van and Bart to lend authenticity to the tale. Then he signed off and switched the radio receiver to the loudspeaker before returning to the pilot's seat. Bart tuned in on the various broadcasters as they resumed their programs, finally settling on WOR Newark, whose announcer was reading the strange message to his radio public with appropriate comment. A crime and an outrage, he called it, an affront to the industry and to the public, an insult to the government of the United States. But wait, a telephone call had just been received at the station from the village of Sloatsburg. A reputable citizen of that town had reported the red growth at the edge of the state road, huge red earthworms wriggling across the concrete. Another call, and another. The announcer's voice was rising hysterically. "It did work, Bart," Van exulted. "Now the hell starts popping." Governor Perkins met them in person when they arrived at the municipal airport in Albany. A great crowd had gathered in the shadows outside in the brilliance of the floodlights, and a police escort rushed them to the governor's private car. "Here's where you go to the Bastille for socking that cop," Van observed. His spirits had risen appreciably since that successful SOS call. But the governor was in a serious mood as they made their way toward the executive mansion through the milling crowds that lined the hilly streets of the capital city of New York State. Proofs had not been lacking of the truth of Bill Peterson's radio warning. Already the spreading Red Death had covered a circle some 8 miles in diameter, covering farmlands and destroying the crops, blocking the roads and trapping many on the streets and in their homes and in nearby towns. More than 100 had lost their lives, and thousands were fleeing the threatened area. The country was in an uproar. "Gentlemen," the governor said when they had reached the privacy of his chambers, "this is a serious matter, and no time must be lost in dealing with it. Nevertheless, I want you, Mr. Vanderventer, to tell your story of the thing to me and to the radio system of the United States Secret Service. The President himself will be listening, as will the chief executives of most of the states. Hold nothing back, as the fate of our people is at stake." So Van faced the microphone and related the history of his work in the little laboratory in the Ramapo Mountains. He told of his interest in the Earth satellite, and of his first unsuccessful experiments with ultra-telescopes in the endeavor to explore its surface close at hand, of the failure of a spaceship he had built, of the final discovery of the ray, by means of which it was possible to transport solid objects from the one body to the other. He told of the discovery of man-made relics and of fossils. He told of the diamonds, and of the attack by Dan Kelly, which had resulted in the spreading of the seed of the deadly moonweed. He even related the incident of the traffic policeman, at which the governor smiled. "That has been reported," he said, "and you need have no fear on that score. The charges will be dropped. I now ask that you give us your opinion as to the best method of combating this new enemy. Have you any ideas?" "I have not, sir," Van replied gloomily, "though I believe it can be done only from the air. Possibly bombing, or a gas of some sort. I don't know. It will take time, Mr. Governor." "Yes, and meanwhile the thing is overwhelming us at what rate?" "As nearly as I can estimate it, the growth is moving with a speed of 4 or 5 miles an hour." "By morning you can expect it will have traveled 40 or 50 miles in all directions?" "I'm afraid so." A sharp buzz from the instrument on the governor's desk interrupted them. "The President," he whispered. "That is enough, Governor," came the husky tones of President Alford's voice. "I shall communicate with Secretary Makeley at once. All available Army bombing planes will be rushed to the scene. You, sir, will mobilize the militia, as will the governors of the other states. Meanwhile, this young scientist is to report to the Bureau of Scientific Research in Washington tonight. Have him bring a supply of these seeds with him." That was all. Governor Perkins offered no comment, but merely rose from his seat to indicate that the discussion was ended. A solemn silence reigned in the room. "Let's go!" exclaimed Bill Peterson suddenly, unawed by the presence of the governor. "My ship's waiting, and we can stop off for a couple of those pods and still make Washington in 2 hours. Come on!" Governor Perkins smiled. "Good luck, boys," he said as they were ushered from the room. "My car will return you to the airport. And remember, the country will be watching you now and expecting much from you. Goodbye." They were to recall his words in the dark days ahead. Before they had reached Newburgh, they saw a dull red glow in the skies that told them the news broadcast to which they had been listening had not exaggerated. The red growth was luminous in darkness. Off there to the southwest, it was as if a vast forest fire were lighting the heavens. No wonder the panics and rioting were getting out of control of the police. Coming up over Bear Mountain, they caught their first glimpse of the sea of fire that was the Red Death by night. Like a vast bed of glowing embers, it covered the countryside, extending eastward to Haverstraw, where it was temporarily halted by the broad Hudson. It was a shimmering, undulating mass of living, luminous things, eating their horrible way through all organic matter that stood in their path. Writhing, squirming, all-absorbing monsters that sent out an advance guard of independent snake-like tendrils to capture and hold for the lagging mother plants whatever of livestock and humanity they were able to find. "Think they'll get over the river, Van?" Bart asked. "Sure they will. Every fugitive who had a narrow escape after being in contact with these things is a potential carrier of the seed. I found several of them sticking to my clothing after we got away. I picked a couple off your coat, but didn't tell you." "Lord, what did you do with them?" "Put them in the ash receiver in my car, like a fool. Wouldn't have to go down for more if I'd kept them." "Well, it can't be helped now. We'll have a job getting some down there now, too." "I'll say so." Van lapsed into gloomy silence. They were over the landing field above Tompkins Cove, and Bill turned on the siren, whose raucous shriek operated the mechanism of the floodlight switches by sound vibrations. The field sprang into instant illumination, and they circled it once before swooping to a landing. They were but a mile from the advancing terror. The field was deserted, and the three men started off immediately in the direction of the oncoming weed. "We'll have to make it snappy," Van grunted. "We've got about 12 minutes to get the pods and get back to the ship. The damn things will be here by that time." They scrambled over fences and pushed through thickets. The lighted windows of a deserted farmhouse were directly ahead, and they ran through the open gate and across the fields. Ever, the glow of the weed grew brighter. A terrified horse galloped wildly past them and crashed into the fence, whinnying piteously as it went down with a broken leg. They could see the red rim of the advancing horror just beyond the road. One of the detached tendrils slithered past, each glowing coil distinctly visible. "Lucky the things can't see," Bart shuddered. "Yeah," said Van. "Have to dodge 'em to get in close enough to one of the plants. Keep your eyes peeled now, you fellows, in case one of us gets caught." A terrific explosion rocked the ground. They had paid no heed to the roaring of motors overhead. The bombers were on the job. Shooting skyward, a column of flame not 100 yards from them showed where the high explosive had landed in the red mass. Then slimy wriggling things rained all about them, fragments of the red weed that still squirmed and crawled and clung. Bill Peterson yelled and clutched at his neck where one of the things had taken hold. Another warning whistle of a falling bomb. Crash. More of the horror raining down and splattering as it fell. Whistle. Crash. A huge blob of quivering, luminous jelly fell before them. A portion of one of the mother plants. Crash. Crash. "Run!" Van shouted. "Run for the plane! We'll never make it now! Damn those bombers anyway!" All along the advancing front, the bombs were bursting, shattering the air with their detonations and scattering the glowing red stems and tendrils in all directions. The din was appalling, and the increasing brightness of the crimson glow added to the horror of the situation. Stumbling and cursing, they ran for the plane. "Fools! Fools!" Bill was shouting. "Can't they see the field and the plane? Why in the devil are they dropping them so near?" Then Bart was down, clawing at a 3-foot length of red tendril that had fallen on him and borne him to the earth. "Bart! Bart!" Van turned back and was tearing at the thing with fingers that were slippery with the sap that oozed from its torn skin. Monstrous earthworms. Cut them apart, and each portion lived on, took on new vigor. And these vile things could sting like a jellyfish. Where each sucker touched the skin, a burning sore remained. Bill helped them break away from the thing, and all three fought on toward the lights of the landing field. Only a short way off now. It seemed they would never reach it. The bombers were dropping their missiles with unceasing regularity, and the red death only spread the faster. When they scrambled into the cabin of the plane, the red wall of creeping horror was almost upon them. Advancing speedily out from the red-lit darkness, it seemed to halt momentarily, when it emerged into the brilliance of the great arc lights which illuminated the field. Then, more slowly and with seemingly purposeful deliberation, the wriggling feelers reached out from the mass and bore down upon them. Bill slammed the door and latched it, then fumbled frantically with the starter switch. A most welcome sound was the answering roar of the motor. The pilot yanked his ship into the air, taking off with the wind rather than running the risk of remaining on the ground long enough to taxi around and head into it. The plane acted like a frightened bird as Bill struggled with the controls, darting this way and that, and once missing a crash by inches as the tail was lifted by the treacherous ground wind. Then they were clear, and slowly gained altitude in a steep climb. "Whew!" Van exclaimed, mopping his red-splattered forehead with his handkerchief. "That was a narrow squeak, boys, and we haven't got the seeds yet, unless we can find a few in our clothing." "Who said so?" Bart gloated. "Look at this." He opened his clenched fist and disclosed one of the pods, unbroken and gleaming horribly scarlet in the dim light of the cabin. Bill heaved a sigh of relief as he banked the ship and swung around toward the south. He had dreaded another landing near the sea of moonweed. Van chortled over their good fortune as he examined the mysterious pod. One good thing the bombers had done anyway: blew one of these things into his friend's hands. Bart and the young pilot found themselves very much out of the picture when they reported with Van at the research building in Washington. The government had no use for them in this emergency. It was the scientist they wanted, and he was immediately rushed into conference with the heads of the Bureau. His two friends were left to shift for themselves, and they joined the crowds in the street. The name of Carl Vanderventer was on everyone's tongue. Cursing and reviling him they were, for the hair-brained experiment which had been the cause of the terrible disaster. Fools! Bart seethed with rage and nearly came to blows with a number of vociferous agitators who were advocating a necktie party. Why hadn't the officials published the entire story as Van told it over the Secret Service radio? There was no mention of Dan Kelly in the broadcast news, nor of the fact that the police were searching for him in every city and town in the country. Another instance of the results of secrecy in governmental activities. "We'd better find ourselves a room and turn in," Bart growled. "Let's get out of this mob before I slam somebody." Bill Peterson was only too willing. He was suddenly very tired. In the Willard Hotel they were assigned to an excellent room, and Bart insisted on switching on the broadcasts and listening to the news. Far into the night he sat by the loudspeaker, or paced the floor as an exceptionally calamitous happening was reported. But Bill slept through it all. The Army bombers had been recalled. Their efforts had worked more harm than good. The invincible moonweed had now crossed the Hudson River at Nyack and Piermont. Tarrytown was overrun, and many of the inhabitants had lost their lives, either in the maws of the insatiable monsters or in the panics and rioting that accompanied the evacuation of the town. New Jersey was covered as far south as New Brunswick, and west to Phillipsburg and Belvedere. At Mauch Chunk, the contents of 20 oil tanks had been diverted to the Delaware River, and the floating oil film was proving at least a temporary protection to a considerable portion of the state of Pennsylvania. In New York State, the growth had buried hill and valley, town and village, as far as Monticello, and along the Hudson extended as far north as Kingston. At Poughkeepsie, on the opposite side of the river, frantic householders had armed themselves with rifles and shotguns, and were killing off all refugees who attempted to land from boats at that point. But the militia was on guard at the bridges, assuring safe crossing to the thousands who fled the Red Death over these routes. There was no keeping the seed of the moonweed from finding its way east. At some points, fire had been used with considerable success as a barrier, hundreds of acres of forest lands being destroyed in the endeavor to stem the crimson tide. But after the ashes were cool, germination would recur, and the weed would continue on its triumphant way. Acid sprays and poison gas of various kinds had been tried without appreciable effect. The casualty estimates already ran into the tens of thousands. Rumor had it that nearly 100,000 had lost their lives in the city of Newark alone. There was no way in which the figures could be checked while everything was in a state of confusion. Communication lines were broken, roads blocked, gas and electric supply systems paralyzed, and the railroads helpless. Trains could not be driven through the glutinous, wriggling mass that piled high on the tracks. Only the radio and the airlines were operative in the stricken area, and even these were of little value to the unfortunates who, in many cases, were surrounded and cut off from all hope of succor. At 4 a.m, with aching heart and reeling brain, Bart threw himself on the bed without undressing and fell into the troubled sleep of exhaustion and despair. End of section 11. Section 12. of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. The Moonweed by Harl Vincent, Part 3. The next day brought no encouragement, though it was reported that the growth developed with less rapidity after sunrise than it had during the night. Bart endeavored to get Van on the telephone, but was curtly informed by the operator at the research building that no incoming calls could be transferred to the laboratory where he was working. Knowing his friend, he pictured him as working feverishly with the government engineers and giving no thought to sleep or food. He'd kill himself, sure. But such a death even was preferable to the red one of the moonweed. The Canadians and Mexicans had been quick to protect their borders and forbid the landing of any American aircraft or the passage of trains and automobiles. But the seed had reached Europe, one of the 12-hour night airliners having carried 1,000 refugees who had sufficient foresight and the means to engage passage. It was a world catastrophe they faced. By mid-afternoon, the streets of Washington were almost deserted. It was less than 24 hours since the first moonseed took root, and already the crimson growth had progressed nearly 100 miles southward from the point of origin. Another 20 or 30 hours, and it would reach the capital city, unless Van and those engineers over in the research building discovered something, a miracle. Bart tried the telephone once more, and was overjoyed when the operator, all apologies now, informed him that Van had been trying to reach him for several hours. "Listen, old man," his friend's voice came over the wire. "I've been worried as the devil not knowing where you were. I want you and Bill to stick around where I can get you at any time. I may need you. Where are you staying?" "The Willard. Have you doped out something?" Bart answered in quick excitement. "Maybe. Can't let anything out yet, not till we've tested it thoroughly. But I can tell you that 100 factories are already working on machines we've devised. By good luck, it only means minor changes to an apparatus that is on the market in large quantity." "Great stuff. The city's nearly emptied itself, you know, and boy, how have they been razzing you over the radio and in the papers, howling for your hide, the whole country." "I know." Van's voice was calm, but Bart sensed in it something of a cold fury that was new to him in his friend. The young scientist was bitterly resentful of the attitude of the public. "Can we see you, Van?" "No, nor call me either. Better hang around the hotel and wait for a call from me. So long now, Bart. I've got to get busy." "So long." Bart gazed solemnly at Bill Peterson, who had been listening abstractedly to the one-sided conversation. Bill had given up hope and was resigned to the inevitable. "Says he may need us, Bill," said Bart. "Yeah? Well, we'll be ready for anything he wants us to do. It's no use, though, anything." "What do you mean, no use? You never saw Van licked yet, did you?" "Sure I did, by his super telescopes and the rocket ship. But this is different." Bart was a staunch defender of his friend. He glared at Bill for a moment and then switched on the news broadcast, which he knew he detested. The progress of the moonweed continued unabated. In the city of New York, 1 million souls were reported as having lost their lives, and this in spite of the difficulty experienced by the uncanny moonweed in obtaining a foothold in Manhattan. It had been thought that the asphalt and concrete would prove an effective barrier, and so they did for a time. But with the seed active in the parks and along the waterfronts, it was not long before the powerful roots of the greedy plants worked their way underneath, ripping up pavements and wriggling into cellars as they progressed. The city was a mass of wreckage and a maelstrom of fighting, dying humanity. Whole regiments of the National Guard were wiped out as they fought off the weed with axe and bayonet, in the effort to provide time for the refugees to clear from their homes in certain localities. All transportation facilities to the south and west were taxed to the utmost. There was fighting and killing for the possession of automobiles and planes and for room in trains and buses. Airline terminals and railroad stations were the scenes of dreadful massacres as the police and military guards fought off the crazed and desperate creatures who attacked them en masse. And still the news announcers prated of the responsibility of one Karl Vanderventer. The telephone bell rang, and Bart answered it for relief. At last they were to see some action. But no, it was merely the desk clerk, notifying him that all employees were leaving the hotel and that they would be left to shift for themselves. Yes, there was plenty of food in the kitchens. They were welcome to it, and a permanent telephone connection would be made to their room. The frightened clerk wished them luck. In endless monotone, the voice of the news announcer droned on. Binghamton and Elmira, Albany and Schenectady, New Haven, Philadelphia, Allentown, all had succumbed. The casualty estimates now ran into the millions. The mist, the red mist that rose from the steaming weed, was drifting westward and spreading the seed with ever-increasing rapidity. For now, the monstrous growth from out the sky was adapting itself to its environment, providing the seed with feathery tufts that permitted the winds to carry them far and wide, like the seed of a dandelion. "Turn off that damn thing!" Bill shouted, and he jumped to his feet, his eyes glinting strangely in the twilight gloom of the room. Bill was close to the breaking point. "Guess you're right," Bart mumbled. "No good for either of us to listen to that stuff." He switched off the receiver, and they sat in silence as darkness fell over the city. Bill shivered and felt for the button of the electric light, which he pressed with a trembling finger. They blinked in the sudden illumination, but it cheered them somewhat. It was not good to sit in the darkness and think. Besides, they knew that the turbine generators of Potomac Edison were still running. Some brave souls were sticking to their jobs, for a time at least. "God," Bill suddenly groaned, after an endless time of dead silence. "My sister lives in Pittsburgh, you know. Wonder if she and the kids got away. It won't be long before the damn stuff gets there." Bart thanked his lucky stars that he had no family ties. "Oh, they had plenty of warning," he tried to console Bill. "Hours, you know, and the westbound lines are in good shape from there. I wouldn't worry about them if I were you." There was utter silence once more. Even the customary street noises was lacking. Both men jumped nervously when the shrill siren of a police motorcycle sounded in the distance. Bart thought grimly of his fracas with the officer who had tried to arrest Van. How long ago that seemed, and how inconsequential an incident. Their windows faced north, and by midnight they could make out the red glow of the moonweed, that awful band of flickering crimson that painted the horizon the color of blood. The telephone clamored for attention, and Bill stifled a hysterical sob as the terrifying sound broke the eerie stillness. Van was on the way to get them. He had a government car, and they were to go to Arlington for Bill's plane. Then what? He refused to commit himself. They must follow him blindly. Anything was better than this inactivity, though. Bart shouted with glee. "We're going north," Van replied shortly in answer to Bart's question when they entered the official car in front of the hotel. "After Dan Kelly." "After Dan Kelly? Got a line on him?" "Yes. Secret Service reports him in Toronto. The Canucks are after him now, but, by God, I'm going to get him myself." Van was haggard and wan, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. The strain had done something to him, something Bart didn't like at all. This was a different Van from the man who had entered his office 2 days previously. Unshaven and unkempt, he looked and talked like a drunken man on the verge of delirium tremens. "What's the idea, Van?" he asked gently. "I'm going to get him. I tell you, the scum. It's his fault the whole world's against me. I'll get him, Bart. I'll kill him with my bare hands." So that was it. The combination of grueling labor in the effort to save mankind from the dread moonweed and bitter censure from the very people he was trying to save had been too much for Van. He had developed a fixation, unreasoning and murderous. He'd get even with the man who had caused the trouble, and nothing could deter him from his purpose. Bart could see that. Might as well humor him and help him. It made little difference anyway, with the red doom spreading at its present rate. They'd all be victims in a few days. They were speeding through the streets of Washington at a breakneck rate. Van bent over the wheel and like a demented man glued his wildly staring eyes to the road. "What about your work?" Bart asked after a while. "Has anything been accomplished?" "Yes and no. They'll be ready to shoot in a few hours. Don't know whether it'll be a complete success or not, but I sneaked away anyhow. This other thing's more important to me right now." "What's the dope? Can you tell us now?" "Sure. I've got one of the machines in the car, and I'll explain when we're on our way to Canada." This wasn't like Van. Never secretive and always in good humor, he was treating his friends like annoying strangers. "You can't land in Canada," Bill ventured, as they pulled up at the gate of the airport. "Like hell I can't. You watch my smoke, and let any bloody Canuck up there try and stop me." He was lifting a small black case from the luggage carrier of the car as he replied. Bart silenced the airman with a look. When they had taken off and were well under way, Van opened his black case and set a vacuum tube apparatus in operation. They were nearing the fringe of the glowing sea of red that was the vast blanket of moonweed. It now extended to within a few miles of Baltimore and stretched northward as far as the eye could see. "It was a cinch," Van was explaining. "When I first saw that the growth slowed up under the arc lights at Tompkins Cave, it gave me the glimmering of an idea. Then, on the following day, when we learned that the weed spread more slowly in sunlight, I was convinced. The stuff is dormant on the moon, you know." "Why?" Bart asked breathlessly. "Because there is no atmosphere surrounding the moon, and the sun's rays are not filtered before they reach its surface as they are here. The invisible rays, ultraviolet and such, are present in full proportion, and the moonweed cannot flourish when subjected to light of the higher frequencies. It died out when the moon lost its atmosphere, and only revived on being brought to Earth, probably 1,000,000 times more prolific in our dense and damp atmosphere and rich soil. The thing's a cinch to dope out." "Yeah," Bart commented dryly. Van was now talking, and he could have bitten off his tongue for interrupting him. This machine of Van's was a generator of invisible light in the ultra-indigo range, Van explained. You couldn't see its powerful beam, but they had proved in the laboratory that it was certain doom to the moonweed. They had grown the stuff from seed in steel cages and played with it until they were all satisfied. Now would come the final test. 10,000 planes were being equipped with the new generator, which was merely an adaptation of standard directional television transmitters, and tonight these would start out to fight the weed. It was a cinch. Beneath them, the red cauldron seethed and tossed as they sped northward. The crimson blanket of death was steadily covering the country. "Drop to 1,000 feet, Bill," the scientist called, "and then watch below. But don't slow down. We've got to get to Toronto." The ship nosed down and soon leveled off at the prescribed altitude. Van's vacuum tubes lighted to full brilliancy, and a black spot appeared on the glowing surface just beneath them. A black spot that extended into a streak as the plane continued on its way. They were cutting a swath of blackness 50 feet wide through the heart of the growth. "See that?" Van gloated. "It's killing them by the millions. And the best of it is the effect it leaves behind. The soil is permeated to a depth of several inches, and the stuff will not germinate in the spots where the ray has contacted. Oh, it works to perfection." Bill was exuberant. His hopes revived miraculously. He gave his motor the gun and got out of it every last revolution that it could turn up. He must get Van to Canada. Not such a bad idea, this going after Kelly at that. Bart was voluble in his praise, then caught himself short as he remembered that he had doubted Van but a half-hour previously. Doubted him and despaired. Now Van, lapsing into gloomy silence after his triumph, was again thinking of nothing but revenge. The getting of Dan Kelly meant more to him now than the extinction of the moonweed. When they landed at the Toronto airport, they were welcomed with open arms instead of with rifle fire as Bill had anticipated. The news had gone forth. Already 1,000 planes flying over the United States were driving back the sea of destruction. The invisible ray was a success, and the name of Carl Vanderventer was now a thing with which to conjure, rather than one on which to heap imprecation and insult. Van grimaced wryly at this last bit of news. Dan Kelly? No one at the airport had ever heard of him. Van telephoned into the city, to police headquarters. Yes, they had apprehended the fugitive American at the request of Washington, but he was a slippery customer. He had escaped. Van raged and fumed. Of what use were the congratulations of the night flyers who still loitered in the hangar? Of what consolation the radio reports of the success of the ultra-indigo ray in the States and in Europe. He had come after his man, and he'd failed. Defeat was a bitter pill. The news broadcasts from the States were jubilant and became increasingly so during the night. The moonweed was being driven back on a wide front, and by morning would be entirely surrounded. There would be no further loss of life and little more destruction of property. Karl Vandervetter had saved the day. Van grunted his disgust whenever an announcer mentioned his name. When daylight came, they prepared to return. Little use there was of searching the highways and byways of Canada for the fugitive. He'd simply have to wait until the Canadians were able to get a line on Dan Kelly again. It was maddening, but Bart was glad. The light of reason was returning to his friend's eyes in the reaction. Then there was a telephone call from the city for Van. Police headquarters wanted him. The fanatical glint returned to his eyes when he ran for the hangar to answer the call. Perhaps they had already captured Kelly. And he had an order in his pocket for the man's return to the States. He'd been made a deputy, and with Kelly released to him, anything might happen. Something would happen. But the police were reporting the unexplainable reappearance of the moonweed just outside the city limits at a point near Cooksville. Would Mr. Vandervetter be so kind as to fly over there and destroy it before any lives were lost? He would. The growth had covered an acre of ground by the time they reached the spot designated. But it was the work of only a minute to blast it out of existence with the ultra-indigo ray. Van surveyed the blackened and shriveled mass with satisfaction. "Let's land and take a look at it," he said. Bart thought he saw a look of exultation flash over his careworn features. Soon they were wading deep in the blackened remains of the moonweed. The stems and tendrils snapped and crumbled into powder as they passed through. The stuff was done for, no question of that. Bill Peterson yelled and pointed a shaking forefinger at an object that lay in the blackened ruin. It was a human skeleton, the bones bare of flesh and gleaming white in the light of the early morning sun. Van was on his knees, quick as a flash, feeling around the gruesome thing, pawing at the shreds of clothing that remained. Then he was on his feet, his face shining with unholy glee. In his hands were a half-dozen small, smooth objects which looked like pebbles. The diamonds. "I thought so," he exclaimed. "It's Kelly. Only way the seed could have gotten up here. He had some on his clothes and didn't know it. I couldn't get him myself, but anyway, I'm satisfied." He staggered and would have fallen had not Bart caught him in his arms. Poor old Van. Nearly killed him, this thing had, but he'd be himself again after it was all over. No wonder he'd gone out of his head with the horror of it and the blame that had been so cruelly laid on him. No wonder he'd become obsessed with this idea of getting square with Dan Kelly. But now he was content, sleeping like a babe in Bart's arms. Tenderly, they carried him to the plane and laid him out on the cushions in back. They'd let him sleep as long as he could, return him to Washington, where he'd receive his just dues in recognition for his services. Then would follow the work of reconstruction and rehabilitation. Van would glory in that. Bart regarded his sleeping friend thoughtfully as they winged their swift way toward the American border. The harsh lines that had showed in his face during the past few hours were smoothed away, and in their place was an expression of deep contentment. He was at peace with the world once more. Good old Van. What a difference there would be when he awakened to full realization of the changed order of things. What a satisfaction and relief. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. The Port of Missing Planes by Captain S.P. Meek. Part 1. So that's the port of missing planes, mused Dick Purdy as he looked down over the side of his cockpit. It looks wild and desolate, all right, but at that I can't fancy a bus cracking up here and not being found pronto. Gosh, Wilder crashed in the wildest part of Arizona, and he was found in a week. The mail plane droned monotonously on through perfect flying weather. Purdy continued to study the ground. Recently transferred from a western run, he was getting his first glimpse of that section of ill repute. Below him stretched a desolate, almost uninhabited stretch of country. By looking back, he could see Bellefonte a few miles behind him, but Phillipsburg, the next spot marked on his map, was not yet visible. 1,200 feet below him ran a silver line of water, which his map told him was Little Mooshannon Run. As he watched, he suddenly realized that the ground was not slipping by under him as rapidly as it should. He glanced at his airspeed meter. "What the dickens?" he cried in surprise. For an hour his speed had remained almost constant at 100 miles an hour. Without apparent cause it had dropped to 40, less than flying speed. He realized that he was falling. A glance at his altimeter confirmed the impression. The needle had dropped 400 feet and was slowly moving towards sea level. With an exclamation of alarm, Purdy advanced his throttle until the 3 motors of his plane roared at full capacity. For a moment his airspeed picked up, but the gain was only momentary. As he watched, the meter dropped to 0, although the propeller still whirled at top speed. His altimeter showed that he was gradually losing elevation. He stood up and looked over the side of his plane. The ground below him was stationary as far forward progress was concerned, but it was slowly rising to meet him. He fumbled at the release ring of his parachute, but another glance at the ground made him hesitate. It was not more than 300 feet below him. "I must be dreaming," he cried. The ground was no longer stationary. For some unexplained reason he was going backward. The motors were still roaring at top speed. Purdy dropped back into his seat in the cockpit. With his ailerons set for maximum lift, he coaxed every possible revolution from his laboring motors. For several minutes he strained at the controls before he cast a quick glance over the side. His backward speed had accelerated, and the ground was less than 50 feet below him. It was too close for a parachute jump. "As soon as I'm falling, I won't crack much anyway," he consoled himself. He reached for his switch, and the roar of the motors died away in silence. The plane gave a sickening lurch backward and down for an instant. Purdy again leaned over the side. He was no longer going either forward or back, but was sinking slowly down. He looked at the ground directly under him. A cry of horror came from his lips. He sat back, mopping his brow. Another glance over the side brought an expression of terror to his white face, and he reached for the heavy automatic pistol which hung by the side of the control seat. "He cleared Bellefonte at 9 in the morning, Dr. Birds," said Inspector Dolan of the Post Office Department, "and headed towards Phillipsburg. He never arrived. By 10 we were alarmed, and by 11 we had planes out searching for him. They reported nothing. He must have come to grief within a rather restricted area, so we sent search parties out at once. That was 2 weeks ago yesterday. No trace of either him or his plane has been found. The flying conditions were good, perfect also. Purdy is above suspicion. He has been flying the mail on the western runs for 3 years. This is his first accident. He was carrying nothing of unusual value. Are there any local conditions unfavorable to flying? None at all. It is much uninhabited country, but there is no reason why it shouldn't be safe country to fly over. There are some damnably unfavorable local conditions, Doctor, although I can't tell you what they are," broke in Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service. "Dick Purdy was rather more than an acquaintance of mine. After he was lost, I looked into the record of that section a little. It is known among aviators as the Port of Missing Planes. How did it get a name like that? From the number of unexplained and unexplainable accidents that happened right there. Dugan of the airmail was lost there last May. They found the mail bags where he had dropped them before he crashed. But they never found a trace of him or his plane." "They didn't?" "Not a trace. The same thing happened when Mayfield cracked in August. He made a jump and broke his neck in the landing. He was found all right, but his ship wasn't. Tierson of the Army dropped there, and his plane was never found. Neither was he. He was seen to go down in a forced landing. He was flying last in a formation. As soon as he went down, the other ships turned back and circled over the ground where he should have fallen. They saw nothing. Search parties found no trace of either him or his ship. Those are the best-known cases, but I have heard rumors of several private ships which have gone down in that district and have never been seen or heard of since." Dr. Bird sat forward with a glitter in his piercing black eyes. Carnes gave a grunt of satisfaction. He knew the meaning of that glitter. The doctor's interest had been fully aroused. "Inspector Dolan," said Dr. Bird sharply, "why didn't you tell me those things?" "Well, Doctor, we don't like to talk about mail wrecks any more than we have to. Of course, the loss of so many planes in one area is merely a coincidence. Probably the wrecked planes were stolen as souvenirs. Such things happen, you know." "Fiddlesticks," said Dr. Bird sharply. He raised one long, slender hand with beautifully modelled tapered fingers and threw back his unruly mop of black hair. His square, almost rugged jaw protruded, and the glitter in his eyes grew in intensity. No souvenir-hunting vandals could cart away whole planes without leaving a trace. In that case, what became of the bodies? "No, Inspector, this has gone beyond the range of coincidence. There is some mystery here, and it needs looking into. Fortunately, my work at the Bureau of Standards is in such shape that I can safely leave it. I intend to devote my entire time to clearing this matter up. The ramifications may run deeper than either you or I suspect. Please have all your records dealing with plane disappearances or wrecks in that locality sent to my office at once." The post office inspector stiffened. "Of course, Dr. Bird," he said formally. "We are very glad to hear any suggestion that you may care to offer. When it comes, however, to a matter of surrendering control of a post office matter to the Department of Commerce or to the Treasury Department, I doubt the propriety. Our records are confidential ones and are not open to everyone who is curious. I will inform the proper authorities of your desire to help, but I doubt seriously if they will avail themselves of your offer." Dr. Bird's black eyes shot fire. "Idiot," he said. "If you're a specimen of the Post Office Department, I'll have the entire case taken out of your hands. Do you mean to cooperate with me or not? I fail to see what interest the Bureau of Standards can have in the affair." "The Bureau isn't mixed up in it. Dr. Bird is. If necessary, I will go direct to the President. Oh, thunder! What's the use of talking to you? Who's your chief? Chief Inspector Watkins is in charge of all investigations. Carnes, get him on the telephone. Tell him we are taking charge of the investigation. If he balks, have Bolton go over his head. Then get the chief of the Air Corps on the wire and arrange for an Army plane tomorrow. There is something more than a mail robbery back of this, or I'm badly fooled. Do you suspect? I suspect nothing and no one, Carnes. Yet. I'll get a few instruments together to take with us tomorrow. We'll fly over that section until something happens, if it takes us until this time next year." A 3-seated scout plane rose from Langley Field at 8 the next morning. Captain Garland was at the controls. In the rear cockpit sat Dr. Bird and Carnes. Inside his flying helmet, the doctor wore a pair of headphones which were connected to a box on the floor before him. Carnes carried no apparatus, but his hand rested carelessly on the grip of a machine gun. The plane cleared Bellefonte at 9:30 and bore east towards Philipsburg. Captain Garland kept his eyes on his instrument board and on a map. Less than 600 feet above the ground, he was following the airmail route as exactly as possible. Overhead, a mail plane winged its way east, 3,000 feet above them. 15 minutes brought them to Philipsburg. Captain Garland shot his plane upward a few hundred feet. "Turn back, Captain," said Dr. Bird into the speaking tubes. "Retrace your course a quarter of a mile farther north. At Bellefonte, turn back and go over the same ground another quarter of a mile north. Keep flying back and forth, working your way north until I tell you to stop." The plane swung around and headed back towards Bellefonte. "Of course we can't tell exactly what route he followed," said the doctor to Carnes. "But he was new on this run, and it's safe to assume that he didn't stray far. We'll quarter the whole area before we stop." Carnes watched the ground below them carefully. There was nothing about it to distinguish it from any other wooded mountainous country, and his interest waned. He glanced aloft. The mail plane had disappeared in the distance, and the sky was clear of aircraft. He turned again to the ground. It looked closer than it had before. He turned and looked at the duplicate altimeter. The plane had lost nearly 100 feet elevation. "There's something wrong about this plane, Doctor," came Captain Garland's voice through the speaking tube. "It doesn't behave like it should." "I guess we've found out what we're looking for, Carnes," said Dr. Bird grimly. "What seems to be the matter, Captain?" "Blessed if I know," was the answer. "It felt like a drag of some sort, like an automobile going through heavy sand. We're slowing down, though I am giving her all the gun I've got." "Cut your motor," said the doctor shortly. He bent over the duplicate instrument board as the roar of the motor died away. Carnes rose and looked over the side. "Look, Doctor," he cried in a strained voice. Directly below them yawned a hole 60 feet in diameter and extending down into the bowels of the earth. The plane hovered over the hole for a moment and then slowly descended into it. "What is it?" cried the detective. "It's the secret of the port of missing planes," replied Dr. Bird. "Throw off your parachute. Keep your gun and light handy, but don't fire unless I do first. The same holds good for you, Captain." The plane sunk until it was 50 feet below the level of the ground. Carnes looked up. Gradually the circle of sky became blurred and hazy as though the air were heavy with dust. The rasp of Dr. Bird's flashlight key aroused him, and he hastily wound his own. The haze above them grew thicker. Suddenly the light died, and then came darkness. A darkness so thick and absolute that it bore down on them like a weight. Dr. Bird's light stabbed a path through it. They were in a tunnel or tube reaching into the ground. The sides were smooth and polished, as though water-worn. The plane sank deeper and deeper into the earth. Suddenly Dr. Bird's light went out. "What's the matter, Doctor?" asked Carnes. "Did your light fail?" "No," came a strained voice. "I turned it out." "Why?" "I don't know. Light yours." Carnes reached into his pocket. Dr. Bird could hear his breath coming in panting sobs as though he were exerting his whole strength. "I can't do it, Doctor," he gasped. "I want to, but some power greater than my will prevents me." "Are you affected, Captain?" asked the doctor. "I can't move," came in muffled accent from the front cockpit. "Some power beyond my knowledge has us in its grasp," said the doctor. "All we can do is sit tight and see what happens. We are no longer falling at any rate." From the forward cockpit came a rustling sound. There was a slight jar in the ship, and it gave as though a weight had been applied to one side. "What are you doing, Garland?" asked the doctor sharply. There was no reply. Again came the rustling sound. The ship gave a sudden lurch as though a weight had left the side. Carnes suddenly spoke. "Goodbye, Doctor," he said. "I'm going over the side." "I have been fighting it, but I'm going myself in a minute," replied the doctor grimly. "Something is pulling me over. It's the same power that keeps me from turning on my light." "It's perfectly safe to go over," said Carnes suddenly. "The plane is resting on a solid base." "I have the same feeling. Catch hold of my belt and let's go." They climbed over the side of the plane and dropped to the ground. Their descent made absolutely no sound. Dr. Bird stopped and felt the floor. "Crepe rubber, or something of the sort," he murmured. "At any rate, it's noise and vibration proof." "Now what?" asked Carnes. "This way," replied the doctor confidently. "I'm beginning to get the hang of understanding this. The way is perfectly level and open before us. Keep your hand on my shoulder and step right out." "How do you know where we're going?" "I don't, but something tells me that the road is level and open. It is the same thing that brought us over the side. I can't explain it, but it's some sort of a telepathic control exerted by an intelligence. Whether the sending mind is reinforced by instruments, I don't know, but I rather fancy not. Where is Garland?" "He went off in another direction. I could feel the power that guided him, although it was not directed at us. Something tells me that he is safe for the present." For half a mile they made their way through the darkness before they stopped. This time Carnes could plainly understand the command which came to both of them. "There is a table before us," said Dr. Bird. "Lay your flashlight and pistol on it." Carnes struggled against the order, but the power guiding him was stronger than his will. He strove to turn on his light. When he could not, he tried to cock his pistol. With a sigh, he laid his gun and light on the table before him. Without words, the two men walked forward a few feet and sat confidently down on a bench that something told them was there. For a moment they sat quietly. A cry, choked in the middle, came from the detective's throat. Cold, clammy hands touched his face. He strove again to cry out, but his voice was paralyzed. The hands went methodically over his body, evidently searching for weapons. Mustering up his will, Carnes made a grab for one of them. His captor apparently had no objection to the detective's action, for Carnes seized the hand without effort, but he almost dropped it. The hand was as large as a ham. He reached out for the other hand, but could not locate it. A movement on the part of his captor brought it to him, and he made the startling discovery that the palms were directed outward. The hand had only 4 fingers, which were armed with long curved claws instead of nails. Carnes ran his hand up the palm to search for a thumb, but found none. He found, however, that, while the hands were naked, the wrists were covered with short, thick fur. "Doctor," he cried, "there's—" Again came the overpowering will, and his speech died away in silence. He sat dumb and motionless while his captor moved over to Dr. Bird. A second animal came forward and felt the detective over. He was not allowed to move this time, nor was he while a third and fourth animal went carefully over him. The 4 drew back some distance. "Doctor," whispered Carnes as the influence grew fainter. "Shh!" was the answer, and as the doctor demanded for silence, it was reinforced by another wave of paralyzing power. Carnes had no choice. As he sat there silent, the power which held him again seemed to grow less. He found that he could move his arms slightly. He edged forward to get his gun and light. Before he reached them, a beam of light split the darkness. Dr. Bird stood, electric torch in hand, staring before him. At a distance of a few feet stood a group of half a dozen animals about the height of a man as they stood erect on their short hind legs. They were covered with heavy brown fur. Their lower limbs were thin and light, but their shoulders and forelegs were heavy and powerful. Their forepaws, which had the palms facing outward, were armed with the long, wicked claws he had felt. No visible ears protruded from the round skulls. Their heads appeared to rest between their shoulders, so short were their necks. Their muzzles were long and obtusely pointed. Through grinning jaws could be seen powerful white teeth. "Talipedi," cried Dr. Bird. "Carnes, they are a race of giant intellectual moles." Despite the fact that they had no visible eyes, the creatures were strongly affected by the light. They dropped on all fours and turned their backs to the scientist and the detective. Two of them scurried away down a long tunnel which opened from the room in which they stood. Dr. Bird turned his light up and swept the room. It was roughly circular, 100 feet in diameter, with a roof 10 feet high. Dozens of tunnels led off in every direction. "Your light, Carnes, quick!" cried the doctor in a strained voice. Carnes reached towards the table for his light. Before he could reach it, he was frozen into immobility. From the corner of his eye, he could watch the doctor. Dr. Bird was struggling to bring the light back on the moles which stood before them. Great beads of sweat stood out on his forehead. Inch by inch he moved the light closer to his goal, but Carnes could see that his thumb was stealing up towards the switch button. His breath came in sobs. Suddenly the light went out. For some time the two men sat motionless on the bench, unable to speak or move. One of the moles stepped forward before them and gave a mental command. The two rose to their feet. For a mile or more they followed their guide. Then, at a silent command, they turned to the right for a few steps and stopped. In another moment, the numbing influence had departed. "Are you all right, Carnes?" "Yes, right as can be, Doctor. What were those things? Where are we? What is it all about?" "We'll find out in time, I guess," replied the doctor with a chuckle. "Carnes, isn't this the darndest thing we've ever been through? Captured half a mile underground by a race of giant talpides, before whose mental orders we are as helpless as children. Did you understand any of their talk?" "Talk? I didn't hear any." "Well, mental conversation, then. They made no sound." "No? All I understood was the orders I obeyed." End of chapter 13. Part 1. The Port of Missing Planes. Section 14 of the Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. The Port of Missing Planes by Captain S.P. Meek. Part 2. "I got a good deal of it," the doctor said. "We are evidently in or near a sort of central community of these fellows. They spoke. Thought is a better word. They thought of doing away with us, but decided to wait until they consulted someone with more authority. You see, we are not airplane pilots. Captain Garland was taken at once to the place where they have other aviators imprisoned. What do they want of pilots underground?" I couldn't quite get that. There was another thought that I am not sure that I interpreted correctly. If I did, there is some man of the upper world down here in a position of considerable authority among them. He has some use for pilots, but what use, I don't know. We are to be held until he is consulted. Who could it be? I can only think of one man, Carnes, and I hope I'm wrong. I don't have to name him. You mean? Ivan Saranoff. We haven't heard of him or had any activity from him for the last 8 months. We know that he had a subterranean borer with which he had penetrated deep into the earth. Isn't it possible that he has, at some time in his explorations, come into contact with these fellows and made friends with them? It's possible, Doctor, but I hope we had killed him when we destroyed his borer. So did I, but he seems to bear a charmed life. Several times we had thought him dead, only to have him show up with some new form of devil's work. It is too much to hope that we have succeeded in doing away with him. Did you notice one thing? Those fellows were helpless while I held the light on them. The one which was holding us captive got so interested in the discussion about our fate that he momentarily forgot us. That was when I got my light. Until I turned the light away from them, we were free men. That's right, answered the Secret Service man, remembering that. The next time we get a light on a bunch of them, hold them in the beam until we can make terms. If we ever get hold of a light again. I have a light they didn't get, probably because they didn't think of it while they were around. It is one of those fountain pen battery affairs, and they probably took it for a pen. I won't turn it on now, partly to save it and partly not to let them know we have it. Let's see what our prison is like. They felt their way around the room. It proved to be 8 paces by 10 in size. Like the tunnels, it was floored with crepe rubber or some similar substance which gave out no sound of footprints, yet was firm underfoot. The room was furnished with 2 beds, a table, and 2 chairs. There was no sign of a door. That's that, exclaimed the doctor, when they had finished their exploration. I'm hungry. I wonder when we eat. Hello, here comes one of the fellows now. Carnes made no reply. As the doctor's speech ended, a wave of mental power enveloped the room. One of the moles entered, moved over to the table for an instant, and then left the room. An earthly odor of vegetables pervaded the room. My question is answered, said the doctor. We eat now. He moved to the table. On it had been placed dishes containing 3 different types of roots. 2 of them proved to be palpable, but the third was woody and bitter. The prisoners made a hearty meal from the 2 they relished. For an hour they sat waiting. Here they come again, exclaimed the doctor. We are going before the person I spoke of. Can't you get their thoughts? No, I can't, doctor. I can understand when I get a command, but aside from those times, everything is a blank to me. My mental wave receiver, if that's what it is, must be attuned to a different frequency than yours, for I can hear them talking to one another. I guess I should say that I can feel them thinking to one another. At any rate, they want us to follow. Come along, the road will be open and level. The doctor stepped out confidently with Carnes at his heels. For half a mile they went forward. Presently they halted. We are in a big chamber here, Carnes, whispered the doctor, and there is someone before us. We'll have some light in a minute. His prophecy was soon fulfilled. A vague glimmer of light began to fill the cavern in which they stood. As it grew stronger, they could see a raised dais before them on which were seated 3 figures. 2 of them were the giant moles. Each of the moles wore a helmet which covered his head completely, with no sign of lenses or other means of vision. It was the central figure, however, which held the attention of the prisoners. Seated on a chair and regarding them with an expression of sardonic amusement was a man. Above a high forehead rose a thin scrub of white hair. Keen brown eyes peered at them from under almost hairless brows. The nose was high-bridged and aquiline, and went well with his prominent cheekbones. His mouth was a mere gash below his nose, framed by thin, bloodless lips. The lips were curled in a sneer, revealing yellow teeth. The whole expression of the face was one of revolting cruelty. "So," said the figure slowly, "fate has been kind to me. My friends, Dr. Bird and Operative Carnes, have chosen to pay me a long visit. I am greatly flattered." The thin, metallic voice with its noticeable accent struck a familiar chord. Saranoff grasped Carnes. Yes, Mr. Carnes, Saranoff, Professor Ivan Saranoff of the faculty of St. Petersburg once. Now merely Saranoff, the scourge of the bourgeoisie. "I hope we had killed you," murmured Carnes. "It was no fault of Dr. Bird's that he failed," replied the Russian with an excess of malevolence in his voice. His method was a correct one, merely the fortuitous fact that we had just pierced one of the tunnels of the Siloam, and I was away from my boring exploring it, saved me. You did me a good turn, Doctor, without meaning to. You destroyed an instrument on which I had relied. In doing so, you unwittingly delivered into my hands a power greater than any I had dreamed of, the Siloam. What can a mental cripple like you do with blind allies like them?" asked Dr. Beard with a contemptuous laugh. The Russian half rose from his seat in rage. For a moment his hand toyed with a switch before him. The sardonic sneer came back into his face, and he dropped back into his seat. "You nearly provoked me to destroy you, Doctor," he said. "But cold calculation saved you. Since you will never return to the upper world, save when and as I decree, I have no objection to telling you. The Siloam are not blind. Their eyes are under the skin, as is the case with many of the Talpidae. But for all that, they can see very well. Their eyes function on a shorter wave than ours, a wave so short that it readily penetrates through miles of earth and rock. This cavern is now flooded with it. Visible light, the light by which we see, is limited to their eyes. Hence the helmets which you see. They can see through those helmets as well as you or I can see through air. What do you intend to do with us?" "Ah, Doctor, you hit me in a tender spot. I have a sore temptation to close this switch on which my hand rests. Were I to do so, both you and Mr. Carnes would vanish forever. I have, however, conceived a very real affection for you, too. Your brains, Doctor, working in my behalf instead of against me, would render me well-nigh omnipotent. Mr. Carnes has a certain low cunning which I can also use to advantage. Both of you will join me. You might as well close your switch and save your breath, Saranoff, for we will do nothing of the sort," replied the doctor sharply. "Ah, but you will. So will Mr. Carnes. I had no hopes that you would join me willingly. In fact, I am pleased that you do not. I could never trust you. All the same, you will join my forces, as have the others whom I have brought into the hands of the Siloam. I have ways of accomplishing my desires. It pleases my fancy, Doctor, to use your brains in aiding me in my scientific developments. You will enjoy working with the scientists of the Siloam. Among them you will find brains which excel any to be found on the surface of the earth. Since we too are below, already I have learned much from them. You, Mr. Carnes, shall be taught to pilot an airplane. When my cohorts go forth from the realms of the Siloam to establish the rules of Russia, you will be piloting one of the planes. Your first task will be to learn to fly. I refuse to do anything of the sort, said Carnes. I will not be ready to have your flying lessons started until tomorrow, replied the Russian, and you will have until then to reconsider your rash decision. It will be much easier for you if you obey my orders. If you still refuse tomorrow, you will pay a visit to the laboratory of the Salome. When you return, your lessons will be started. You will now be taken to your cell. I have use for Dr. Bird this afternoon. I won't leave Dr. Bird, and that's flat, exclaimed Carnes. Dr. Bird interrupted him. Go ahead, Carnesy, old dear, he said lightly. You might just as well toddle along under your own power as to be dragged along. You have a day for reflection. In any event, I dare say, I see you again before they do anything to you. Carnes glanced keenly at the doctor's face. What he saw evidently reassured him, for he turned without a word and walked away. The light grew gradually dimmer until darkness again reigned in the cavern. Come, doctor, said Sarnoff's voice. We have work to do. Carnes sat alone in his cell for hours. The darkness and the loneliness wore on him until he felt that his nerves would crack. Not a sound came to him. He threw himself on one of the beds and plugged his ears with his fingertips in an attempt to keep the silence out. Then a cheerful voice sounded in the cell, and a friendly hand fell on his shoulder. Well, Carnesy, old dear, said Dr. Bird, have you been lonesome? Dr. Bird, gasped Carnes in a tone of relief. Are you all right? Right as can be. I learned a lot this afternoon. For one thing, you're going to start flying lessons tomorrow, and you're going to do your best to become an expert pilot in a short time. It is the only thing to do. And fly a plane for Sarnoff? I hope not. The only way to avoid that very thing is to keep you mentally unimpaired so that I can call on you for help when I need it. If the Salome operate on you, you will be useless to me. Operate? What do you mean? I'll tell you. The Salome are a very old and highly civilized people. For ages they have possessed scientific knowledge for which the upper world scientists are now blindly groping. Among other things, they have a perfect knowledge of the workings of the brain. If they operate, they will remove from your brain every speck of memory you have of past events, leaving only those things that will be useful to Sarnoff. You will be his complete slave. In that condition, you will be taught to fly a plane. When the time comes, you will fly one with no remembrance of anything which happened prior to the operation and with no will but his. It will be easier to teach you flying in your natural state if you are willing. You will be willing. If you wish it, Doctor. I do wish it, most decidedly. Dr. Beard went on. Obey every order they give you. You will find that the Salome are a very enlightened and civilized race. They are very kindly and would willingly harm no one. Then why have they taken up with Sarnoff? He is the first man with whom they have come into contact. He has told them a horrible tale of conditions on the surface, and they have swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. They believe that he is going to establish a new order of happiness and plenty for all with the aid of his gang of cutthroats from Russia. If they had the slightest inkling of the true state of affairs, they would turn on him in an instant. Why don't you tell them? Remember that I am a stranger here, and he has poisoned their minds against me. Although the mind of an ordinary man is an open book to them, they cannot read Sarnoff's secret thoughts against his will. They can't read mine either, for that matter. I am working in the laboratory, and I will pick up a great deal. When the time comes, we will strike for our liberty and for the safety of the world. Did you learn Sarnoff's plans? Yes, he is gathering planes and pilots in the underground caverns of the Salome. When he gets enough, he will bring men from Russia to man the planes. What could the United States, or the world for that matter, do against a fleet of hundreds, possibly thousands, of the best planes equipped with deadly weapons unknown to their science? That menace confronts us as we must remove it. To give you some idea of the power of the Salome, this afternoon Sarnoff and I, with one assistant, opened a cavern in the solid rock 3 miles long and a mile wide and over 600 feet in height. 3 men! How on earth did you do it? 2 men and 1 mole. We did it with a ray, the secret of which only the Salome and Sarnoff know. You have told me a disintegrating ray is an impossibility, objected Carnes. It is. This is not a disintegrating ray. Carnes, either I am crazy or the Salome have solved the secret of time, the 4th dimension. I haven't been able to grasp the whole thing yet. What I think we did was to remove that rock a distance, perhaps only a millionth of a second, forward or back into time. At any rate, it ceased to exist, yet they can bring it back unchanged at will. That was the way they captured our plane. They sent out a magnetic ray of such power that it stopped our plane in midair and brought it to the ground. They removed the rock from beneath us and lowered us into the hole. By reversing the process, they restored things to their original condition. All of these tunnels and rooms were made in that way. I still don't understand how they did it. I don't either, but I hope to in time. Now let's go to bed. It's late. Tomorrow you will start your lessons with Captain Garland as an instructor. He won't know you, for he was operated on this afternoon. Do your best to become a pilot. When I get ready, I want you with me in full possession of all your faculties. The next morning the 2 prisoners separated and went to their duties. In the cavern which Dr. Beard had described, Captain Garland was waiting beside the plane he had flown. He did not know Carnes, but he still knew how to fly. Declining to enter into any conversation, he started expounding the theory of flying to the detective. Carnes remembered Dr. Bird's words and applied himself wholeheartedly. For 4 hours they worked together. At the end of that time the light faded in the cavern, and Carnes was led by an unseen guide back to his cell. He threw himself on a bed and awaited Dr. Bird's return. I have learned a few more things about the Salome, said the doctor when he entered the cell several hours later. We are in their largest community. They have cities or warrens scattered all over the world. Each city has its own ruler, but the whole race are ruled by an overlord or king who habitually lives here. He is away visiting a community under northern Africa just now, but he will be back in a few days. The Salome are sincere in their desire to help the upper world. They feel great pity for mankind in view of the conditions Sarnoff has described to them. When the king returns, I plan to make a direct appeal to him. In the meantime, go on with your flying lessons. How did you make out today? The second day was a repetition of the first, as were the third and fourth. A week passed before Dr. Bird entered the cell in evident excitement. Has Hannock brought our evening meal yet? He asked anxiously. No, doctor. Good. Take this light. As soon as he enters, throw the light full on him and hold him until I work on him. We've got to make our escape. Why? The king is due back tomorrow. Sarnoff is frightened at the good impression I have made on the Salome. He is supreme in the monarch's absence, so he plans to operate on both of us before he returns. He is afraid to allow me to see the king with an unimpaired intellect and memory. Shh! Here comes Hannock. The door to their cell opened noiselessly. When the mole who brought their food was well inside, Carnes turned on the tiny flashlight. The mole dropped on all fours and tried to turn its back. Dr. Bird sprang forward. For an instant his slim, muscular fingers worked on the mole's neck and shoulders. Silently the animal sank in a heap. "Come on, Carnes," cried the doctor. "Turn off the light." "Did you kill him, doctor?" asked Carnes as he raced down a pitch-dark corridor at the scientist's heels. "No, I merely paralyzed him temporarily. He'll be all right in a day or so. Turn here." For 10 minutes they ran down corridor after corridor. Carnes soon lost all track of direction, but Dr. Bird never hesitated. Presently he slowed down to a walk. "It's a good thing I have a good memory," he said. "I planned that course out from a map, and I had to memorize every turn and distance of it. We are now behind your flying hall and away from any of the regular dwellings of the Salome. Straight west about 4 miles is one of the time-ray machines with a guard over it. Aside from them, there isn't a mole between here and Detroit. What are you going to do, Doctor? Keep out of their way and avoid recapture if we can." "If we merely wanted to escape, we would try to get possession of that time-ray machine and open the road to the surface. However, I am not content with that. I want to stay underground until Astok, their king, returns. When he comes, we will surrender to him. Suppose they operate without giving us a chance to present our side of the affair. If they do, Sarnoff wins, but they won't. The more I have seen of the Salome, the more impressed I am by their sense of justice. They'll give us a hearing all right, and a fair one." For 2 hours the doctor led the way. At the end of that time he stopped. "We've gone as far as we need to," he said. "They'll undoubtedly send out searching parties, but if we can avoid thinking they won't be able to find us. The tunnels are a perfect labyrinth. If you care to sleep, go to it. We'll be safer sleeping than awake, for we won't be sending out thoughts so fast." End of Part 2 of The Ports of Missing Planes. Section 15 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. The Port of Missing Planes by Captain S.P. Meek. Part 3. Dr. Bird threw himself down on the rubber floor of the tunnel and was soon asleep. Carnes tried to follow his example, but sleep would not come to him. Frantically he tried to think of nothing. By an effort he would sit for a few minutes with his mind a conscious blank, but thoughts would throng in spite of him. Time and again he brought himself up with a jerk and forced his mind to become a blank. The hours passed slowly. Carnes grew cramped from long immobility and rose. A sudden thought intruded itself into his mind. "I might as well throw that light away," he murmured to himself. "It will be no good now. The Salome won't hurt us if they do catch us." He reached in his pocket for the light. He was about to hurl it from him when a moment of sanity came to him. He stared about. The impulse to hurl the light away came stronger. He strove in vain to turn it on. "Doctor," he cried suddenly, "wake up! They're after us!" With a bound, Dr. Bird was on his feet. "The light!" he cried. "Where is it?" "In my hand," murmured Carnes with stiffening lips. Dr. Bird seized the light. A beam stabbed the darkness. Less than 50 feet from them stood 2 moles. As the light flashed on, Carnes regained control of himself. "Take the light, Carnes," snapped the doctor. "I've got to put these fellows to sleep." Slowly he advanced towards the motionless Salome. He had almost reached them when the light flickered out. He turned and raced at full speed toward the detective. Carnes was standing rigid and motionless. Dr. Bird took the light from his hand. Despite the almost overpowering drag on his mind, he managed to turn it on. He swung the beam around in a circle. Besides the 2 Salome he had seen before, the light revealed a pair standing behind him. As the light struck them, the numbing influence vanished for an instant from the doctor's mind. He moved a step forward and then halted. The moles behind him were hurling waves of mental power at him. Again the light cleared him for an instant, but he got a brief glance of other moles hurrying from every direction. "The jig's up, I guess," he muttered. He strove to free himself by the use of his light, but the tiny battery had done its duty, and gradually the light grew dimmer. The influence grew too strong for him. With a sigh, he shut off the feeble ray and hurled the light from him. The moles closed in. "All right," said the doctor audibly. "We'll go peaceably." As he spoke, the paralyzing power was withdrawn. With Carnes at his side, he retraced the route he had taken from the cell. Before they reached it, they turned off. Dr. Bird realized that they were treading the familiar path to the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, the Salome halted. A wave of mental power enveloped the prisoners, and they remained silent and motionless while their escort withdrew. From the laboratory came 3 of the Salome scientists. As the laboratory door opened, they could see that it was bathed in a flood of light, and that the moles wore helmets covering their heads. They moved inside. Clad in a white gown stood Saranov. "So, my friends, you would run away and leave me, would you?" gloated the Russian. "And just when I had planned a very beneficial operation for you. I will remove permanently from your brains all the delusions which now encumber them, and from your own puny wills I will substitute my own." The power which had held the prisoners silent disappeared. "You have caught us, Saranov," said Dr. Bird. "I know the power you wield, and that you are making no idle boast. I appeal, however, to these others, my friends. The operation you are planning to perform is not a routine one. It is one that should have the sanction of the king before it is done. I appeal from you to him." "He is far away," laughed Saranov. "When he returns, your plea will be presented to him, but it will be too late to do any good." "You are right, Doctor. I do not plan a mere routine operation. Not only will I remove your memory, but I am going to use the time ray on you and banish forever into the unknown a portion of your brains. Without knowing which adjustment I make of the infinite number possible, no one, not even the king, can ever recall it." Dr. Bird turned to the Salome scientists and hurled his thoughts at them. "This man intends to commit a horrible crime," he thought, "and one which he has no authority to perform. To you I appeal for justice. Bid him wait until Astok returns, and let him be the judge as to whether it shall be done. Jumor, you know me well. You know that my brain is the equal of one of the Salome. Even you cannot read my thoughts against my will. Are you willing to see that brain destroyed? Astok will be here soon, and nothing will be lost by a short delay." "He thinks truly," was the answering thought of Jumor. "It would be better to wait." "We will not wait," crashed Saranov's thought into their consciousness. "He killed Hanuk when he escaped, and his punishment shall be as I have decreed. Did not the king give me full power while he was away? It is true that he ordered us to obey this man in all things dealing with upper world men, thought Jumor. If it is true that he killed Hanuk, his punishment is doubtless just. I did not kill Hanuk, returned the doctor. He is paralyzed and will be all right in a few hours, if he isn't already. I demand that you wait until Astok returns. When an appeal is made to him, no other may judge. So say the Salom law. That is true, replied Jumor. We will wait until the king returns. We will not wait, came Saranoff's thought. The king delegated to me his powers during his absence. As far as all the world, save the Salom, were concerned. Were it one of the Salom appealing to the king, I would be powerless before the appeal. These are not bound by Salom law and are not entitled to its benefits. We will operate at once. Then you will operate alone, retorted Jumor. I will not assist you. I need none of your help, thought Saranoff. Asmos and Kamol, will you help me? If you refuse, I will report to Astok that you have disobeyed and defied his chosen delegate. We had better assist him, Jumor, thought Asmos. Astok did delegate his authority. I am not of the nobility, and I dare not refuse to help. Suit yourself, Asmos, replied Jumor. I refuse to assist, and will appeal to Astok against him. The third mold hesitated. You are higher in rank than we are, Jumor, he thought at length, and like Asmos, I dare not resist him. I hear the king give this upper earth man his authority while he was away. I will assist. And I will leave the room, retorted Jumor. He moved to a door and threw it open. At the threshold he paused and sent back a final thought. I will appeal to Astok, our ruler. I will send now a message to him to hurry home that he may judge between us. The door closed behind him. Saranoff chuckled audibly. Goodbye, Carnes, said Dr. Bird sadly. This devil can do all he says he can, and more. I'm sorry I brought you and Garland into this mess. Oh, well, it can't be helped, Doctor, replied the detective with an attempt at cheerfulness. What is he going to do to us? He'll have to use instruments for what he plans, said the doctor. Ordinarily, a routine mental operation is performed without the use of extraneous power. The mind of the operator is electrically connected to the mind of the victim. By means of thought waves, the operator banishes from the mind of the subject such portions of his memory and mentality as he chooses. He may then substitute other things in place of what he has removed. Any of the Salom could operate on you, but I doubt whether Jumor himself could do it successfully on me without aid from power. Here come the instruments. Asmos and Kamol took from the cabinet on the side of the wall what looked like a cloth helmet. Attached to it were a dozen wires which they connected to a box on a table. The box was made of crystal, and inside it could be seen a number of vacuum tubes and coils of various designs. Other leads led to a similar helmet which Asmos placed on Saranoff's head. A heavy cable ran to a switch on the wall. As Kamol closed the switch, the tubes in the box began to glow with weird lights. Violet, green, and orange streamers of light came from them to dance in wild patterns on the laboratory walls. For 5 minutes, Saranoff made adjustments to the dials on the front of the crystal box. The colored lights died away, and a gentle golden glow came from the apparatus. He threw off the helmet. Kamol left the laboratory and returned with a large coil on the top of which was mounted a parabolic reflector. A device like a clock on the front of the coil was constantly marking the passage of time. The dial had 2 indicators which were together. Sarnoff chuckled. "You may not have seen this device work, Doctor," he said. "In order to let you know what you are facing, I will demonstrate." He turned the reflector so that it bore on the wall. He adjusted the moving dial so that the two indicators were no longer together. As he closed the switch, the wall before the reflector vanished. Sarnoff turned off the power. "That portion of the wall has gone back in time exactly 3 seconds," he announced. "As far as the present is concerned, it has ceased to exist. It is following us through time 3 seconds behind us. But in all eternity it will never catch up unless I aid it. Since the exact time is known, it can be restored. If I were to alter this adjustment ever so little, it could never be recalled. Watch me." He again closed the switch, this time in a reverse direction. The wall instantly filled up as it had been before. He moved the time dial so that the two indicators coincided. "After I have sent a portion of your physical brain into the past or the future, as the fancy strikes me, I will change the adjustment of that dial. Since there are an infinite number of adjustments to which I might have set it, the chances that anyone could ever duplicate my settings and restore it are a complement of infinity, or 0, he said. "I am now ready to remove your memory. If the impossible should happen and your physical brain be restored, it would be useless. Asmos, adjust the helmet. I will operate on my friend, the doctor, first." Carnes strove to rush to Dr. Bird's assistance, but he was helpless before the force of Kamol's will. Asmos adjusted the helmet to Dr. Bird's head and buckled it firmly in place. With an evil grin, Sarnoff donned the other helmet. "Goodbye, Dr. Bird," he said mockingly. "You will continue to see me, but you won't know me, except as your master." His hand reached for the switch. It had almost closed on it when Sarnoff stopped convulsively. He sat motionless while the laboratory door opened and Jumor entered the room. He was followed by another mole. The newcomer was fully 6 inches taller than the others. His head was hidden by a helmet, but around his arms he wore strings of sparkling jewels. "Ivan Saranoff, what means this?" His powerful thoughts dominated the room. "I was merely engaged in rectifying some of the mental errors of this man of the upper earth," explained the Russian eagerly. "It is merely a routine operation such as you gave me authority to perform." "An operation which uses power is not routine," replied the king. "I am told that this upper earth man has a brain equal to those of my most advanced scientist. I am also told that you plan to do more than rectify his mental errors. You have been falsely informed. I was merely about to adjust his memory." "Then what means this?" The king pointed to the time ray machine. "That was brought here in order that it could be used when you returned," thought the Russian eagerly. "This upper earth man killed Hannock when he brought him food." The door opened and Hannock entered. "Oh, Astok," objected Hannock's thoughts. "When these upper earthmen had me at their mercy with a light, they spared me. They paralyzed me for a time so that they might escape, but they did it in such a manner that no harm came to me." "So Jumer told me," replied the king. "Release them." In an instant, Carnes was on his feet removing the helmet from Dr. Bird's head. The doctor struggled to his feet. "Dr. Bird," thought the king, "can you communicate with me easily?" "Yes, your majesty, but may I ask that you alter the vibration period of my comrade, Mr. Carnes? He cannot understand you with his present low period." The king stepped to the box with which Sarnoff had been working. In response to his commands, the helmet which had been on Dr. Bird's head was placed on the detective. The king made a few adjustments to the dials and signaled for the helmet to be removed. "Can you understand me, Mr. Carnes?" he asked mentally. The question leaped with startling clearness in the detective's head. Carefully he framed his answer. "I can understand you," said the king. "I will now sit in judgment on the appeal made to me. Dr. Bird, tell me your story." With eloquent thoughts, Dr. Bird poured forth the history of the upper world. He told of the Great War and the collapse of the Russian monarchy. He traced history to the fall of the Moderate Party and the rise of the Bolsheviki. He described the horrible conditions existing in Russia. At the end, he reviewed the long battle he and Carnes had fought against Sarnoff. When he had finished, the king questioned Carnes. The detective repeated the story in different words, and the king turned to Sarnoff. From the Russian's mind came a tissue of distorted facts and downright lies. He denied or twisted around everything that the detective and the scientist had said. When he had done with his tale, Astok sat in secret thought for a few minutes. "The tales you tell me are so far apart that I can give credence to none of them," he announced at length. "There is but one solution, although they are never used, for the Salome have forgotten the meaning of a falsehood. We have instruments which will drag the truth from the brain of the liar. They are powerful, and their use may easily be fatal. If a man gives forth the contents of his brain willingly, the process is not painful. If he tries to conceal anything, it is torture. Will you willingly submit your brains to the searching of this instrument?" "Gladly," came Dr. Bird's thought, and Carnes re-echoed it. "And you, Ivan Saranoff?" demanded the king. "I will not submit," thought the Russian sullenly. "You will be examined whether you submit willingly or not," replied Astok. "I am going to learn the truth, though I kill you all to get it." At the king's order, Jumor hastened from the laboratory. He returned in a few minutes with an apparatus similar to the one which Sarnoff had planned to use on Dr. Bird, but larger and with more dials on the crystal box. At a command from the king, Dr. Bird donned the helmet. The king manipulated switches and dials. Around Dr. Bird's head glowed a halo of crimson light. Twice an expression of momentary pain passed over his countenance. After half an hour, Astok cut on the power and nodded to Carnes. "Don't try to hold anything back, Carnes," he said Dr. Bird sharply. "You couldn't if you tried, and the process is very painful, I can assure you." With the helmet on his head, the detective sat for 10 minutes while the Salome king went through his brain. A dozen times he shrieked in agony, but his moments of suffering were short. The king removed the helmet. "Your minds agree well," he thought. "Now I will examine the mind of my friend." The helmet was strapped on Sarnoff. Instantly an expression of the utmost anguish crossed his face. Shriek after shriek of agony came from his writhing lips. Relentlessly the king applied more power. The cries of the Russian grew heart-rending. Suddenly he grew rigid and slumped forward in his chair. Astok impassively manipulated his instrument. After half an hour, he opened the switch and removed the helmet. Under the ministrations of Jumor, the Russian revived. The king sat in secret thought for an hour. "I have examined the brains of all of you," he announced at length, "and I find hopeless contradictions. Each of you believes thoroughly in his own social order. Both tell me of hopeless misery on the part of a large portion of his people. Both tell of the horrible wars and suffering beyond my comprehension. The thoughts of all of you teem with modes of bringing death to your fellow beings. Your entire science has been perverted to the ends of destruction. Nothing of this sort can be realized by the Salome, where truth, justice, and mercy prevail. Each of you holds that his form of government is better than the other, and will cause less suffering and misery than the others. None of you hold out hope of happiness for your fellow beings. I do not know which system is less obnoxious. My decision is made. The Salome will not interfere in the affairs of the upper earth. You may fight out your battles without aid and without interference. I will operate on both Ivan Saranoff and Dr. Bird, and I will remove from their minds all knowledge of our science and instruments and leave them in the same condition that they were in when they entered my realms. Each of you will then be returned to upper earth, Ivan Saranoff to Russia, Dr. Bird and Mr. Carnes to the United States. The pilots, whom I hold prisoner, will have their mentalities restored and be returned to their homes. The planes we have captured I will send off into time so that they can never be used for the misery of upper earth men again. Jumor, you will carry out these orders. I wish I could remember how that time machine was built and operated, said Dr. Bird reflectively as he sat in his private laboratory in the Bureau of Standards some time later. But Jumor did his work well. I can't even remember what the thing looked like. Well, Doctor, our trip below wasn't a loss. We removed a very real menace to the established order of things, and we have got rid of Saranoff temporarily. It will take him some time to return here from Russia. 3 weeks or less, said Dr. Bird pessimistically. However, we have gained one other thing. Did you notice this? He pulled what looked like a watch from his pocket. Carnes regarded it with a puzzled expression. No, Doctor, what is it? It is a very small camera which takes pictures 1/2 inch by 7/8. I had several opportunities to use it. I wasn't sure that it would work on such short waves, but it did. When Saranoff tries to return to this country, he will find that every immigration inspector and every member of the Border Patrol has an excellent likeness of him. That may hinder his entrance into the country for a little while. End of Part 3, and the end of the story of the ports of missing planes.
Section 16 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931, by Captain S.P. Meek, A Classification of the Universe. A classification of everything in the universe, from the smallest thing yet measured, the electron, less than a millionth of an inch in extent, to the biggest, a star system of 1,000 million trillion miles, was described recently by Professor Harl Shapley of Harvard in a lecture at the Conmere Center of the College of the City of New York. Looking forward to a time when men will be able to measure even smaller things than an electron and larger than the greatest star system, Professor Shapley explained that he had left the classification open at both ends. Men, Professor Shapley said, occupies a very small place in all the system, although, besides an electron or an atom, he is not so negligible at that. The survey, it was explained, aims toward giving perspective. It gives a sane and modest view of a man's place in the scheme. The significance of the classification lies in the skeleton, which has afforded all science to bring some measure of order out of the world's present chaotic knowledge of the systems of various kinds. All systems find a place in this synthesis: atoms, comets, and galaxies, men, radiation, and the space-time complex. When looked at in this objective way, human beings and all associated terrestrial organisms appear only parenthetically in one of the subdivisions of the class of colloidal aggregates. Professor Shapley discussed the concept of the cosmoplasma. This, it was explained, is at once the most mysterious and fundamental part of the universe, and only recently has come under direct experimental study. In brief, it is a substratum of materials throughout the universe, between planets, stars, and the galaxies. It has no obvious systematic organization. Hence it includes such diverse constituents as the high-speed shooting stars, interstellar calcium gas, and radiation itself. Though no one has ever seen an electron, the smallest thing included in the classification, they have been proven to exist in several ways. They give forth flashes of light that can be photographed. They have caused the bending of X-rays as they pass through a substance. End of a classification of the universe.
Section 17 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931, by Captain S.P. Meek. Chapter 17, The Reader's Corner, Part 1. Likes the Corner. Dear Editor, this month's issue, May, has the best collection of letters you've ever published. All it lacked was a letter from Bernard J. Kenton, that master of epistles and super science stories. One of your readers would like to have the Reader's Corner omitted. For heaven's sake, don't take it out. I recognize it as one of the best features of our mag, and whenever I open the covers, turn to it directly after having glimpsed the table of contents and the announcement of the stories to appear in the forthcoming issue. Mr. Joseph R. Barnes, whose letter I enjoyed immensely, incidentally, will be interested in knowing that The Mascot Deep is already in book form, and that The Disintegration Machine and When the World Screamed, all by the same author, are under the same covers. He will also be interested in learning that Ray Cummings' fine story, Sea Girl, is also between hardcovers. The idea of putting out a quarterly is a dandy. The other science fiction quarterlies are mere textbooks. There are occasionally, of course, a few exceptions. The thought of the sort of fantastic action stories Astounding Stories publishes put together in a magazine doubly thick is a pleasing one to contemplate. Reading a story the length of Brigands of the Moon and of such literary merit complete in one issue is a thrill to be looked forward to. By all means put out such a magazine and have stories by Jack Williamson, R.F. Starzl, and Edmund Hamilton, three of your best writers in the first issue. I am glad to see that Starzl is coming back with the next issue. More from him, please, and Hamilton and Williamson should appear more frequently too. A question, Mr. Cummings. Shades of Poulter and Tuch. Why must you always have a deformed character in your stories? Do they appeal to your dramatic sense? The news that we're going to have a story from Francis Flagg brings raptures of a delight to my homely face. If it's a dimensional story, I'll cheer twice. When it comes to writing that kind of a story, Flagg's the king of them all. For sheer interest and originality, he's got his contemporaries in that field outdistanced, with a distance that can only be counted by light years. A pat on the back for Booth Cody and Sears Langwell, two staunch supporters. All our magazine needs is a story about time crusaders or a planet of mechanical men. Omitting the authors already mentioned, I consider my favorites to be Rousseau, Eschbach, Diffin, Ernst, and Hal K. Wells. The best story you ever published? Who am I to answer? Why not put it up to the readers for popular vote? Jerome Siegel, 10522 Kimberly Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio. Explanation wanted. Dear Editor, this is my first letter to you, but I am a consistent reader of Astounding Stories and look forward to all of the coming issues. I have in mind a question, a friendly one, not one that I expect to or hope will seem to be trying to dampen any theories. This rocket ship propulsion, as I understand it, there is a void between all planets, etc. If this is the case, how then can a rocket-propelled spaceship go across this void, since the exhaust of the rockets must rely on some material of a sort, or rather some sort of resistance to push the ship along? How does it push on nothing? Of course, near Earth it has the ground and then the atmosphere to push from. But out in the void? Why not cut off and save fuel, therefore saving an extra heavy load of explosives if rocket ships are really practical in space flying? Yours for a thicker Astounding Stories, H.M. Crowson, Jr., Sumter, South Carolina. Better than love stories.
Dear Editor, I have started to read the Astounding Stories and enjoy it very much, although I do not find very many girls writing into the corner. This mag is 1,000 times better than all those love story magazines, and besides, these stories are educational. I would rather read Astounding Stories than eat. They are not too scientific to be boresome, but they are just good enough to be real interesting. I wish you would publish some more stories like The Lake of Light, Dark Moon, etc. I especially like stories of the future and interplanetary novels. Anyone wishing to correspond with me will be welcome, as I love to write letters, and especially to anyone interested in the same things I am. Miss Bernice Goldberg, 147 Crescent Drive, Mason City, Iowa. Kidding the Editor. Dear Editor, I have just finished your January 1932 issue of Astounding Stories. It was superb. Imagine my delight and surprise when I purchased the first issue this year. Smooth edges, good quality of paper. I had a few other articles to purchase, but I forgot all about them when I saw your magazine and rushed home to read it. It had a most admirable cover designed by your best artist, H.W. Wesso. I turned to the contents page. The first story was by my favorite author, Ray Cummings, and called The Space Car to Mars. Hot dog, my favorite theme, interplanetary travel. All the rest of the authors were my favorites too. Edmund Hamilton, Captain S.P. Meek, S.P. Wright, A.J. Burks, and a short story by Jack Williamson. I turned to the next page, and lo and behold, what do I see but an editorial? Wonders after wonders. It was called The Possibilities of Space Travel. I was by this time beginning to think that at last the editor had achieved a perfect magazine, and when I turned to the first story, the one by Ray Cummings, I knew it. There was a double-page illustration by Wesso in soft and realistic colors. Think of it, colored illustrations for each story. Well, I was so excited that I could hardly read, but at last I began. Boy, can Ray Cummings write interplanetary stories. Y como, and how. He wove scientific explanations into the story so skillfully that one learned the scientific facts without knowing it. When he thought that the explanation of some invention would be boresome, he put a little note at the foot of the page. This, I remembered, was an admirable feature of his story Brigands of the Moon, which you published 2 years ago. I then turned to the Reader's Corner, only to discover that its name had been changed to The Observatory. I expect this was taken from the suggestion of P. Leadbeater in the March 1931 issue. I discovered also, to my delight, that at the end of each letter the editor made a few comments. I finished reading the reader's letters, and on the next page I found this lead line: Science Questions and Answers. I read these with enthusiasm. I forgot to mention the raise in the price to 25 cents, but that is immaterial to me now, since I have the perfect science fiction magazine. You have surely hitched your wagon, magazine, to a star now. Clay Ferguson, Jr., 510 Park Street, Southwest, Roanoke, Virginia. Sugar Candy. Dear Editor, it is very seldom that I write to any page like the Reader's Corner, but I have gotten rather tired of all those knocks, so I am writing to say that I have missed only one of your issues since the 2nd, February 1930, and have found only one not to my liking, and I have forgotten what that is. I have no comment to make on your authors. I don't care who writes it or what his literary reputation is, as long as the story is good, and you wouldn't print it if it weren't. As for exact scientific data, away with it. Some may wish to be bored with it, but I prefer action. I like your pictures. They are bizarre and give one an idea of what the author is trying to convey, and they intrigue the interest before the story is read. I also like the size, because it is not awkward, and I like the edges because they make the pages easy to turn. Mrs. Margaret M. Finney, 1632 West 3rd, Plainfield, New Jersey. Becoming a Habit. Dear Editor, the May Astounding Stories seems to have nothing but complimentary letters in it. Mr. Magnuson probably tore out his hair when he saw all those letters. Not that Astounding Stories fully deserves all that praise. As one reader said, words are inadequate to describe how wonderful your magazine is. However, I do not agree with those who denounce some of the readers for making criticisms and suggestions. No magazine can be absolutely perfect, although Astounding Stories comes pretty near it. Even if it were perfect, the readers would have to keep on making criticisms and suggestions in order to keep it that way. Besides, the Reader's Corner would become pretty dull and lifeless if you printed nothing but flattering letters. Most of the readers who make unfavorable criticisms really have the welfare of the magazine in mind, else they wouldn't write at all. All of them aren't grouches. For example, a certain person sent one of the science fiction magazines about the most vicious and uncomplimentary letter that magazine had ever received. Yet in this issue of Astounding Stories, he jumps on the knockers for daring to say anything against Astounding Stories. So you see that all knockers are not hopeless. I notice that you have complied with one of my requests, and have published an autobiography of Mr. Wensler, although there is no picture. Perhaps, as Mr. Wensler suggests, that is for the best. The readers of Astounding Stories are accustomed to pictures of grotesque and weird-looking inhabitants of other planets, but a picture of Mr. Wensler may prove to be too much. Or if you do put it in, you might entitle it Wesso's Conception of a Martian. I hope Mr. Wensler does not take the above paragraph too seriously. Like him, I was hit on the head when I was but a babe. In my case, it was a bronze statue that proved to be my undoing. Unfortunately, they were never able to straighten out the bend in that statue, which was the result of its contact with my dome. As for the stories in the May issue, they were all perfect. Every one of them. Having all the stories perfect in each issue is becoming a habit with you. Keep up this habit. For first place, I nominate When the Moon Turned Green. I consider Mr. Wells' previous story, The Gate to Zoran, the best short story you have ever printed, but the latter one surpasses it. You will not be making a mistake if you give us many more stories by this author. I do not need to say anything else about the rest of the stories. They are all excellent. Don't you think that it is about time for Astounding Stories to become a semi-monthly? Michael Forgaris, 157 4th Street, Passaic, New Jersey. Located at last. Dear Editor, I read every science fiction magazine on the market, and can truthfully say that yours is the best of them all. Of course, there is always room for improvement, and some of the stories published in the May issue were not so hot. Meek always gives me a pain in the neck, but Cummings is an ace, though the installment in this issue dragged considerably. In Diffin you have a master writer, and I was tickled to death to see finally in our mag a story by that peerless team, Shackner and Zagat. I was wondering how long it would take you to locate them, as you have done with most of the other stars in science fiction. Bill Merriam, Oceanfront, Venice, California. Stories aid considerably. Dear Editor, I cannot rightfully say what story was the best in Astounding Stories, for the man who balances stories for their values is just kidding himself. That is my theory, and I am ready at all times to stand in back of it. Though I have only been reading Astounding Stories since January, I am a thoroughly convinced fan. For the past 2 years I have been puttering with chemistry and physics in a laboratory of my own, and the science mentioned in these stories aids considerably. I would sincerely appreciate letters from readers of Astounding Stories. I will answer all. Lawrence Shoemaker, 1020 Sharon Street, Jamesville, Wisconsin. To the rescue, somebody! Dear Editor, you're getting better all the time. The April issue was the best yet, and the May issue is not far behind it. The cover on the May issue was wonderful. Dark Moon is the best story by Diffin that you have yet printed. When the Moon Turned Green and The Death Cloud are both masterpieces. The Exile of Time is a fine story, but I cannot understand the explanations. How could the murder of Major Atwood be mentioned in the records of New York? Why could not one see events in which he participated? Of course, Ray Cummings perhaps knows more about it than I, but I think a lot of his ideas are the bunk. I do not think that your stories should be full of science and nothing else, but they should at least observe known scientific facts. J.J. Johnston, Mowbray, Manitoba, Canada. A two-timer. Dear Editor, I was surprised but pleased to receive the answer to the question I asked in my last letter to you. It is indeed a pleasure to read a magazine that takes enough interest in its patrons to personally answer a letter written to it. Thank you very much. And I am certainly glad that we are to get a sequel to Dark Moon. I wish that I could personally tell Mr. Diffin what I think of his writing, and I am anxiously awaiting the next issue of our mag. It certainly does seem a long time between issues. When are you going to start putting it on the stands twice a month? I know that thousands of readers would bless the day you did it. Please keep up the good work, and I know you will, for the longer I read AS, the more I enjoy it. The serial, The Exile of Time, is a story par excellence. But I know the forthcoming sequel to Dark Moon will be a super story. My idea of reading is that if a story is worth reading once, it is worth reading twice, and I have never seen any story in your book that was not worth reading once. Enough said. I will answer any letters written to me. I hope to hear from plenty of readers. C.G. Davis, 531 South Millard, Chicago, Illinois. And sequel it has. Dear Editor, I have just finished the May number of Astounding Stories and want to send my contribution to the Reader's Corner. The novelette Dark Moon by Diffin is rather an outstanding story in my opinion. It is plausible and convincing, and the literary quality is high. I have a feeling that this should have a sequel, and wonder if others will not agree with me. That Astounding Stories is the best of the science fiction magazines is something that scarcely lends itself to argument. Without questions, it leads them all. Take the present number, for instance. Diffin, Meek, and Cummings, 3 top-notchers, all in one issue. A.J. Harris, 1525 Bushnell Avenue, South Pasadena, California. I'm afraid not. Dear Editor, I have read every one of your Astounding Stories and think there is no other magazine on the market like it. Only one kick. It doesn't appear often enough. I should like to see it every week, every 2 weeks, anyway. I like every story you print, and I think the size of your magazine is perfect. I have saved every issue I read, and now have 17 of them. Phalanxes of Atlans and Marooned Under the Sea were especially good. The Reader's Corner is fine, but I don't like so many brickbats thrown. I should like to see more bouquets given to you. There is one thing I'd like to see you print. You probably heard of the Fox Movietone picture, Just Imagine, an interplanetary story of 1930. I'd like to see it printed in Astounding Stories more than anything else. It would make a fine serial. I don't suppose it would be possible for you to print it, though, would it? Ernestine Small, 1151 Brighton Avenue, Portland, Oregon. Better to Verse. Dear Editor, Astounding Stories can't be beat. Its every issue is a treat. The finest authors of the age appear upon Astounding stage. There's Diffin, Cummings, Leinster, Burks. An all-star cast, that's sure the works. Harl, Vincent, Wells, and Starzl, too, belong among this famous crew. Ed Hamilton and Vic Rousseau with Captain Meek complete the show. Together they are sure the best, that's why Astounding leads the rest. Booth Cody, Bronx, New York. Another two-timer. Dear Editor, I have just finished reading the May issue of Astounding Stories for the second time. I have been reading Astounding Stories for over a year, and so far I can find only one thing wrong with it, and that is that it is not thick enough. In other words, you do not put enough stories in it. Some people who write into the corner say that the paper is rotten. I still have all my magazines, and the paper is as good as new. The paper is also good on the eyes, as it does not reflect the light like a mirror, as some paper does. Some people say the pages are uneven and hard to turn. Like Mr. H.N. Snagger, I became so interested in the stories I do not notice such trifles. Anybody who yells about the color of the cover, the durability of the paper, is not interested in Astounding Stories. Why don't you either print a full-page picture at the beginning of each story, or else keep the half picture at the beginning and put another picture halfway through the story? William McKelvey, 1244 Beach Street, St. Paul, Minnesota. A buttercup for Paul. Dear Editor, congratulations. Astounding Stories has scored again. Not satisfied with illustrations by the mighty Wesso only, you have secured a drawing by the equally mighty Paul. May we see many more by him. Thomas L. Kratzer, 3595 Tullamore Road, Cleveland Heights, Ohio. Nerves now better? Dear Editor, in Gould you have a fine illustrator, in Wesso a better one, but as I skip the page on which the story, a truly remarkable one by R.F. Starzl, The Earthman's Burden is on. My eye is caught by, yes, a drawing by Paul. Good old reliable Mr. Paul, the king of science fiction illustrators. Now that you have him on your artist's staff, I wouldn't feel at all bad seeing a painting of his on the cover. The June issue was a dazzler. Manapee the Mighty held me spellbound. The others were all excellent stories. The cover painting by Wesso was good, but I have already seen one of that sort in a previous issue. Why not give us more interplanetary illustrations of spaceships and the like, as in Brigands of the Moon? Another thing, it is 9:30. I must be asleep by 11:30 in order to start for school early the next morning. I allow myself 2 hours in which to read Astounding Stories. I turn to the contents section. I see a story there which I wish to read. It's on page 604. I turn the pages. 599, 601, 607 come in rapid succession, all but the page I look for. This goes on for some time until at last the roughened edge of 604 comes into view. By then my nerves are on edge, and I find it is almost 11:30. But I cannot say that you do not stand up with the foremost of all magazines. And the way you are improving now, you'll soon forge far in front. Arthur Berkowitz, 763 Beck Street, New York City. Some goal. Dear Editor, permit me to congratulate Mr. Diffin on his latest masterpiece, Holocaust. Every once in a while, Mr. Diffin produces a story that bids fair to eclipse all its contemporaries. His former story, The Power and the Glory, could only be placed in that category. Somehow that story has become indelibly written on my memory. The philosophy expressed in it was overwhelming. It would have done justice to a Shakespeare. And now you can imagine how delighted I am to learn that Mr. Diffin has once again graced us with a yarn of the same class. Man, if you continue to publish such stories as these frequently, you'll have the public terming Astounding Stories literature of the highest grade. However, I won't entreat Mr. Diffin to write these stories spasmodically, as the long wait between tales adds lore to the stories. And now for Mr. Burks. Ah, here is an extraordinary chap. Mr. Burks is your most versatile author. Of his several stories, each has opened up a new vista in the field of science fiction, and he is a thoroughbred in each endeavor. If you want to be convinced, read the opening chapters of the Manapee the Mighty, and I will wager any sum you won't lay down the story until you've read every word. As a matter of fact, all the stories are good, and the bill for next month appears to be exceptionally unusual. It is very evident that you are on the road to perfection. Smooth-cut edges, the acquisition of the greatest of artists, Paul, all point to the accelerating progress Astounding Stories is achieving. We readers are frequently asked as to how we would run the magazine if we were editors. Well, here is my conception of the ideal magazine. Smooth paper, no advertisements whatsoever, the interior illustrations done by an artist with the talent of a Paul and a Wesso combined, and made in watercolors, too. Then I would only have such renowned authors as Burroughs, McIsaac, and a few others. I suppose that's the eternal dream of the modern editor, but who can say that you, Mr. Bates, won't evolve Astounding Stories in the same manner? At any rate, there's a goal to aim for. Mortimer Weisinger, 266 Van Cortlandt Avenue, Bronx, New York. Guilty. Dear Editor, you are hereby summoned to appear in court on attempt of murder, following other charges, stopping my heart from beating when I saw the smooth edges in Astounding Stories, and making my heart miss 5 beats when I saw The Earthman's Burden illustrated by Paul. I now think Astounding Stories has reached its highest peak. Arthur J. Burke's story was a wow. I hope he works on a story as he said he would in the Reader's Corner if he gets enough requests. And Charles Willard Diffin, here's a writer for you. I think the first story he has ever wrote was published in Astounding Stories. Don't lose him. His Holocaust is his best, with the probable exception of The Power and the Glory. I don't think the last mentioned ever got enough praise. I expect to see it reprinted someday in the Golden Book magazine, its distinctly smooth paper style. And of course, Sewell Peaslee Wright's John Hanson stories are top-notchers. And Ray Cummings, must we mention his story? We all know what to expect when we read one of his stories. I hope you have another serial by him soon. I'm sure you'll be deluged with letters because of the even edges and the illustrations by Paul, who should draw at least 2 in every issue, but I hope you'll print my letter because I never had a letter of mine in print, and I want to get a thrill seeing this published. Anthony Caserta, 4575 Park Avenue, New York, New York. End of Chapter 17. Section 18 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931, by Captain S.P. Meek. Chapter 18. The Reader's Corner, Part 2. Very pretty problems here. Dear Editor, the letters by P. Schuyler, J. N. Mosley, and Jackson Gee in the last number sure do raise some very neat possibilities in science. Anent travel in time. Just what would you, Mr. Schuyler, expect to see if John Doe at 40 years in 1931 went back to 1892 and met John Doe of that date on Main Street of his old hometown? I suspect that 2 bodies cannot simultaneously contain the same ego, constant entity, personality, or soul. Which brings me to Mr. Mosley to ask, just how is the self-realizant ego, which is conscious that I am I unchangingly for life, in any sense a derivative of the unstoppable, rapidly changing body? Mr. Burks and Mr. Lee elucidate a very pretty little problem on the same lines. The cranial transplantation and the atomic patterns are admittedly scientifically and reasonably possible, but there is a real point of doubt. Would the personality accompany the brain in transplantation? True, the brain is the control room, but... And would the atomic patterns, perfectly as they could duplicate a body, which is unstable by nature, work on the essential stable ego, relatively, with its inherent capacity for continuity? If not, would not the synthetic extra man be a human being minus personality? Some very pretty problems here. I'd much like to see a story along the lines of item 3 in Mr. Burke's letter. L. Partridge, Box 84, Cornish, Maine. What price smoothness? Dear Editor, I have just finished the June issue of Astounding Stories. The cover was excellent, as were all the illustrations, except perhaps Manape's arms. Should have been a little larger. I see that the edges of the paper are now smooth, but still, leaves stick out beyond one another, so what good does that do? Manape the Mighty, by Arthur J. Burks, was superb, gripping. I suppose a lot of readers will rise violently against the love interest, but I ask you, just where would this particular story be without the romance in it? This particular story, you understand, not every story. Holocaust by Charles Willard Diffin was next best, with The Man from 2071 a close second. The Earthman's Burden was at least entertaining, which this installment of The Exile of Time was not. Robert Baldwin, 359 Hazel Avenue, Highland Park, Illinois. Time Trouble Answers Wanted. Dear Editor, I have read your magazine for nearly 2 years, but this is my first letter to the corner. The first and second installments of Ray Cummings' Exile of Time prompted me to write this. There is a story you can well be proud of. I should like to obtain it in book form. Mr. Cummings is a wonder. I have read many time stories, but this is at the top of my list. If there is any other time fans in A.S.'s Reader's Corner, I should like to have a letter discussion on it with him. None of my acquaintances care a whoop about that type of story, so I have to thrash out all my problems by myself. There are some questions I would like to ask about the Exile of Time. 1. In the event of the appearance of a time-traveling cage, the story ran, to use Ray's own words, "Suddenly before me there was a white ghost, a shape, a wraith of something which a moment before had not been there. The shape was like a mist, then in a second or two it was solid." Why should the cage appear as a mist at first? If there is any amount of time separating two things, those two things are invisible to each other, are they not? Any amount of time would include a second, and even a millionth part of a second.
In that case, the cage should suddenly appear in the twinkling of an eye with no trace of a blur. 2. Supposing I were standing at a spot 5 feet from a time-traveling vehicle. The latter would be traveling through time at 3 p.m. while I am at 2 p.m., an hour's difference between us. It would be invisible to me then, but an hour later, when I would be at 3 p.m. and the machine at 4 p.m., then I would see it as it appeared at 3 p.m. Whatever movement it would make in space, I would not see until an hour later. Is that right? Then is it not possible that each individual is existing in a different time realm, and we see them, or I see the other fellow as he appeared when my time caught up with his? I had better quit before I get hooted off the stage. 3. If a man invented a time traveler and went back to the year of the beginning of the World War, knowing all he has read in history, could he not take steps to prevent a war that has already happened? Or would that power be denied him? Somewhere in the story is said that the past cannot be changed, and that any effort to do so would be useless. In my belief, no matter where or when a man goes into the past, if he appears in a year or day that has already gone by, he is changing the past. Then there should be no room for doubt. Time traveling is impossible. It never will be done. An Astounding Stories fan should be kicked for using the word impossible. Let's have more good, thought-provoking time tales, and get lots of stories from Cummings. He's a wow. I sure would like to spend an evening at a campfire with him. Alan Spoolman, 613 4th Avenue, West Ashland, Wisconsin. What? Dear Editor, just got my June issue of our good mag Astounding Stories, and I think it is great. One thing you should do, however, is have a more mechanical cover design. In regard to Miss Gertrude Henkin's letter in the June issue of AS, let me say that I just wonder what she would like to expect in our Reader's Corner if she does not like to hear what others think of our Astounding Stories. Maybe she would like to read about checker debates or the like. What? If Rex Wirtz of Oregon, who is now located somewhere in Los Angeles, will drop me a line, perhaps we can become acquainted as he suggested. Edward Anderson, 123 Hollister Ave, Ocean Park, California. Hope he does. Dear Editor, I have never been interested before in a magazine enough to write to their departments like the Reader's Corner, and I have read plenty of magazines. Beyond the Vanishing Point stands head and shoulders above any story I have ever read. I have only one thing to say about your other stories. They are almost as good as the one I just mentioned. I have a few words to say about these people who throw brickbats at every story they read. I wouldn't be surprised if they just read the story so they could find something wrong with it. There's one in particular who wrote a few lines in the June issue about your taking the word science off the front page, saying there was no science in the magazine anyway. What does the title say? Well, that's what 90% of the readers want anyway. I hope that chap reads this. Well, I'll sign off. Here's a little toast to the magazine. Long may it live. Earl Rogers, 409 16th Street, Galveston, Texas. 2 better than 1? Dear Editor, the 2 outstanding stories in the May issue of AS were The Death Cloud by Nat Schachner and Arthur L. Zagat, and Dark Moon by Charles W. Diffin. Common reasoning tells me that the heads of 2 science fiction writers can formulate a story better than one. I couldn't help admire Mr. Schachner and Mr. Zagat when I read their story because of the cleverness shown in it. Please give us a story by them every month. Ray Y. Tilford, Rockport, Kentucky. And here I am. Dear Editor, it's about time for me to concede that your or our magazine is the best I have read. 10 issues have come into my hands, and I am perfectly well satisfied with the line of fiction that you publish. I have read about 50 different magazines on the market, and I am sure that Astounding Stories is the best of them all. I have followed the magazine for 7 months, and that is the best amount of reading any magazine can boast for me. In your case, if the magazine lasts 70 years, you can be sure that I will read it for that period of time, provided I live that long. I notice that several brickbats have come into your hands and that you have printed them. Well, that shows sportsmanship on your part. I would suggest to those who are not satisfied with Astounding Stories to duck their head in a pail of water and pull it out after a period of 10 minutes. Those who criticize the stories because of the lack of science have no idea what it takes to write a story. Please be willing to concede the author the right of way. He is giving his theories and not yours. However, in some cases where the truth is an established fact, I can see where the readers may present a justified argument. But they should remember that we are not all perfect and that mistakes are made by all. It is not fair to criticize an author by denouncing him. I don't favor reprints at all, but I can stay with the majority if they do. It is a foregone conclusion that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all the time. In this case, substitute the word please in the saying for fool. I am at present reading Charles W. Diffin's novel The Pirate Planet. It is one of the best interplanetary novels that I have ever read. Give us some more of Diffin. He has the goods. I must say that you have an immensely long list of popular authors, and it must cost quite a little amount of money to maintain them. Keep the size of the magazine as it is now, if it fits conveniently into my bookcase, and I believe many of your readers will say the same. Now, some of my favorite stories. The Ape Man of Zlati was one of the best stories that I have read in years. Give us some more along this line. It offers rest after one has just finished reading an interplanetary novel. Monsters of Moyen was another story that I greatly enjoyed. Very few people believe that the world shall ever have a conqueror again, and I am one of them. But it is interesting to see if there ever will be a conqueror and what means he shall employ to get that title. Brigands of the Moon was the worst story I read in your magazine. That must have been Mr. Cummings' off story. But he certainly has come back fine through his later stories. The Tentacles from Below was another great masterpiece. Anthony Gilmore's tale was the first time I have read of that author, and I will be delighted to see more. Funny how I developed into a reader of science fiction. I exhausted all other fields of reading, and having nothing else to read, I delved into a science magazine, and here I am. Michael Ricano, 51 Brookwood Street, East Orange, New Jersey. Turns it to first. Dear Editor, the June issue of Astounding Stories can't be beat. What an issue! As it seems to be the usual thing, I'll start at the front and go to the back. The cover, very colorful. Another proof of Wesso's talent, and speaking of artists, I was very pleasantly surprised at the unexpected illustration by Paul. I certainly hope you can get him, if not for cover pictures, at least for the inside illustrations. Too bad you are modest about printing complimentary letters, for I mean this to be all roses, no brickbats. The Man from 2071, another good story of John Hanson's. Manape the Mighty, although somewhat like the Tarzan series, is a wonderfully fine story. Holocaust, good. The Earthman's Burden, as of all of Starzl's, was exceptionally good. The Exile of Time, getting better every issue. The Reader's Corner, as usual, was one of the most interesting parts of the magazine. I always turn to it first, for I know I will have an enjoyable time reading every letter. And by the way, the significance of Manape just came to me. Don't know why I didn't see it before. Linus Hagenmiller, 502 North Washington Street, Farmington, Missouri. Likes the joke. Dear Editor, although I have read only 2 issues of Astounding Stories, I feel the urge to write a line. The June number was better than the May issue. Arthur J. Brooks' story, Manape the Mighty, was excellent, though I am not so strong for the idea of having Barter escape the apes and carry on his experiments as suggested by the author. It would be against common sense to have the apes allow him to make a getaway. The prize winner in the May issue was Dark Moon. There might be a sequel to that, and I'd like to see it. I like a little variety in a magazine. The readers who say they do not care for stories scientifically impossible may be right. In that case, The Exile of Time is the greatest joke ever written. Yet I like it immensely. One thing that is impossible is the destruction of matter. It can be broken up, or condensed, as in When Caverns Yawned, but not destroyed completely. Mr. W. H. Flowers evidently has a grudge against the fair sex. The love interest is not necessary in short stories, it's true. But what kind of a long novel would it be if the hero had no incentive, nothing to risk his life for except a possible word of praise from the scientific world? No matter how much a man loves his work, it is my opinion that he would not die for the purpose of proving his point. Not being able to take a hint, the knockers still appear to mar an otherwise perfect day, this time in the person of Harry Pancoast. If Astounding Stories ever get so bad that not even one story in it is of interest to me,
I'll just drop out of the waiting line and keep my mouth closed. Richard Waite, 8 South Avenue, Wausau, New York. Never noticed that. Dear Editor, just bought my latest copy of Astounding Stories, and what an edition. First, the cover. Wesso has all others beat by a mile. Then the stories. Well, take Manapee the Mighty. It is one of the best science fiction stories I have ever read. The Exile of Time was great. Have you ever noticed that almost every critic of science fiction is either a teacher or a female? Jim Nicholson and I certainly know that. Billy Roach, Secretary, Interplanetary Department of the BSB 101, St. Elmo's, San Francisco, California. Sunflowers for All. Dear Editor, miracles do happen. I was never so thoroughly astounded in all my life as when I received the great June issue of Our magazine with straight edges. Thank you all concerned for publishing Our magazine sans rough edges. The smooth edges ought to cut the reading time of Astounding Stories down to 1 hour and 45 minutes, as we always used to waste a lot of time fumbling about with the pages. But if I was astounded at the long-awaited straight edges, I was still more amazed at the great innovation of an illustration by Paul. Let's have more and more of his remarkable drawings. Astounding Stories is truly great, now with its fine editor, splendid authors, excellent stories, worthy illustrations, essential reader's corner, Paul, and good binding. Yes, you heard right, I said good binding. Of course it makes amusing material to write about the binding, and remark that it comes off after once handling it, or that the paper is soon worn to shreds, but such matters shouldn't be honestly believed. I have every issue of Astounding Stories, 18 great numbers, and each and every issue is as good as new. I never had any trouble with the covers departing from the rest of the magazine, or the pages becoming moldy. Sewell Peaslee writes, the man from 2071 is just perfect. I enjoy nothing more than one of his realistic stories of Commander John Hanson. We want more. Author J. Burke's novelette, Manape the Mighty, was clever. I had a premonition that I wouldn't like the story, and in fact told a friend so. It just goes to prove that hunches can be wrong. Charles Wilfred Diffin should be proud of his Holocaust. I'm sure that most readers enjoyed it as much as I did. Of course, Starzl's The Earthman's Burden was a peach. His stories of other planets are always weird, bizarre, and yet they seem to ring true. That is the magic of R.F. Starzl. Paul illustrated it in his own unapproachable style. The Exile of Time, as everyone agrees, is Cummings' best. I am waiting for its thrilling conclusion. I am one who would like Astounding Stories to be a large-size magazine, but it can easily be seen that everyone can't be pleased. If you'll just leave it the way it is, that is, straight edges, illustrations by Paul, same authors and same excellent editor, I'll be satisfied. Forrest J. Ackerman, 530 Staples Avenue, San Francisco, California. Great relief. Dear Editor, the story Manape the Mighty by author J. Burks was by far one of the most thrilling and educational stories that ever appeared in Astounding Stories. Of course, others will disagree, but an author cannot please all. It is of great relief to change from the monotonous, everyday kind of stories that appear in Collier's, Liberty, and the Saturday Evening Post to the refreshing and soothing, impossible type of Astounding Stories. Ever since the January issue, I have been an ardent pursuer of Astounding Stories. To me, it is even more astounding that I seem to like it more and more each succeeding issue. I find it undoubtedly the best magazine of its type. I've tried others of similar type, but it seems as if my mind couldn't grasp the knack of the stories, which were either boresome with scientific and technical explanations, or, as one might say, not a darn thing to 'em. R.F. Starzl is a wonderful author. Ray Cummings, Sewell Peaslee Wright, Charles Willard Diffin, Captain S.P. Meek, Edmund Hamilton, F.V.W. Mason, and Mary Leinster are excellent. There is one thing that I'd like to see in Astounding Stories, and I'm sure many of the readers would too. It is always my habit to read while eating. To finish the story in time, I pick the shortest one. Sad to say, Astounding has rather long stories. How about an occasional short story? I'm sure you readers will approve. That would go over with a bang. P. Nikolaev, 4325 S. Seeley Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Sometimes Gets Mad. Dear Editor, although I have been an interested reader of Astounding Stories since its inception, this is the first time I have written. Astounding Stories has been so good lately that I just had to write and compliment you on your good work. There are, however, some criticisms I have to make. The first is, I think Mr. W. H. Flowers of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is right when he says you sometimes have too much love in some of your stories. The second is, I think it would be a good thing to put notes at the end of a page to explain some of the terms for the readers who read mostly for the science part. That is what I do, and I get mad when I read something that does not give me the inside dope on it. Outside of that, I think Astounding Stories can't be beat. One more thing before I close. Keep Captain S.P. Meek on your staff, or I will stop reading Astounding Stories. As much as I would hate to do that, I think he is your best author by a long shot. Wilson Adams, Seat Pleasant, Maryland. From a female woman. Dear Editor, the comment of Jim Nicholson in the June issue, that it is only the females who consider him cracked for reading science fiction, and only women who do not care for science in the stories, moves me to break into the reader's corner for the first time. I happen to be a, quote, female woman, unquote, and it is the men in our family and circle of friends who laugh at me for buying every science fiction magazine and book that I can find. They call them my nutty magazines. I have to admit that I do not understand much of the scientific explanation, since my mind does not run along mathematical or scientific lines. But I do not mind having that in stories for those who do care for it and can understand it, as I can simply skip over it, taking what I can grasp and letting the rest go. It doesn't spoil the story for me. I have no criticism, constructive or otherwise, to make. I enjoy the stories with the romance involved and enjoy those without equally well. My own preference would be that you continue using rough paper and your present mechanical construction so that more money will be available to pay for the stories. Few of us keep the magazines anyway, so there isn't so much need for expensive paper. I like interplanetary stories best, I think, but I was intensely interested in Beyond the Vanishing Point, Man Ape the Mighty, and Holocaust. All different, but all very good. I can't remember one I did not like. My work requires much study and concentration. I have recommended to several men who do similar mental work that they follow my plan of securing delightful relaxation by losing themselves in another world through science fiction magazines. Most of them find it as restful as I do. Bernice M. Harrison, Angola, Indiana. Likes R.F. Starzl. Dear Editor, it has been my purpose to write to you before, but due to an extraordinary amount of detail work which I have had to do, I have been unable to. I have read your marvelous magazine ever since the first issue came into my hands, and I can honestly say that there is no other book on the market which has held my attention as long as yours has. I congratulate you on your very interesting magazine. Arthur J. Burks, in his latest story, has conceived an entirely new type of story, and I, for one, think it is very interesting. Plenty of science for the layman and enough interest for the others. I liked R.F. Starzl's story, The Earthman's Burden, very much, and I hope you will have more by this author soon. His stories are perfect. Starzl is a deep thinker, and I am right here to say that there is a man who understands men, and men's longings and inhibitions. A.W. Gowing, 17 Pasadena Street, Springfield, Mass. The Reader's Corner. All readers are extended a sincere and cordial invitation to come over in the Reader's Corner and join in our monthly discussion of stories, authors, scientific principles and possibilities, everything that's of common interest in connection with our astounding stories. Although from time to time the editor may make a comment or so, this is a department primarily for readers, and we want you to make full use of it. Likes, dislikes, criticisms, explanations, roses, brickbats, suggestions. Everything's welcome here. So come over in the Reader's Corner and discuss it with all of us. The Editor. End of section 18. Section 19 of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Astounding Stories 20, August 1931 by Captain S.P. Meek. Chapter 19. A Living, Disembodied Heart. A disembodied heart, not only still beating, but writing as it throbbed a permanent, minutely precise record of its pulsations, was exhibited recently at Princeton in a demonstration of the newest instrument developed by science for the advancement of medicine and psychology. The device, invented by A.L. Loomis of Tuxedo Park, New York, and perfected in collaboration with Dr. Edmund N. Harvey, professor of psychology at Princeton University, is called the Loomis chronograph. It will facilitate study of the phenomenon of heart action and the effect of drugs on that vital organ. The chronograph opens the way to the accurate measuring and recording of the speed and variation of human heartbeats over long periods, even during the sleeping hours of the subject, which is expected to prove of great value to physiologists and criminologists. The heart of the recent demonstration was that of a turtle, removed from the reptile while alive, freed of all extraneous tissue, and suspended in a physiological salt solution exactly duplicating body conditions. In this state the organ continues to beat for 36 hours, at the same time setting down, by means of the chronograph, a graphic history of the approximately 72,000 pulsations it makes in that time. With each beat, the tiny organism pulled down into a little lever that dipped a fine filament into a drop of mercury and made a contact that transmitted an electric impulse to the chronograph. There it was translated to a fraction of a second into a record inked on a chart. Introduction into the solution of nicotine, 1 part of 10,000, and of adrenaline, 1 part in a billion, was immediately noted by a marked retarding of the heart tempo in the first case, and swift acceleration in the second. Use of the chronograph to study the action of any heart that can be removed from the living body is possible, the scientist said, adding that a comparatively simple adjustment will make possible recording of the human heart by a device applied to the chest. Application of the instrument to tests of human nerve reactions and to psychological tests is forecast. End of section 19. End of Astounding Stories 20, August 1931.